It's spring in Indianapolis. Everything's in bloom, and the air is bright with bird song and re-emerging life. Spring is like a perhaps hand coming carefully out of nowhere, E.E. Cummings wrote. And after a long winter, the burst of spring indeed astonishes. But you can hear something else downtown, or rumbling along the banks of the White River. The greatest spectacle in racing is coming. They call the Indianapolis Motor Speedway the Cathedral of Speed. And for me, and 400,000 annual pilgrims like me, that distant roar we hear brings a smile that lasts the whole month of May. The Indy 500 is not just a race, it's community. For me, it means long bike rides along our city's beautiful canal paths down to the speedway. For others, it means tailgating with friends and family, some of whom you only see once a year. It means backpack coolers and headphones, and decades-long arguments over who's the greatest driver of all time. But the Indy 500 is also a car race, and the best one in the world. A race so thrilling and wondrous that it brings together more people than any other sporting event on Earth. This is Indianapolis. All around town, the checkered flags are out, porch parties abound, and everyone's invited. And this is the Indy 500, where we see what humans can accomplish in concert with twin turbocharged V6 engines and Firestone tires. This is the Brickyard, where they've been racing since before any of us were born. This is Speed City. Welcome to May.
There's nothing better than the month of May, and the greatest spectacle in racing is about to begin. Welcome back home again to Indiana for the 109th running of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and welcome to JB Motorsports as we begin our practice watch-along coverage live. Well, it was a year ago that Joseph Newgarden went back-to-back with race victories, and he jumped into the fans, and they were waiting around all day in order to witness it. They were treated to a true spectacle. 2 years he's done a last lap pass here. He aims to become the first ever three-time back-to-back champion of the Speedway. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait just a little bit longer here at the moment. As you can see on the weather radar forecast, it is raining here in Indianapolis as well, which means that as things currently stand, we are in a weather delay. Live timing systems haven't even synced up yet with the start of today, so we're in a weather hold to begin with. And that means that me and Josh T can have a little bit time to talk about the season we've seen and a little bit chance to preview this 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. Good afternoon to you all. Welcome to the month of May then. What a fantastic race we had just 3 days ago. On the Saturday, it was truly spectacular. And yeah, Alex Polo winning so many races this year. Can anyone stop him as we come now to the 500? JT, weather delays, and unfortunately, we are going to be in for this quite a couple of days. So it's good that we had the open test where we got 2 full days of running in. Here, however, not that great. But if there's any day you want to lose to the 500, it's this one where we have to do 2 hours of the full field running. Then we get a little bit of a refresher for Kyle, and then everyone else goes back out on the circuit for another 2 hours. So today, not the worst to be missed, but of course this year, we're also down on practice time.
Yeah, absolutely. We are down on practice time. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Well, according to our weather radars, there's not much rain. It's so light drizzle that the weather radars aren't really picking it up. We did have a couple bit of rain, like probably half an hour ago. That has now moved away looking at the radars, but if we have a look at the radar that I'm showing on screen, you can still see bits of drizzle there, but I've got multiple radars up. One's showing no rain, one's showing drizzle, so, well, yeah.
I suppose we'll just keep an eye on it in the weather delay at the moment. Here's your standings then. After the opening races, it's Alex Polo leading the title on 248 points. He is 98 clear to Kyle Kirkwood, who's on 151. Christian Lundgaard is on 150. Pato O'Ward on 148. Scott McLaughlin is on 137, rounding out the top 5. And I suppose, JT, the wonderful thing about this circuit is that we did the open test where Kyle Larson and Takuma Sato had their accidents as well, and that was a few weeks ago. So they've had 2 full days of running here already to prep the cars up. Now we trim it back to the Speedway race weeks, but there's so much more pressure in these weeks to make. If you make a mistake, it costs you the entire 500.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting to that point now as well. I don't know if you have the ways to get the updates out, but we might have to work on another way of doing that, because the emojis I want to use, I would do it on the blog website that we use, but the emojis are only available on Discord.
Might have to set up a separate Discord channel, lock that, and put that as a browser source then. It seems like that could be a factor about it. But yeah, we're in a weather delay, but don't worry, you're not going to go anywhere and you're not going to miss anything in this delay. Just to start with, though, we do have the weather forecast. Let's take it back to Sun Onso, the last race. This was the race results. If you didn't join us for that broadcast, Alex Polo was victorious, so Pato O'Ward in second and Will Power in third. And it was very much a Polo-dominated race. And as soon as that late race caution came out, the first caution we had, by the way, in over 400 laps, the most ever in INDYCAR history, when that caution came out, we all thought, oh, right, Polo's, now we're truly going to see if anyone can actually overtake him and pass him. But no, Polo just took right back off when the green flag went back out.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, that's what Polo does best. He's got it down quite well, hasn't he?
Yeah, sadly he does. He's got that massively to sink through. Well, we have got this weather delay to begin with, and we've got JT's graphics. Let's head down to the pit lane with Georgia.
Advice, he put the suit back on. How excited are you to be back in the seat?
First thing, it's so weird looking at the jerk cam, hearing everybody,
so
seeing
red?
everybody. Actually, can't hear anybody. So this is a little bit one of them surreal kind of moments. To answer your first question, I am just so excited. I've had such a great time, obviously, learning this year with Fox, and obviously we'll pick all that up again in Detroit. But took David's advice, got my suit back on, helmet's over there. But yeah, just wish this rain would go away and we get out there.
Do you look at all this differently now that you're a part of our INDYCAR on Fox team?
Oh, big time. I'd say everybody doesn't really realize how much effort goes into actually making a good broadcast. And, for as great as you do and Kevin does and the lads in the booth and obviously Jamie during May, there's still a whole group of people that make your life easier, and they've got people who make their life easier. It's a much bigger production than whatever probably gave credit to.
We do have an awesome team here, and now you have an awesome team here back in the pits. Someone special to your team, strategist for you, Davey Hamilton, an 11-time Indianapolis 500 starter. What's it going to be like working with Davey?
Just having someone who's got that experience from being a driver, really. And we already had that open test, and I thought for a group of people that have never worked together before, everybody just fit in really smooth. Our pit stops were good, and obviously everyone knows how important that is in the race. But Dry and Reinbold don't need any introduction. They obviously run a really strong Indy 500 program. It's why we wanted to be here in the first place. So just adding all these other quality people can only really elevate our program.
Not on track right now as we would like to be. I feel like it's raining harder right now than it has all morning. Kind of unexpected. But once we do get out on track today, what's going to be the plan?
Well, actually, we ended up coming inside. I tried to save your hair because it looks so good, and then it's raining, as you said, probably the hardest it's been. Plan for us right now will just be to try and validate some of the changes that we made from the open test to today. Obviously, track conditions are going to be different. It's probably going to be not as much grit, a bit more green. James can dissect what that means in terms of driving the car when we finish here, but I think as long as we just get some laps today, try and validate as much as we can, we'll be in a good spot.
Well, the guys in the truck and in the booth want to know if you could pick any nickname for yourself this week, what would it be?
None of the ones that seem to be coming my way right now. Not too fond of Hollywood Harvey. Wreck-It Ralph doesn't like his nickname, and got to try and get one in there, but anything but Hollywood Harvey.
Man, I like that one, though. Teammates with Ryan Hunter-Reay, is he giving you a nickname?
Not that he said to my face.
Okay, well, we'll keep up on that. Guys, Hollywood Harvey here with us. Oh, gosh, sorry.
Well, that's one way to get around it, isn't it, as well, with your own teammates. Okay, so we are in this weather delay. JT's got the radar on, and don't worry, we are going to be staying with you throughout this weather delay. We've got the emergency coverage as well, and we'll keep the weather radar. So JB Motorsports is the place to be to know when we are going to get close to having a green flag condition out there on the circuit. Well, I'm going to throw Omi under the bus here, who's hanging around in the background as well, because I want to ask him what his views on the greatest spectacle in racing is. He's been in the INDYCAR booth a couple of times this year as well, just having a look round. And Omi, a couple of years ago, you joined the 500 broadcast, and for some reason, you decided it was a good idea to leave milk out for the entire time, and you got a bit of a stomach upset afterwards, if I remember correctly.
You do remember correctly, indeed. Yes, that was quite a lot of fun. During the time, not after it though. But yeah, we've had some good Indy 500s so far, so looking forward to seeing what we're going to get this year. And yes, the greatest spectacle on earth. Absolutely love it.
Now, JT, we've got the weather radar, but you also have upcoming weather radar systems, as our timing delay data has now become available to us, so we'll get that sorted. Hello. If you give me 30 seconds, we can have our nice systems back so that everybody can fully get ready.
It's still on the Soncio Grand Prix race results, but it's here.
Is that for you? Oh, well, for me, I've got the whole thing, JT. I have all 34 cars lined up coming through. Or is it still on Soncio? It is still on Soncio. So it is. Oh, well, a timing is a timing screen, I suppose. It all works roughly the same way anyway. But yeah, just talk us through then. What are we going to witness on the weather radar screen, and what are we going to have to keep an eye on?
Okay, so there is the current rain radar, as I'm just getting the other stuff up on my other screen. So we can go through it all, and while I do that, let's go down to Jamie Little.
Neves, I was here to witness a couple of those wins. 4-time winner, racing in the field. Does it ever get old when you walk into this garage?
Oh, that's what people are talking right now, right?
They said you're 50, but I won't mention that again.
I agree. I understand. Well, they say age is just a number, right? And I feel like that. I feel just like a brand new engine ready to come back. And what about this place to come back, right? I mean, look at this crowd. Look, it's amazing. Even if it's raining, we're still here and looking forward to come back. Cliff's machine looks amazing. The guys from MSR did an amazing job preparing this car the whole month. And now we're here. Now we're ready.
All right, so you mentioned MSR, and you have a different role with them, right. Co-owner of the team. So what is your role when you're not driving?
Well, basically, Marcos, for example, he's just started with the team. Felix is the second year in a row. Try to make that transition. People sometimes when we go from different teams to another, it's hard for them to understand how the system works, and details like that sometimes matter. I'm kind of like the translator from the driver's seat to the engineers. However, with this new technical alliance with Ganassi, they brought everything together, so it wasn't as bad. For me, it's actually another learning curve on the stand behind the stand and talking to them, understanding even more about the engineer. So when we all work together on that aspect, it helps, it helps to give tips when the driver's out there on the racing. If he needs some things, it's like, don't say that right now because he's focused, he's concentrated, he's under attack, things like that, which is fun. But nothing compares when you actually right here, when you put the helmet on and ready to go.
So I like that you're the liaison when you don't have your helmet on. But Elio, you haven't raced this year, so what do you do to prepare yourself for the month of May?
Look, in the end of the day, that's the beauty of Indianapolis. You have a lot of days of practice, which ironic right now we're in the rain and we're not practicing. We're supposed to be at the track. But it gives you a little bit of a time, muscle memory. We had a few days not too long ago, and it was a beautiful day. We were able to do all the little details. I did like first few laps, and the guys were like, are you using the hybrid? It's like, oh yeah, that's right, there is a hybrid here now. So, you know, you just acclimate, understanding what you need to do. But once, it's just like riding a bicycle. Once you understand what you need to do, the car is still pretty much the same, and you just go with it.
You know, Will mentioned who doesn't love this guy. You've got so many fans. I mean, it's such a special month, a special year to get to witness somebody, a 4-time winner, going for 5. I know you, and racing is your life. How much have you thought about, could I do it a 5th time?
Oh, I dream about it, don't get me wrong. However, you know, for the dream to come true, you have to have the right package. You have to have the right people, which we do. We have an incredible guys. Most of the guys here are from actually the IMSA sports car, and some of them freelancers as well. However, their experience, we did this before, so we know we can do it. And not only that, I'm not thinking about in the end, I'm thinking about how to get to the end right now. That's the preparation that we have. Have a great teammates. Everything is aligned together. We just gotta, you know, be patient. And this is a place that, because of such a long time, you spend so many days here, you gotta be patient, and that's what we're having right now, and waiting for the right moment.
Patience is a virtue, and you've done it 4 times here. All right, Townsend, you have a question for Elio?
I do. Just thinking about his biggest competition when he won his 4th was Alex Palou. Now he's got access to Chip Ganassi setup information, and he can really study. But for Alex Palou, does Alex Palou have access to Elio Castroneves' information when he won his 4th, specifically his cockpit settings on that final stint?
Yes, I wish you could hear the exact question, but he said, you know, Alex Palou, you guys have that alliance now. You could look at his access, but he wants to know if Alex has access to your information. And what did you say, Townsend? What was the word?
The settings on the final stint of his 4th win.
Can he access your information?
Yeah, right now it's a two-way streets, you know, so both of us, we able to understand. And I know Townsend, he's been obviously incredible right now, winning all these races. People are asking me today, who you related, you know, for his incredible right now, you know, running. I remember that's show how old I am. I remember racing with Zanardi when he was like on that kind of like scenario, and but it's tough to break a team, because it's not about the driver only. It's actually the team. The group number 10 right now, it's in a row. They really get the momentum, giving the Alex the right tools to execute, and that's what he's doing right now. But now I believe what can change, and hopefully that's what I'm gonna do to stop him. It's Indianapolis. It's an oval. It's a different perspective. It's a different vibe. It's a little bit different, out of the ordinary, and that could be a time to change. And I'm here too, so that's what I'm gonna try to do and make it happen.
I love it. Well, we can't wait to see you back behind the wheel here. It did stop raining now. We'll do our forecasting, and we're looking good as preparations continue in all the garages. Always good to see you, Elio.
Well, Jamie Little not really getting the correct information. INDYCAR just put out this saying, update due to track conditions from rain. The beginning of the Indy 500 practice will be delayed. Stay tuned for more updates as well. It's not heavy rain, it's just drizzle. Let's get into the chat quickly as well. Let's take a look. Hello to Sean, who's said, by the way, Josh, did you see the bombshell regarding Jorge Martin and the Aprilia situation? I did, and there's going to be updates about that coming as well. So stay tuned. We'll get into that conversation shortly. Joshua Smith says, good afternoon, folks. So excited for this. The month of the Triple Crown starts now. Indy 500, Monaco Grand Prix, and Le Mans, all within the next 4 weeks as well. And David says as well, Kyle Larson, yeah, he's going to be here today doing the refresher course as well. And that wasn't a flash of lightning I just saw. JT will tell us if it is or not. Coming through. Sean also says that Palou's season so far has been the most dominant start to an IndyCar season in a long time. And man, haven't I heard David Hamilton's name being mentioned on an IndyCar podcast in a long time. Well, here we go. Fox really are throwing it into everything. Joshua Smith also says, so Alex Palou has currently achieved 15 wins in his incredible career, and that's the same number of wins as Simon Pagenaud, Juan Pablo Montoya, and Alex Zanardi. He's also 1 win away from Dan Weldon as well. And Except Europa 1 has said as well, greetings from Texas, and thanks for posting/hosting this, Joshua. Pleasure. The whole team is gathering up with information. Sorry that I'm getting in a bit late. Do not worry at all. We've got the delay, so we've held it for you. Doesn't look like we'll get any running in at all today. And then Danny says, when it is time, gas it up, Jacob Abel as well. JT, you've got the weather forecast. We're watching visuals of the track right now. In fact, if I just have that up on our screen so the viewers at home can see what it looks like. This is currently the view of the circuit live. You can see there's not too much water. As Fox could talk over me. Yeah, JT, there's not too much water, but there are... It's wet enough that we can't do anything because, look, you can see the pit lane's got rivers running down it as well. And the way in towards turn 1, there's some damp parts of the line. So it shouldn't take too long once the rain stops to dry it out.
It's pretty wet, isn't it, if it keeps raining?
Yeah, if it keeps raining, then yeah, but it's not as bad as what we've seen it here at the Brickyard, i.e. last year when we got delayed out for a day.
Yeah.
Right, talk us through what we've got here, because they've just taken the well-feed graphic away.
Okay, so here is the overall national Day 1 outlook for the SPC Storm Protection Centre. Day 1 categorical outlook for severe weather. And as you can see, we've got thunderstorms with some marginal risk off to the south, but not in absolutely nowhere near us. It's just over here, but there is the zoomed in with Indianapolis being right in the centre of that. And the summary of today is, I can tell you, isolated severe thunderstorms are possible today in vicinity of Virginia, North Carolina, West Virginia during the late afternoon to mid-evening over a portion of the deep south, and this evening into early morning Wednesday in parts of the northern Great Plains. That is the summary. So possible thunderstorms not really anywhere near us, but we are included in that thunderstorm categorical outlook just in case, because there is a small chance. Okay, so this is tomorrow. We've got, once again, thunderstorms scheduled with the outlook being scattered strong to severe thunderstorms are possible, mainly over parts of the Dakotas and Nebraska Wednesday afternoon and evening. A more isolated severe threat is anticipated across parts of the southeast and mid-Atlantic Wednesday afternoon, as known as. Doesn't really affect us, but there are chances of thunderstorms, but not the severe part. That doesn't affect us. Thursday.
Yeah, this is where it gets ridiculous.
This is the big one, and this is day 3 categorical outlook, and as you can see, we are in the yellow slight risk for severe weather, and we can zoom into that, and you can see Indianapolis right in the middle of the yellow slight risk for severe weather, and I can tell you that because there is a designated part here for it because of us being in the slight. 15%. Oh, it's just refreshed. Okay.
Hey, okay.
15% / slight risk possibilities were maintained for Indiana / Western Ohio due to account for low probability but potentially high impact supercells within this environment, but further refinements are likely as the likelihood of convective initiation becomes more apparent. So we are already 3 days out, but there is possibly some as the Jet Dryer Grand Prix goes past the commentary box. But yeah, there is some possibility, a slight risk of severe thunderstorms, but they mention convective, which is tornadoes.
Yeah.
So that should get interesting. Here is Thursday, the probability of severe weather, and it's 15 to 29%. And this is Friday, and as you can see, it's 15. This is the day 4 to 8 severe outlooks. That's why it's just this one, because it's so far out. Still 15 to 29%, but as if you look closer, it is just south of Indianapolis, but it's 4 days out.
It's 4 days out, and that could be the big change if that comes in or goes away. We'll keep an eye on it as we go. Thanks, JT. Kevin Lee is with Alex Plo.
Amazing year so far this season, and hopefully you can continue with with our good success this season in the month of May.
Where have you progressed this year? What have you found to dominate in this fashion? 1-1, 2, 1-1 are your finishes, and a couple of poles.
I would say, honestly, the team has done a tremendous job. Everybody at Chip Ganassi Racing has done an incredible job over the off-season to give me exactly what I needed to start the season. We kind of started with a fast car at St. Pete, but then throughout every race, it's been better and better, and I've been feeling more comfortable. Of course, I improved a little bit, but I would say that everybody at CGR has done a crazy amount of work for us to be so fast on track.
Let's go back to what Hinch was talking about. You still feel that way, that a championship is more important, you're more proud of a championship than the Indy 500? How would you phrase it? I want to put it in your words.
Yeah, like, it depends. It depends on how you look at it, but I would say this year, I want to choose both. Everybody wants to choose both. Like, it's unfair to make a driver choose one or the other. It's like choosing races. You don't want to do that. I understand everything that it's behind the 500 and how only one race, and this race in particular, can put you in the motorsport history. But this year specifically, that we've won 2 championships in a row in 23 and 24, I think it's pretty tough to do 3 in a row. So I would prioritize that to try and get 3 championships in a row at the end of this year. But obviously, the 500, it's a priority of us.
We just heard from Elio and how he is enjoying the relationship with Ganassi through Meyershank Racing. What can you get from Elio? Is he sharing with you? You finished second to him a few years ago, and he used that experience.
Well, you know, he doesn't give much. No, I'm joking. He's a tremendous teammate. It's an amazing opportunity for me not to only have, not to share only with like Kiffin and Scott, but also to add Elio in there and all the experience he has. So yeah, we had a great battle in 21. He completely destroyed me, but it was fun, learned a lot. Hopefully we get to do the same in a week and a half.
All right, so a theory would be if practice time is lessened because of rain, the teams that are really sorted have an advantage. How are you in the 2-day open test in late April? How do you feel about the Ganassi cars?
It was good, but at the same time, it's only a test. Like, you never know if you're running like full power and everybody else is running like 90, 80, like you never know what other teams or manufacturers are doing. So I was comfortable with my car. You can always ask for more, like especially in traffic, like running 3rd or 4th in line, you always want to have more confidence, and that's what we're going to look for the next couple of days. But I was excited, didn't want to get overly excited, but we had a great couple of days of testing.
Hey, skies are brightening a little bit, guys. Hopefully we get a dry track here sometime soon. So far this year, everyone is chasing Alex Palou.
Thanks, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. So we are currently under this weather delay, and while we remain there, let's head over to Will Buxton, Townsend Bell, and James Hinchcliffe.
Consistency that wins championships. I mean, it really is. You think back to the championship last year. Even Alex will tell you, he told it's me. I didn't win that championship. Other people lost it. You know, he won 2 races. Other guys maybe won more, but it was his bad days were so good. Townsend, I love talking about that stat, your best, worst finish.
Yeah.
And more often than not, the champion has the best, worst finish.
And it just seems like every time Alex Palou is on track, he is a master of not only what's going on with his program, but how he's playing everything around him. You look back to Long Beach when Kyle Kirkwood dominated at the lead for most of the race, really. Palou just kind of chilled. He knew that that wasn't a time to press and try to pull off another win, force another win. You look at how he raced Graham Rahal at the Indy GP on Saturday. Same kind of thing. It's like he's just sort of the whole IndyCar championship is his chessboard right now, and he's just playing in and among himself, frankly, and knows exactly what's going to happen before it does. It's being able to anticipate and be proactive. A master at work right now.
It's like a cat, like toying with a mouse.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
that whole way through. I love that, guys. We've been talking about some of the guys who, you know, are coming back for the race this year, the one-offs. I want to talk about a really unique story within this sport, and I love it when we come back here. Ed Carpenter, the newly branded ECR this year, formerly known as Ed Carpenter Racing. Of course, Alexander Rossi, an Indy 500 winner, moving over there. Christian Rasmussen with the team as well. Ed is back.
back to the 500, back to the track he loves, back to the track on which he goes so well. He is always rapid here, Hinch.
He always is, and like especially qualifying. He's got an exemplary qualifying record, pole 3 different occasions, I believe. And he grew up around this place. You know, he came from the kind of the sprint car background, bit of a different upbringing through the ranks than a lot of the other drivers currently competing in the IndyCar series. But man, when it comes to oval racing, there's very few with more experience than Ed Carpenter, and he really knows how to show it here at Indy.
When you hear Back Home Again on race day, it just connects with the story of Ed Carpenter, right? Homegrown. This is a track where he literally grew up in this place, much like Connor Daly. And he's had so much success, especially on qualifying weekend. Let's go down and learn more with Georgia.
Well, you guys are right about that. Ed Carpenter attempting his 22nd Indianapolis 500. Now, this kind of kicks off all 500 festivities. Do the feelings stay the same every year, or do they grow every time you walk in here during the month of May?
Yeah, it's special each and every time you come here, whether it's during May or even at the open test. So you can tell I'm optimistic, ready to get on track, suited up. It's kind of a weird weather day here. Didn't think it was going to be raining, and the radar doesn't really say it's raining, but it keeps raining, so we'll see what happens.
Your suit looks great, by the way. Obviously, the addition of Splenda, Java House, you name it, you brought on some great partners this year.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, you know, getting these new partnerships integrated. A lot of Java House appearances and a lot of education on those products, but really excited about the way the car looks and excited that it's going to be fast, too.
Now, you're in an interesting situation because you go from team owner, now you're back in the driver's seat. How do you put different hats on, going from owner Ed to driver Ed?
It gets a lot easier, actually. Like, I get to just worry about one thing, and that's myself and the race car, and the other days I worry about a lot more things, so it's almost like being on vacation.
What kind of prep goes into getting back in the seat?
You know, just a lot of review, and, you know, the open test helps a lot, just getting back in the swing of things, getting the feels back, so you show up here really feeling like you're on pace.
Speaking of the open test, how did it go for you?
I was happy. You know, we didn't accomplish everything. The qual sims were a little messy, but, you know, where we ended, you know, I think we're in a really good spot to show up here and start our quest to winning this race.
Thanks, Ed.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Ed Carpenter. Not the only team boss who'll be doing some running. Hopefully a little bit later today we'll see Tony Kanaan in the McLaren. That will be quite the tattoo.
It certainly would be. And JT, we are still in this weather delay. What's the radar showing? Because if we take a look at the circuit now, you can probably see it's not great. It's not great at all if you look at it now.
But the dryers are back out on circuit, but exactly what Ed Carpenter said. It's not on the radar, but it's raining.
Yeah, how does that even happen? It's the local pop-ups that keep flying in. It's hard to...
Physics.
Yeah, well, it is always physics these days, isn't it? Well, there you go, look. So Fox have gone to a break. We stay on the international feed, so we get to see the dryers come down in towards turn 1. And yeah, there's quite a lot of them there at the moment, isn't there, to fly in and around?
2, 4, 6, 9.
9 of them coming through as well. But yeah, that's how it looks anyway, straight down and the current circuit. Is it me, or just look behind the start line, behind the pagoda? Is it me, or does that bit look dry? You see what I mean? It's like there's a damp patch and there's a dry patch, or is that just extra damp? I can't tell. Pop my glasses back on, just try and have a look. Those of you watching, what do you think? Looks nasty the rest of the week. Yes, it does. Chris Graham as well. We've been taking a look at the weather forecast as it comes out. That's a live look at Indianapolis, though. And there's an even liver look down at pit entry. Look at the dust and muck down there as well. That's a lovely image, isn't it, as well? So we'll come back to JT.
I don't know why my camera keeps doing what it's doing.
Yeah, we just went back. There you go. Hello. Jump scare, everybody, but hello. Now it looks like Sky going to have an ad break as well. So just give us an update then. No rain on the radar, but it is raining. Is this going to continue the rest of today? Are we looking likely that we're going to lose the first 2 hours of the session, then possibly start with the refresher course and go from there?
So later into the afternoon and where we go, we'll have stronger because of everything that's happening with all of the pressures and everything. Cars are going to pit road, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
that's
like
Alex Polo. But it is just the case of the gap we have from when the drizzle stops and when they're able to dry the track to when the heavier stuff comes in. If there's a gap between there, hopefully we should get some running. If there isn't, then we'll unfortunately just be stuck here for multiple hours.
Yeah, here's a look quickly at the circuit.
Aaron Likens has abandoned the flag stand.
Yeah, now would that indicate lightning as the jet dryers go around on the circuit?
If there was lightning, the dryers wouldn't be going around.
Yeah, good point. So they're still circulating. We'll bring you updates as we have it. Do continue, Jesse.
I'm done.
Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, the weather forecast still not great. Oh, that was right. Okay, I'll turn it down. Right, let's head back over to Fox then, as the beauty is, with them not being on, thunderstorms appear to reappear around 4 p.m. Eastern, Graham's just said to us as well. So we could be in for a long day. Let's head back up to Fox.
Watched an Indy 500 before who don't understand the processes, but it is an entire week of practice before 2 days of qualifying, then a couple of days off, then another day of practice, and then the race. It is a huge event and a massive amount of time, but you still need every second on track that you can muster.
But if you cannot control the environment, which when you're talking about weather, nothing you can do, you might as well stay relaxed and chill, and that's been the theme today for local legend Connor Daly, taking advantage of every chance to stay chill, Kevin, and go have some fun.
Townsend, there's no way anyone could look as good on the golf course as we did here on Sunday afternoon. Oh, actually, there is a way to look significantly better. Connor was just out there getting some swings in. That's a different way to approach opening day.
Well, we got to get the wrists warmed up, get the shoulders lubricated a little bit out there. Didn't go well, though, honestly. Shout out to my friends out there, Steven and Deepu, and actually AJ Foyt IV was out there too, so former IndyCar driver as well, obviously. But yeah, I didn't hit it very well, so I'm glad to be actually getting back to my day job, hopefully at some point if this weather cooperates.
So you're a dry weather player?
I'm just not a golfer. So
okay.
I'm an aspiring person who can not suck at golf, but definitely not going to be playing professionally.
What about the day job? How was the test? What is your level of optimism coming into the Indy 500 this year?
I'm always optimistic just because I love this place and I feel like I've been so experienced now that I know what I want. And, this team has worked so hard on trying to, give both Stingray and I everything that we need to compete here. And the test went well, honestly. I mean, we got through a lot of stuff that we needed to. And now we have a completely, new looking car, thanks to AMPM, an awesome sponsor that we just announced today. So really, really proud of this deal and the support that they wanted to show, not only me, but the IndyCar series as well. So great to have a prominent brand, 1,000 stores across 6 states, mainly on the West Coast, obviously, but it's really, really cool to have them on board. So we'll see what we got, obviously, when we show up. I think we want to get through some fundamental changes right out the gate just to make sure, hey, are any of these going to help us, help me in traffic a little bit? I think traffic's going to be the big question for a lot of us. If we get deep in traffic, how good can we make the car? So we'll get through some fundamental stuff hopefully first to kind of figure out what we don't want or what we do want, and then kind of start to fine tune as we go.
I like how you're helping out fans and, let's be honest, selfishly broadcasters, because the two Juncos Hollinger cars look very different. Yours is purple. Stingray has a new paint scheme as well that we'll see in a little bit. And you've got a new helmet. I've used this factoid before. You're trying to become the first Hoosier-born driver to win the Indianapolis 500 since Wilbur Shaw, and you are going to lean into this and honor the 3-time winner. Absolutely.
I mean, honestly, it's psychotic that it's been 85 years since an Indiana winner of this race. So, the crowd here has always been so far too kind to me, and it's an amazing feeling representing for my hometown and my home state. And to be able to do this, to recognize the last winner, who also had such a rich history at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, obviously former president of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as well. Doug Bowles, big fan of Wilbur Shaw, it just seemed right. And my helmet painter did a great job, and we love history here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, obviously, and there's so much here that can be looked at and recognized. So just felt right.
I want to see this again. Let's get a really good shot of it here as well. Oh, yeah. And then I also want to talk to you. I want to get back to the racetrack. Yeah. One thing that's very different this year is the use of the hybrid. First time in the Indianapolis 500. do you have a game plan as to, first, how you want to use it in qualifying? Did you get a chance to simulate some things in the test?
Sort of. I think that there's actually, it's funny, when people start talking about the hybrid and the usage of it, there's kind of this like weird, like, not secret tones, but they're like, I mean, maybe we can do that, but like maybe not, because we don't really know yet. So I'm curious to see. I believe there's going to be strategies that are simple and that are going to get you a certain amount of lap time on one lap. And then I also believe that there's going to probably be some, the Penske's and Ganassis of the world that are going to get extremely technical with it and extremely precise and rely on the drivers to make some pretty important key moves with the regen and deploy to kind of use it every lap. But I can't really tell you the details on that because, to be honest, we don't even know the details on it yet. So I think there's still a lot of exploration to be done when it comes to the hybrid. But I'm thankful to be here with Team Chevy, and they've given us everything we need to go fast here. And I guess we'll see, honestly. But you can definitely feel it. I mean, if you're out there qualifying on a qualifying sim, I mean, you could feel the juice when you hit that button, which is always very satisfying.
Yeah, it's essentially push to pass. We now have at the Indianapolis 500. Thank you, Connor.
Lovely stuff. And lovely helmet. Wilbur Shaw, like Joseph Newgarden, at one point running for the 3 in a row at the Indy 500. He won in 1939, won in 1940, but had a wheel failure in 1941. Ironically enough, discovered an issue with his wheel in practice, wrote on it in chalk, "Do not use." There was a fire in his garage the night before the race, and the water that was used to put out the fire rubbed the chalk off the wheel. So he used a wheel that he'd already demarked as not for use during the race, and ultimately didn't finish because of the wheel failure. He could have actually won 5 in a row, Wilbur Shaw. He won in 37. Floyd Roberts beat him in 38 and he finished P2. Then went on the double, 39 and 40, and then had the wheel failure, 41.
It was a heck of a run and a heck of a record. And, talking about Connor Daly's history here, didn't have a great start. First 7 races here, 3 accidents out of the first 7 starts. But the last 3 years, Connor's been on a tear. 6th, 8th, 10th, solid runs, running in the front pack in the closing stages. And last year, doing it with Dennis Reinbold for the first time. It was a great result for that young team.
And then back in 21, the 40 laps he led with the most of the race, I seem to recall. Wasn't one of his retirements from the race the year that he was sponsored by a baking company and the car set itself on fire on
the pace lap?
Yeah.
Good times.
That. Good times. Not so much for Connor. Right. We will be back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Still under delay here then as we await the eventual start time of the 109th running of the Indy 500. JT's done something that I'm going to do now as well, and transfer over to the boom mics so that we can have a little bit of a rest. JT, this is getting a bit silly now, isn't it, really?
Does this thing work? Is it working?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Higher or lower?
Say again.
Hello.
A bit higher. Touch.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's fine. Hello, how are you?
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm all right. This is getting a bit fun.
Yeah, so
He's telling me to go up.
That's better. So, yeah, we're in this delay again and again and again. More and more times, JT, we have delays. But what do you think we're going to be witnessing in terms of action when we actually do get to go green?
Is there an echo coming from my mic when you speak?
I can hear behind, but that's normal.
So that's okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Right. I might up my noise suppression, do what we're not meant to do.
Oh, and change things as they go. Yes, the naughty things we're not supposed to do on a broadcast, but we are very much needing content. For some reason, the microphone keeps disconnecting. I don't know why.
That's weird.
Yeah, never had that one before. So, in a delay, and we're in a long delay as well. Give us an example, though, JT, of how much of a struggle this is for the drivers in terms of... Yeah, it's gone again, though. How much of a struggle is it for the drivers who just never want to... They just never sort of get a chance to stop, never get a chance to breathe at the 500. And now they're suddenly just launched back into nothingness.
You're asking a person who has never actually stepped in a car and raced a car.
Yeah, but we've been in the
question.
Give us a commentary box angle then, because we have to keep filling.
It's hard. It's definitely hard because, well, you've got nothing to do, but also from a driver perspective, you're meant to be out on track. You want to be out on track. You can't be out on track.
Drives you absolutely nuts. Scott McLaughlin right now is playing golf on his PlayStation 5. There's an idea. We should have a race if this is going to continue throughout the week as well.
Where's Omi?
I don't actually know where Omi is. He's probably gone off very sneakily to try and have a cup of tea or something before he has to come back on the broadcast. Let's head back over to Fox.
Be told I am actually a 6 handicap per hole.
Right. Yes. There you go. So he's staying dry and playing golf virtually, as many people are enjoying their time out on the course. And one guy that wished he was enjoying his time out on the racetrack but is still stuck in the garage is Felix Rosenquist. He's downstairs with Georgia.
Yeah, Felix Rosenquist welcoming Creed with arms wide open. Yes. We were just talking about all the puns that we could make. That one was horrible, and I'm very sorry about that. But Creed is on your car for the entire month. How cool is that?
It's awesome. I've been listening to Creed probably since as long as I had some kind of musical player. Actually, my sister showed me Creed. I remember it very well. It's one of the first songs, My Sacrifice. She showed me when I was probably like 11 or something, and they've always been in the list since. And I told Tim Meyer, who does all our partnerships and stuff, that it would be really cool if we could do something with Creed one day. And he was kind of like, yeah, I'll get you Creed on the car. And yeah, he was very confident, and now it's here. So it's super cool, super cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it seems like over the last couple years now, SiriusXM on the side of the car has had really cool guests come out. What's it been like getting to work with some of the biggest stars in music?
No, it's phenomenal, honestly. I think it's cool when you have partnership where you can give something to, something more to the fans as well, because it's a big deal for them as well. Like, it's not only about me and our team. It's when we had Diplo, for example, at Nashville, like he was DJing before the race, like pumping everyone up. So it's cool when you can give something more than just a normal partnership, which we'll obviously value a lot as well. So no, it's super cool. I think we have going forward here will be some more really cool names coming up.
Well, let's get back to what we're all here for, and that would be Indianapolis 500 practice. You had a nice open test. So when we do get on track today, what are some things that you're going to be looking for? And do you feel like you checked a lot of the boxes from the open test?
Yeah, I do. We had good weather, so I think it puts everyone on the forefoot, if that makes sense. I think we can afford a little bit of a rain. That's at least what we said. We're not super worried about it, but, qualifying normally creeps up pretty quick, especially when we get into Fast Friday. That's when you want to have good weather. But yeah, we're just gonna kind of continue running race programs and get all the boring stuff out of the way today. That's kind of what the first day is for, is like make the engineers happy with everything, see that all the gauges are showing the right stuff. And then I think everyone will be pretty aggressive pretty quick, just running in packs, because I guess that's the biggest low-hanging fruit, especially now with the new package as well, like how you need to work the hybrid system in traffic, and also how the car feels, which is very different. So yeah, just do laps.
And hopefully soon. And obviously Meyershank Racing, Jamie talked to him earlier today. Elio Castroneves back in the seat, a 3-car team now. So thank you, Felix, and we'll talk to you a little later.
Thank you.
Thank you, Georgia. Thank you, Felix. Last 2 years classified P27. Both years he will be hoping this year, 2025, to, wait for it, finish higher.
Oh, God, how many of these are we going to squeeze into this broadcast? I just want Felix to drop at least one on the radio during the race.
Oh, which one, though?
Oh,
which one would you go for?
So many options. So many options.
I think we've run through probably the most popular ones already. I don't know. If he puts it in the wall and his teammate does well, that would be My Sacrifice.
Well, he's closer than 6 feet from the edge of the garage, getting some autographs signed. Kevin, we're done. We're done.
We're done.
We can't do this anymore today.
Right. Shall we talk about a certain man who is as always, enlivening the championship that he races in full-time, guys, and the huge task that stands ahead of Kyle Larson over the next 2 weeks, trying to do something pretty outstanding. And I think Jamie is actually standing by with him.
That's right. That would be Mr. Kyle Larson. Had so much fun. Great experience last year. You want to do it again. So rain was such a problem last year. It's been beautiful for 2 weeks. Now here we are waiting. So Kyle, once we get back out on track for the first time to actually focus on race setup, what is your plan of attack?
For me, just to try to hopefully dial in a comfortable balance. At the open test, I felt just a little bit tight, or understeer, as you guys would call it, or not, maybe not you, but
I used to.
Yeah, you used to, but no. So I think just trying to get your balance right, and then reintroduce traffic and adjusting on the tools in the cockpit and kind of building into all that. So yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we can get out at some point today, get some laps. Hopefully, it seems like it's warming up and the sun's trying to poke itself out. So we'll see. But just, yeah, excited to get going. Thanks to Arrow McLaren, Hendrick Motorsports, HendrickCars.com, Chevy, everybody involved for allowing me to do it again. And hopefully this is the only rain we have for the next couple weeks.
Kyle, I heard you the other day talking about your experience here, and I feel like you understand this place. It's
very funny, Kyle, very funny.
Special and so different. What is different this time knowing you're going in for a second time?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I think maybe I'll realize that as we're like getting into it, but as far as like the lead up and the build up and all that, I would say I was pretty prepared for all of it last year. I don't remember having much anxiety of anything, and the cars are pretty similar to the stock car stuff, so even learning it wasn't like crazy difficult. So yeah, I think that allowed me to enjoy the moment and enjoy all the fan stuff and all the festivities that go on throughout these couple weeks. So it's definitely the biggest event that I've ever competed in, and it's every day is something, so it's really cool, and just being a part of it again is special. So hopefully we can make the couple weeks special and perform well on track, and then do a good job too in the NASCAR stuff. I look forward to getting there with the 5 team for the All-Star race this weekend, and then the 600 next week. I know we have good cars at both of those too. So yeah, just fun times to be Kyle Larson, and hopefully we can do a good job.
Kyle, you race more than anybody, and you're always jumping in and out of different vehicles. So like last night you were in the dirt car, and then you're going to be in the IndyCar today, and like you mentioned, you're going to be in your stock car this weekend. When you get behind the wheel, you get out on track, how long does it take for you just to settle in, like, okay, I remember all these things and what I'm supposed to do here?
I would say everything besides the IndyCar is like really easy because I do it often. The IndyCar I wouldn't say is like difficult to drive by any means, compared to the others, but it's just like there's so much more going on in the car that's new to me, So like sprint cars, all I have is a wing valve, and rarely do I touch that. In the stock car, you've got like nothing, no really anything that matters. You got some fans and stuff, but that's not really a big deal. But then in the IndyCar, I mean, you have fuel mappings, weight jackers, bar adjustments, all sorts of other things too. The hybrid now that you got to keep on top of. So it's just that part of it's a little overwhelming, and that part of it is what I have to like think about and like stare at the wheel or study the wheel and stuff before I go on track. And then when they tell me, to adjust something, I need to like find it quickly or hopefully becomes muscle memory. But yeah, so that part of it I would say is what kind of gets me where, maybe it takes me a little bit longer just to get used to things.
Well, over here on this side, you have 3 teammates that you can lean on, your engineers can work with. How much have you talked to Pato and your teammates just about what to expect between last year and now, of course, setting up for your second Indy 500?
At the open test, there's time to talk and debrief and all that. And I think today or this couple weeks will be the same. Like once we get going and you feel what you feel, and then you have questions and you want to kind of compare to your teammates, that's when I feel like the conversations start. But for me right now, like there's not really anything to talk about, So like I said, once we get in the car, hopefully we're all fast, but if not, or even if we are good, it's good to compare, good to see kind of how everybody's different, maybe they're different driving styles, stuff like that. So yeah, hopefully we can get out there again today and just get to work.
All right, well, he was very dominant on Sunday in NASCAR, got the win there, kicked off the month of May in a big way. And I mentioned Pato O'Ward. Let's check in with him now, who's with Kevin.
Well, this is going to be a more interesting interview, and we were actually going to lead off and explain why Pato has been holding his phone, because he's been on hold for 40 minutes for something very important. I think it has to do with this helmet, and he said, I can't get out of the queue for this, so we're going to see if he can get that sorted and then ask him some questions as well. Maybe we can listen into this phone call. Is this for your helmet? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you the tracking number. The tracking number is...
No, we're not going to give a tracking number. All right, we'll come back and talk to Pato in a minute.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is give a tracking number out on World Wide Webs as well. That's never really goes down well, does it? Latest news is that they are still drying the track here. So we are waiting, and JT, well, yellows breed yellows, and cautions breed cautions, and rain predicts rain. It's one of these days at the Brickyard where you just go, yeah, let's just sit back and see what everyone's got. It's like our extended build-up show, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. As well, there is Pato O'Ward's car. It's very white.
It is, isn't it?
Yes. As Fox, I'm guessing, yeah, they're doing more stuff on Carl Larson. Well, he wasn't able to do the double lot of that. Well, speeding on pit road is, yeah.
I'm letting you know that you're too quiet. It sounds like you're echoey. Is your mic not next to you? Okay, well, while JT has more issues, let's head back down. Oh, JT, look at the track now. That looks like it's drying out massively. Yeah, okay. So the track is starting to dry out here at the Brickyard. That's the best news that we could have expected, that the track is drying here. And that's going to be better.
Kyle Larson never had the benefit of being a Formula Car driver in the lower levels. He's done one Indy 500. What does he say? It's not that hard to drive these things. I don't think he's trying to be cocky about it.
No.
That's how good Kyle Larson is. That's how much natural ability you're dealing with there. He doesn't think it's too big at all. It's like, it's not that hard. Pretty standard driving around here.
You're dealing with a generational talent that is so capable of jumping into anything with four wheels and an engine and driving the absolute wheels off of it. And when you consider what it takes, you look at all the inputs required from a sprint car going around Eldora compared to the micro inputs you're using, at an IndyCar around the speedway. I get it. It probably isn't as quote-unquote hard in that sense.
Here's my question, though. Is he underestimating all of the other stuff that he doesn't know? If you look at the crash that he had at the open test, pretty big understeer, held it wide open, bounced off the wall, and I just wonder, is it a case of not knowing what you don't know, and there's still a mountain of learning to do as we take a look back to that open test? I mean, he held this thing like it was Eldora, going and finding the cushion on the high side, and, pretty big contact. To me, I still feel like there's a lot for him to build in the knowledge bank. What do you think?
But I think you listen to that interview and he admits, look, I need to have muscle memory for finding the weight jacker, using the hybrid, adjusting the bars. I think he acknowledges what has to be done and acknowledges that he's probably still a step or two behind, and having that be just second nature compared to the guys and girls that are doing this all year long.
And you need all of that stuff in your knowledge bank, Will, to win here. To have a top three finish, you can't have the bumbled restarts. You can't have the lockup speeding on pit lane. You certainly cannot have bouncing off, the walls around here. So I think it's going to be fascinating to watch how quickly, again, doing it only for the second time without any foundation of experience, how quickly can he pull it all together on race day?
And trying to do the double in the same day as
that.
well. It's absolutely huge. Listen, we'll talk about Kyle Larson a little bit more in a moment, but I think Pato is off hold. Hopefully he's managed to get his helmet somewhere further down the line of delivery and is standing by with Kevin.
He's still on hold a little bit. Are you on hold or are you back on? Still working. I don't believe they think you've paid. Have you paid your bill?
Yeah, I guess. So
what are we missing?
So I'm missing 2 Indy 500 helmets. They're coming from Germany, and I've been 40 minutes on this call. and they didn't deliver it at home. They didn't even ring the bell. So I'm telling them, like, please ring the bell. There's people there that can receive the packages. But apparently I haven't paid the customs because they didn't know what to tell me last time that I called in order for them to liberate it from customs. So I'm just trying to find out if they can send me a link so I can pay for it now.
This isn't DHL, is it? And Alex Polo is trying to keep you from racing?
No, Alex Polo not keeping me from racing. It's UPS. So they're being a pain.
Send it here. Ring the bell at the front door of the Speedway.
I know, man. No, they don't want to deliver it because I owe customs. So.
All right, a GoFundMe to pay the customs bill.
I'm trying to pay it now, but they don't send me a link.
Well, other than that, how's your day going?
It's great. Well, it's a bit rainy, but I'm just trying to get these helmets sorted, kitted up. I hope you guys really, enough about this customs. I really hope you guys like my 500 helmets this year. They're very cool.
Go ahead. All right, so that's a little tease, and hopefully we can see those helmets here in the United States and specifically at 16th and Georgetown before we get done. So maybe we'll check in with Pato a little bit more. We'll get an update and follow this story and how he's going to break through and win his first Indianapolis 500 after coming so close the last few years.
Got to admit, when I turned up to Indianapolis this morning, not the jeopardy I thought we would be commentating on today. Pato O'Ward stands by waiting for his helmet. Georgia Henry
fishing,
trying out kids' toys. Important
Practicing
research.
for a son.
Still better than planking. Weird things happen at the Speedway when we're rained out. That was 2011. This is a little bit safer.
Rained out and waiting here at the Brickyard. At least, well, Pato's certainly feeling like he's on hold. We're certainly feeling like we're on hold. And JT, this is the view down at the backstretch. Well, the start line is getting drier. Looks like it's getting okay there too.
It's still damp. You can see the difference to the dry line across the middle of the track and the rest of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're getting there.
Scale of 1 to 10 chance. We're going to go today, aren't we, at some point? I want to talk about the cloud cover.
Yeah, because we've got a little bit of rain around.
What we want to do... Has your dog just invaded the studio?
A failed attempt.
Oh. Yeah, so there's a live look at the Speedway then. Anything can happen in the Indy 500 broadcast, people. And yeah, we do have, when Fox go to breaks in rain delays, we can use the track cameras to take a look and show you all at home what the deal is out there. At the moment, this is exit of turn 2 down the back straightaway, and well, there's a slight dry line appearing out on the circuit as well. There's coming out of the pit lane looks a bit dry when they've been running over it, but the whole thing's got to be dry, and it's so difficult to get it right. So yeah, another hour at least, which means JT, we have officially lost the first practice session. So we're now going to go into the refreshers, which is scheduled for 2 hours in duration. I don't think we need the whole 2 hours. Only one driver doing that refresher course. But if... And now the start finish straight. Oh, yeah, look at exit pit lane. Still massively damp as they take away the international pictures. Okay, let's return to Fox Sports then. And we're still in a rain delay in this first hour. Complete... Well, we were going to go back, but Fox has decided... Sky have decided to go to night break right as they come back.
Fishing game. But we can ask her.
That thing was terrifying.
What is it?
That was so scary. Obviously, we're not playing games anymore. I'm here with Santino Ferrucci as he takes pictures with fans. And we can, go take the fans, see their pictures too, of course. Well, the rain is trying to stop here a little bit, but no matter what, we're back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and this place seems to really, really resonate with you. It is Indianapolis 500 time. Are you pumped?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, who doesn't want to be here?
regardless of the weather. So it looks like the sun's going to come out a little bit, but I'm not a weatherman. All I can do is look up. So, yeah, I would like to get out there. We've got some setup changes that I really want to get to. Thursday, Friday, it's looking like it's going to be 90 degrees, so maybe not too useful. The race is going to be 75, but, yeah, nothing else we can do other than hang out here with the fans. You know, they're out here in the not pouring rain, but in the mist, so happy to see that.
What is it about big, fast ovals that resonate particularly well with you?
I think that I just have a real good feeling of the car, and having that understanding and that just acute sense of, you know, where to steer it and what to do with the engineers to get it hooked up for me has been a big factor. It's what's helped me on a lot of the ovals. I think that's something that I excel at. So especially coming here, you know, there hasn't been much change for me setup-wise over the last few years. This year is actually kind of the biggest swing I'm taking, but, you know, I really want to win this race, so almost willing to do anything to do it.
Well, hey, you were with us on the Indy Next broadcast last weekend. What did you think about your big TV debut?
It was pretty awesome. Honestly, it was really nice to have Fox, you know, let me go up there in the booth and hang out with Jack and you guys and, you know, Kevin. So I'd love to do it again. Honestly, it was a pretty entertaining race too. No complaints, but just also it's a different perspective. So really taking appreciation for everything that you guys are hearing and announcing. Also, Kevin Lee's timing. I mean, oh my God. I mean, me and Jack were joking about it. I mean, you count down 60 seconds, and he just knows how to get through all the promos and do it and nail it on the money every time. It's definitely an art form.
Making IndyCar on Fox home. We're also making the Indianapolis Motor Speedway home. Do you have a bus here? Are your dogs here?
I have a fifth wheel, so a big shout out to General RV, Genesis Products, and Alliance for hooking me up for the whole year. Got my Chevrolet 2500 to tow it, so I'm bus driver, race car driver, dog walker, you name it, so I'm wearing all the hats.
Congratulations, Santino. Well, cars are starting, so that's got to be a good sign, right?
They're just bumping it for temperature, so that's it's something that we do because you want to keep the oil level cool throughout the motor because it'll sit in low spots, so you do 3 long bumps like you just witnessed there, rotate the oil through the heater, through the engine, keep it about 60 degrees, and then looks like we're going to get ready for fire up here in about the next couple of minutes.
Hey, the more you know. I think there's still progress being made down here. It seems like the sun might want to come through. Thanks, Santino.
Perfect. Thanks, Georgie.
Santino's actually living in his motorhome all year, driving from race to race. He told me earlier this season it reminds him of his earliest years in racing, motoring around with his dad. Townsend, he has quite the finish record here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the kind of statistics that we've not seen for, believe it or not, 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at his first 6 starts, his total of 6 starts, it's really unprecedented in the modern era. Nobody has a better average finish than Santino. All 6 of those starts in the top 10, a best finish of 3rd, and that's across 4 different race teams with Coyne, Ray Hall, Reinbold, and of course AJ Foyt the last few years. I love that interview because he talked about his special knack and his acute awareness for what's going on in the cockpit and what he's feeling behind the wheel and his ability to convey that to the engineering team. So simply sensational here at the Speedway.
Yeah, his average finish here is 6.3 across those first 6 Indy 500s, beating Harry Hart's record from back in the 1920s. So pretty phenomenal numbers that he's running. Right, we mentioned him earlier, and we've been talking about Kyle Larson. If Kyle doesn't make the race for some reason, this man is going to replace him, and that is Tony Kanaan.
It's been talked about a lot. This is one of the most popular drivers here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indy 500. That was one of the most popular wins I think we've ever seen in 500 history, and he retired like 3 times, kept coming back, and we thought he was finally done. But Kevin, you're telling me there's a chance we see him on track again?
There is more than a chance, and we thought it was going to be at 2 o'clock this afternoon. This is the team principal of Air McLaren, who is an active race car driver once again, and you tell me that you have gone into a different headspace and others around you have noticed this in the last few days as you prepare to drive, say close to 220 miles per hour again.
I mean, I haven't noticed. People keep saying that to me, but this morning, Lauren, my wife, said, "Hey, good morning, honey," and I was like, I guess I replied a little crankier. She goes, "Well, here we go. The race car driver is back." But yeah, I mean, the weather's not helping, and I don't feel like I'm entitled to take 2 hours off the entire field just to have the track all for myself, which, Kevin, was a question. Why Are you guys, were they afraid to put me in the mix, or why? So it was so awkward, but yeah, hopefully I think they'll move to tomorrow morning.
So that is not done yet, but that is always a consideration that they're going to try to give the day if it's shortened to the veterans. So we might not see you until 10 a.m. tomorrow in a special session. So you got to deal with this for one more night trying to get some rest.
You know, I was talking to off camera, and it takes a different headspace, and I'm being there the last 2 days. Today I didn't even wear the team pants. I can wear the black pants as the driver. I'm gonna wear the hat like Pato, see if I look as good as him. Do I look good, guys?
He's still on the phone, by the way, back here. He's still trying to get his helmets.
We're doing like you now. I want to be you. Come here. I said, now that I'm a driver, I can wear my hat backwards too.
What do you mean?
Well, you had your hat backwards. I'm having my hat backwards.
You still on hold?
I'm still on hold, bro. 48 minutes. We're going for a new record.
See, you need an assistant. Guys, anybody out there that speaks Spanish and wants to work hard, he needs an assistant.
We're on a budget here, bro. We're on a budget here.
Go back to waiting on hold. What will this do for you in your day job as the team principal, especially helping Kyle Larson getting a chance to see what this car is like with the hybrid and the extra weight?
Honestly, I have to just do the refresher, and of course I'm going to have a feel for the car. Of course, with my experience, we're not going to make any changes. IndyCar is not allowing. We're not looking for an advantage. Obviously, we're looking for something that if Kyle can't start this race, I'll start. But for sure, I'll get a feel for it. For sure, I have an opinion about it. I think a few people are a little bit nervous. It's my first time back in the car as a team principal. How much I'm going to judge their setup. But, you know, probably talking to him through the month after tomorrow, I might have a even better idea if I can help him out. But honestly, I'm just looking to get this out of the way. I have a lot of work to do outside the car. If, you know, hopefully Mother Nature will allow Kyle to start this race, because if you look at my day on Saturday with all the sponsor commitments and team commitments, going to bed at 11:30 at night, I don't think I'm ready to wake up in the morning and be ready to jump in a race car, but we'll see.
You've been in management for the last year and a half, but this is a big step up. Team principal, just a couple of years out of the seat. Results on the track say it's going quite well. How is it going for you?
It's going well. I mean, obviously I have great people working for me. We had to make some changes, some key changes, but we'll keep grinding. I mean, I'm using the same mentality as I did when I was a race car driver. I have people around me. I want people to work for me. I want these people to work with me. I mean, the title of a team principal is just a title. I think we're a team and we make each other accountable. You guys know me well enough. I'll say it the way I see it, and we've been growing. Obviously, I think we have a pretty good group of drivers. My job now is to give them a great car. I'm not here to teach anybody how to drive, because I think if you put their results together, they were much better than me already. But it's to give them the opportunity in the cars to be able to maybe get another one of these. And you know, being a team principal, I have 4 chances now instead of just myself.
I know you're reluctant to get back in the seat, but as a fan, I am happy to see Tony Kanaan drive an IndyCar again, even if it's just for a refresher course. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow morning.
Reluctant to get back in the seat. Come on. We all know
Hitch isn't buying it.
No.
Hitch says you're not reluctant.
Not at all. The guy that's in charge of picking who has to fill in for Larson is the guy that puts himself in the seat. Come on, I don't buy it. Not reluctant at all.
Absolutely not.
Do you know, I think we found a new game for Lucy to do in the paddock. Surely. Look, the catching the fish game, JT. As we take a look now at the circuit. What do you think? New game that Lucy could play?
If it doesn't get stolen beforehand, yes.
Who would steal content from another creator? Honestly. Yeah, it's all original ideas, honestly. As they come through. There's the parade then going through. And it's all right at the moment. It's starting to dry out. The sun's trying to break through, but it's still sprinkling, JT, and that's the main problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, a little bit of drizzle. The green is drizzle.
Yeah.
Basically, the light blue / green is drizzle.
Do you know, I wish at the moment I'd stayed playing Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah, I've been playing that for the last couple of weeks, just prepping it. I'm 50% in after 2 weeks. It's going to take a whole month at this rate. Am I enjoying it? Yes. Is Megan then going to start playing it? Yes. Which is why I'm trying to finish it before Megan starts, because then Megan's going to play it non-stop for the next 2 weeks as well, after being nocturnal. But yeah, let's have a quick conversation then. As I just get a text from Ruth Boscombe. I'll have a look at that in a minute. But yeah, so the weather radar's sort of hit and miss, but come on, it's the 500. We need like a ring around the circuit. Let's get a roof on the speedway and just start racing. It's ridiculous that we have to. This is what, 3 years running now we've had rain on the opening day of the year. It's ridiculous.
Welcome to Indianapolis.
Sadly so. If you are interested, at least here, we will have continued content and we will hopefully get some running. We've got how many hours left? 4 hours and 45 minutes left of the day's running. And they have reduced it, but we now know the reason they've reduced the session time, by the way, from 12 till 6 Eastern time. It's so that if we are rained out, they can add extra sessions in the mornings as well, rather than delay it. So that's why we are reduced on practice time. And it looks like tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, we'll be on air earlier for Tony Kanaan to go out there to do his refreshers course, JT.
Yes, which means I will have to do weather updates remotely.
Let's head back over to Fox then and see what we're going to have.
This will be my first oval race with Coin Racing too. Being with a totally different team, new team for the first time at the 500. It's exciting. It's, you don't really know what to expect, but I'm really excited to get out there.
Okay, so last Wednesday we did a workout here. It was for the INDYCAR Benevolent Foundation. Your beautiful wife Carmen was here. We worked out on the yard of bricks. Did you have a little talk with the track? Try to talk you into some good luck, good fortune for next weekend?
Yeah, I was trying to make the track happy, make the track like me. They say that the track picks its winners. I was trying to just be nice to her, to the track. So. We'll see what happens, but I always like to do stuff around the track. It's just such a magical place, especially when the fans come walking in right now. The busier this place, the nicer it is.
You know, the downside to this is that you guys don't get to be on track, but the upside is all the fans get to see you. How about this fan over here? What's your name?
Oh, you're not supposed to do that, Jeremy.
Hi, well, this is very interesting. What do you have here?
So I have a piece of Renus's car from qualifying last year. I guess he crashed, and the day of qualifying, they handed it to me, one of his crew members, and I respect these guys enough, I wish more fans did, that I would not ask him to sign it last year, and I've been doing this for 20 plus years, and this was the one piece that I really wanted signed this year, and it's his good luck thing.
Okay, so what do you think, Renus? Good luck now that you waited a year to sign this part that fell off in qualifying?
I hope so. Well, the moment he got this part, it was a bad luck thing. It was a bad story. But now when, in the end, it was actually a really nice story that he has a part of now, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, he's a big fan for life, I'm sure. Last question for you. Your wife, Carmen, I mentioned her, professional boxer, and she's really good at it. When I met her, I never would have thought she was a boxer. But you guys, you have such a dynamic relationship. How do you balance that as two sports professionals at the top of your game?
Well, we don't really have to balance anything because it's, like you said, two sports professionals. We wake up to go train towards our goals. So that makes the whole thing just a lot easier. She understands why I'm not home because I'm racing. I understand her sacrifices when she's going boxing. So it's two badass sports which are totally different, but in the same way, you got to make the same sacrifices to get to the top.
Well, it's good to see you guys. I know Carmen's here supporting you all month. No fights for her in the next couple of weeks, so good luck, Rena.
Thank you.
All right, boys, back to you.
Thank you, Jamie. So 5 Indianapolis 500 starts, and he's never qualified worse than 7th.
And Jimmy talked about the 3 top 10s he's had here at the Speedway. Guys, I'm more impressed about the 3 top 10s he's had so far this season with Coin Racing. St. Pete brought it home top 10, then had that brilliant drive at Barber, brought it home inside the top 5. And then again, a 9th place last time out at the GP. So he's on a really, really good run.
And from right at the back last weekend, he absolutely rocketed through the field. Phenomenal job in the Dale Coin number 18. Right, we will be back soon as Renus
Resigns.
Delay still going on then here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, dubbed the racing capital of the world. And this is what... Nope, obviously not, because Sky have gone to a break instead of showing us, the international viewers, exactly what it looks like out there on the circuit. Well, we've got the radar thanks to JT, and it's telling us exactly what we need to see. I don't know if JT's anywhere near us at the moment. I don't think he is. Jet dryers are out on the circuit once again, so that's a more positive sign. No update on this schedule. So in order to get the 2 hours back for the all cars, it looks like that as soon as the track is ready, the all cars session will start, and Tony Kanaan will have to do his refresher tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern before we get going at 12 for the regular session. So we'll be on earlier tomorrow for all the action. Sounds like one of those machines that goes wow. You buy them, those tubes either side. But yeah, still got weather conditions. I don't know if you're here, JT, are you? He's not here. Hello. Sorry, your camera went off. I just want to say, it's still drizzling at the circuit, and they had the jet dryers out, and it's just started raining again. So there's too many pop-up showers around, as your radar's showing us. Likelihood that we're not going to get this into there, are we? Already we're starting to think, oh, this could be an entire day lost.
Yeah, probably not. The reason I turned my camera off is because I didn't want to make you jealous with me demolishing some pork crackling.
That's perfectly fine. I've got a chicken burger and some dirty chips coming.
But pork crackling, JB.
I just realised nobody actually knows. Is that a regular thing or did I invent it? No. You've heard dirty fries. Yeah, dirty chips. It is a thing. Good. Basically, we just put loads of stuff on it. They're coming into the box anyway for food. Right. Well, we'll have lunch, and the Fox Sports people can keep you all entertained as well as us. Let's head back over as well as rain's still out there.
Back here to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway track being dried, and Kevin is standing by with Stingray Rob.
Yeah, he's had a good start to this season in a new circumstance. New year, new team, just like you've done throughout your career. But how is it going with Juncos Hollinger, which includes a top 10 finish already?
It's been good so far. It's a young group of guys we have over here. I think people forget how young of a team this is. I mean, this is, I think, year 4 full-time in the series. So for us, I mean, it's every day that we're at the track, we're trying to improve, as everyone else is as well. I mean, this is a super tight series, and if you're not improving, you're falling behind. But I've really been welcomed in here, and that top 10 finish at Long Beach was a good result.
So Will Buxton and I, as we were riding in from the TV compound into the infield today, he was showing me a really cool video that you released today. And the car is not put together right now, so we just have side pods. That'll get us a little sense of it. But tell me the significance of your livery, your paint scheme for the Indy 500.
Yeah, you guys can see the We the People. It's a reference to the Constitution and kind of the freedoms that we've been given in this country. And, you know, I've always said that racing is great and all, and winning races is awesome, but if we're not using this platform for something more, we're not doing it right. So this is our message to the world that we want to steward this freedom that we've been given. It's a responsibility of ours, and having a partner like Good Heart Animal Health Centers, where they've been with us for many years now, and we're willing to come together on a message and work together with Freedom Service Dogs, another one of our partners, and really just show off what the Indy 500 is all about, not just on the track, but off the track as well.
So you have a good-looking car with a significance, but you want a fast car. This is, as you mentioned, a relatively new team. What's the impact when you miss any time of the 4 days of practice?
I mean, it's always bad, right? We remember this last year going through the rain delays and just shaking our head every time we saw a drop of rain because we knew it was just an opportunity missed. You know, for me, I think that this is my 3rd year in the Indy 500, and I'm hoping that I can pull from my experience, but I still feel like a rookie around this place. This is a track you have to kind of earn the respect from, if you will. And anytime you get to sit in the car and experience it yet again with the hybrid unit being introduced this year, it's a new car to us. You know, we got to kind of make steps forward in that direction, and hopefully it makes race day good and quality day even better.
We were hearing from Kyle Larson, and all of the controls and driver aids that you have are new to him. What about for you? Is this still a challenge? You've done it on the road courses. Is it a little bit to deal with for the Indy 500, having some extra options with the hybrid?
At this point in the car, we're getting pretty busy. You know, there's a lot of buttons to be pushing, a lot of things to be thinking about between the weight jacker and the deploy and regen and all the bars that we're adjusting during a qualifying run. It will get busy. So my job is just to use my muscle memory to hopefully open up my bandwidth. And probably for a guy like Kyle, where he hasn't run it in the last 6 months, it'll be a bit of an adjustment for him. But, you know, for us, thankfully, we've been running it all year. We kind of are familiar with it. We know what it's about, but getting the procedures right is so important.
You're young. Are you a video guy? Is it easier for young people than people that have been around for a little bit?
I'm told that it is, but I'm not sure I believe it. You know, my 23-year-old underdeveloped brain still got some room to grow, I guess.
Thanks, Stingray. Stingray Rob, Juncos Hollinger Racing.
Thanks, guys.
Wait till you got a 50-year-old undeveloped brain.
Who could you be talking about, Townsend?
My only excuse is I raced before safer barriers.
A little bit of mizzle now starting to fall here around the track, I'm afraid to say, folks. But bear with us, we'll bring you more interviews and hopefully some on-track action.
Chance of there being any on-track action is slimmer by the chance as the umbrellas have gone up and the rain is starting to come in. Here's a look at the circuit just quickly now. JT, it's a dry line forming, but still going up high. There's some puddles and pit lane as well, and it's just a mist. They can dry it as quickly as they like, but it's a constant effort with just sprinkling coming down.
Yeah, absolutely. The sprinkling coming down, the mist, which everyone loves here at Indianapolis, and it's the mist that gets you soaked, but it's not. It's very light.
Oh, what's this that we're seeing?
The jungle.
Quick advert for Formula One. It looked like the international feed was up to something. I was just hovering over to see what it would be, but
I think they were, but then I think Sky cut away.
Yeah, probably because it was coming up in a few moments' time. So weather delayed, and you know, the timing system still haven't launched either. Okay, do you all want some interesting Formula One news coming in? You've all heard the rumours about Christian Horner being fired after the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, correct? It looks like that's a possibility.
I've not heard this, no.
Yeah, Christian Horner apparently is fired from Red Bull after the poor start to the season they've had. And it looks like that is going to be the case, unfortunately. And you know what that would trigger? Max Verstappen's release contract for him to go to Aston Martin, like I've been saying all weekend long.
Now, here's a sneak peek at the new 3-part series that's taking you off the track and into the lives of the world's fastest drivers. 100 Days to Indy.
We don't have the rights to that, unfortunately, so we can't play that. So for the next few minutes, while they have, that's why they went off the air. Should we actually hear from a man who wants to win the Indy 500 for a first time? Because Doug Bowles, the president of Indianapolis Motor Speedway and now of INDYCAR, has been sitting down with the drivers throughout the season, getting ready for May and the Indy 500, and he spoke and sat down with Pato O'Ward.
Race fans, Indianapolis Motor Speedway fans, welcome to 2025 and another series of Doug and Drivers. And I can't wait to get this thing kicked off, and especially because I get to kick it off with Pato who? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I had Pato O'Ward here. Pato, thanks for joining us. I'm going to start right there because I can't leave it alone. I drive every single day to work. I see this big billboard, Pato Who. It was a difficult moment for us in the middle of the summer when all that came out, but somebody's embraced it pretty well. Have you really embraced the whole Pato Who thing?
I have embraced it. I think probably the best anybody has embraced it, right? But you got to see the positives and everything, or you at least try to,
right?
You know, and I feel like the best marketing campaign came out of our CEO, and I'm having fun with it, you know, and that's what it's about, you know, just making noise, and people seem to find it funny and like enjoy it.
It does make me smile, and I think it makes me smile because I know that you've sort of embraced the whole thing and said, let's figure out a way to take something that wasn't maybe positive initially and turn it into something that's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I mean it's definitely turned into something bigger than I thought.
Right. So, you know, Pato Who is a kind of a great foundation. Is that Is that a motivator for you to say, I'm going to tell you who Pato is?
I told my family, I was like, if I ever have a documentary or a movie about me, that's what it's going to be called. It's going to be called Pato Who.
Yeah.
It just came very natural, I would say, at the press conference whenever, those stories came out that morning, and then one in Milwaukee. Yep. And then I was like, this is the perfect time. And it just kind of escalated from there, I would say.
Well, it's been great, and you are, if not the most popular driver in our series, certainly one of them. And I think what makes you so popular is, A, you embrace the challenge of how do we grow our sport. You run up front, which is really important, and people want to know that they've got somebody that has a chance to win. And I think the other thing is the emotion that you share. One of the things that Tony Kanaan did so well to get the fans to embrace him was his emotions were on his sleeve. And you were certainly that way, and there was no better example of that than last year as you rolled in at the end of the Indy 500, and you could just see the frustration, the sadness, the disappointment. Tell me about that moment.
Oh, man. I think about it a lot. I have very memorable moments, good and bad, of all of my Indy 500s. It was definitely a lot of emotions kind of hitting at that moment. But it was just, a can that had been opened of that obviously just keeps getting heavier and heavier and heavier every year when you haven't quite gotten it. And, more times than not, we've been so freaking close multiple times, So I think that's what truly showed just the passion that I have for not only IndyCar racing, but just winning there. And I feel like that place deserves the meaning that it has, and it deserves the emotion that, quite frankly, just kind of happened. Right. When I rolled into the pit box, and it was just like, instantly. It just shows to how much it means to not just me, but I think a lot of people and a lot of different drivers, guys that have won it before. You can see when they describe their Indy 500 wins, like, you can see it's not just an IndyCar win, it's something different. I just wish I can hopefully experience that at least once in my life, because it definitely looks like it's just something that you won't be able to explain unless you've experienced it before.
So when you've had a chance to watch that video, one of the things that I think is pretty powerful, obviously Joseph getting a win back-to-back is a popular champion, but you could hear the crowd cheering when you took the lead. I mean, there was a significant portion of that venue that wanted you to win. Does that give you extra motivation when you know you've got thousands and thousands of people that are so loud, you can hear it over the race cars when you take the lead?
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I heard it in the car. And people are like, there's no way you heard it. I heard it. I heard it because at that point, I know we were kind of crossing the bricks. At that point, you're not kind of like up in the revs in 6th gear. You've got the buzz of the engine, and then you just hear, and I was like, what? Obviously, I wasn't looking around but I heard the volume of something that was in the car just kind of elevate. That was pretty magical, I would say. And I think after finishing the race and all that, seeing how people were so receptive, I would say, to the emotions that I also had, it seemed like a lot of people shared that with me in a way. And that it's something I've never experienced before, ever. Because I feel like it was one of the best races that I've ever done. Definitely my best Indy 500 that I've ever done, just because we were nowhere, man, all day. Like, we were 16th, 14th, 12th. And then I found an opening in just one part of the strategy where we had just a little bit more fuel than cars in front. And it obviously relied a lot on just having confidence in the car to move your way forward as guys started to peel off. And when we made it to the last stint and we were, I think, 4th or 5th in line, at that point I was like, I think we're stuck, because there wasn't another pit stop and it's so hard to pass 4th and 5th in line. But I somehow managed, and when I was trading with Joseph, I was like, it's gonna be him or me. Like, it's one of us. It was the show that I think everybody wanted to see, right? Just especially an amazing race. Yes, and everyone stayed, man. Everyone stayed, and like people brought the energy, and like honestly, it was kind of cool that we kind of ended where it was like evening. Like it was like a perfect storm to a very exciting race. Sadly, I didn't come out winning it, but I know my time will arrive. because it will, the more times you put yourself there to have the opportunity, but I always go back with a big smile on my face, like just being part of the event.
Well, you've definitely become a fan favorite, and it's neat to see. I can't wait to see how the fans embrace you this year, given what happened last year and the way that they just saw that emotion. And your boss, Tony Kanaan, obviously took him 12 plus years to finally win that. So you've got somebody in your camp that can really talk to you about how you get there. But so this will be your 6th 500 that you start. You know, obviously Carlin the first year was a terrible year as Carlin comes and tries to figure that out. The car doesn't make it. But your races, you've got 3 top 5s, 4 top 10s, a couple seconds. I mean, you are on the verge for you to win the Indianapolis 500. Unlike an Alexander Rossi who wins his first time, doesn't know what he's got. I can't imagine the emotion that you would have to win that race now, knowing and having been through the whole gamut of not quite getting there.
I was telling my, because when I got out of the car, I remember my family was there. And when I spoke to them later that night when I was more calm, I did tell them, I said, the day that I win this race is going to be insane. Because I'll be able to experience all of the emotions like to the max. Right. Because it's obviously something that's been so close, and it's just going to be magnified, really. Mm-hmm. I can't wait to talk to you once I've won that race to tell you what it feels like, right. Because it definitely... Yeah, I mean, you think about it. You can't not think about it.
So the other thing that I think is really cool about you is how you have embraced connecting with fans. So no matter where the NTT IndyCar Series goes, you're trying to find a way to get fans engaged. You're picking up tickets for people. You're creating experiences for people. What motivates you to do that?
I feel like when you give somebody an experience that they weren't expecting, that goes a long way. And I feel like that makes just die-hard fans, you know, for you, for your team, for your sport. I think sharing is caring, and in some way that's my way of sharing with, you know, with the fans. So I always allocate a certain budget where I would like to create something for somebody that, you know, maybe they've never had a chance to do that ever in their life before, you know.
What I love is how much you care about the sport, and you're happy to tell us when we could do things better or we're doing things wrong. But what I love about it is you don't just say, hey, this is wrong. You're invested in the sport. You're invested in our fans. You care about our fans. Last question for you, and I haven't seen it yet because we're filming this in January, and this is actually coming out at the beginning of the season. But Fox has stepped up, and the Joseph spot just came through. But I know there's also a spot that might feature you. What was that moment like, being able to produce that spot?
In short, we're badass. I felt like I was Brad Pitt, bro. I mean, they had a freaking motorhome and a chef on set. Like, it was like we were shooting a movie. I mean, first off, they know what they're doing, right, for sure. And I think they have such a clear idea of where they want to take the series in terms of how to deliver. The commercials, the drivers, they're showing us off. Right. And not just showing the series off. And I feel like that is what's going to take the series to an even bigger level. And I think in the next 12 months, IndyCar will be hitting milestones that I don't think they were expecting to, because of how well they're knowing how to market this. Because, man, in this day and age, everything is online.
Right.
Everything. You know how to market it, you're going to...
Yep. Well, we got great marketable people in you and Alex.
We try, man. We try. We try.
So, yeah, it's Pato who, but we know who Pato is, and he could be on the Borg Warner Trophy. I know at some point in time he will be, but he could be this year for the 109th running of the Indy 500 presented by Gamebridge. Pato O'Ward, thank you for being here. It's so much fun to have you. I can't wait to hear our fans cheer the moment you walk out, the first day of practice, and certainly on race day. Thanks for loving the sport like you do.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
Thanks to Doug and to Pato there as well. And JT, Pato O'Ward really is somebody who needs to win a 500. He's been so close, and the misery's been there. And I know Omi's got this thing that if any of the McLarens win, I have to do a backflip. And believe me, the trampoline park has been booked for me to do so and for it to be filmed and put into a feature as well. But what do you think, JT? Could Pato actually win this one? I'm hoping he's in. He's not just walked away. Hello.
I don't know. I might have just walked away.
Oh, very nice.
I might have not just walked away, or I might have been here and I couldn't find the unmute button.
I take it couldn't find the mute button. Yeah, it's one of
No
those
comment.
days.
Right.
Could O'Ward win
Pato
this year?
O'Ward.
Yeah.
I think he can do it. It's just when he does it.
Yeah. He hasn't really looked there this year. None of the McLarens have. But
multiple things need to line up for him to do it.
And they could line up here because it's not about the first 150 laps. It's all about the last 50 laps you have here at the Brickyard, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Well, at the moment, we're still in a rain delay as they continue to try and dry this circuit, but Jamie Little's been taking a look around the museum, so let's join that conversation halfway through.
Thank you so much.
Okay, at the end of the conversation, we joined way too late.
Each day on the air, we have so much coverage to bring you guys. We're going to be going through each different era and showing you different race cars from the past, different names. I'm going to take a walk, guys. I might be off headset for a little bit.
Love that, Jamie. Love that.
As you should be. I got to be honest, though. Jason's got a pretty sweet gig. How about that? Vice President of Curation for the IMS Museum. That's a cool gig.
I love my history. I would love that. She mentioned Eddie Rickenbacker. Eddie, of course, was a racer, and as she said, but became a flying ace in the First World War. Was actually the most decorated flying ace of the First World War, and a Medal of Honor recipient. Then became owner of the circuit and is responsible for building the golf course. That's down to him.
Pretty cool. Now, looking at that number 10 and thinking about riding mechanics, James, question for you. Of the current 34 drivers entered for this year's 500, if you had to choose one to be your riding mechanic in that era, who'd you pick?
Probably Rossi.
Really?
Yeah, he's good at getting his hands dirty. He's good at thinking on his feet. He was on Amazing Race, right? He knows how to think on his feet and solve problems.
He's a pilot. Like Rickenbacker was. Yeah. For me, I'd take Santino Ferrucci simply because of the way he described the bumping process earlier to keep the engine warm, the temperatures he knows.
Of course he takes Ferrucci.
Works on engines in his spare time and knows these things inside and out.
You talk about ride-on mechanics. That's the.
And he's light, by the way. Ferrucci, way less, way lighter than Alexander Rossi. I'd win going away.
So that's the Duesenberg, right?
By the way, I just want to clarify, the only reason, and JT can back me up on this, the only reason that Townsend Bell goes on so much about Santino Ferrucci is because it winds the hell out of James Hinchcliffe. And, of course, that was just literally them bantering with each other. He does it deliberately, doesn't he, JT?
No comment.
Later, his nephew won the race, Peter De Paolo, and he was his ride-on mechanic in 1920 and 21. And I think, I'm not sure, but I think he's one of, if not the only ride-on mechanic to later win as a driver.
Talk about how beat up you would have been back in the day. Think about it. All bricks, super bumpy. And as you take a look here, leaf spring suspension, absolutely no dampers to cushion the blow, solid front axle across. What would you feel like at the end of 500 miles as either a driver or a mechanic? Shattered.
Hurt.
I'd feel like a glass of champagne. That's
or
what
milk.
I would feel like.
Yeah.
Or
well,
milk.
Not milk until 36.
Not until 36.
So question for you on the De Palma thing. If Scott McLaughlin wins the Indy 500, will he be noted as a New Zealand winner or an American winner?
I guess it depends what's on his entry.
We'll have to ask
What's
him.
on his entry list?
We'll have to ask him. He was watching earlier. He might be dressed and preparing for some action on the racetrack because it is getting drier and drier. Don't see any rain out of the booth, but it is a big facility. It could be raining in 3 and we wouldn't know it.
There's an irony. We see all these ride-on mechanics. Of course, Ray Haroon won the first race in 1911 in the Marmon Wasp. Didn't have a ride-on mechanic. So the first ever winner of the 500 didn't have a ride-on mechanic. But it was kind of the thing back in the early days of motor racing was to have that ride-on mechanic.
Hope you're not changing pistons during the race.
Goodness.
That's probably not a good one. I did get an update from McLaughlin, who is still watching, New Zealander. That's how he would be noted as a winner of the 500.
Okay. Lovely stuff. I have to get to the museum. I still haven't been. I'm really looking forward to going.
Even period correct coffee. I wonder if there's still grinds inside. Pretty cool.
Go and try some.
Oh, really? My goodness me. Well, there's a live view of the circuit then. It's drying out. They've done an amazing job with the jet dryers. It doesn't look like it's raining. That's a good sign. We might be able to get some action soon. They're drying out the pit lane. JT, we might be 45 minutes away from some green flag action.
Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see what the weather does.
Then again, can you just see the top of the exit of turn 3? There's still a puddle there. Just a slight at the top of turn 3. Exit of 4, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's still a few bits that need to be done, but there's no jet dryers that's come around the circuit as far as I can see. And we've been on this image for just a little bit. It's coming up to the back. So that's a positive, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Well, we might actually get this one started ASAP. We are an hour and 46 minutes in. And so far, we've yet to actually see a wheel turn. Yeah, so there's no actual things out there, JT. Now look at the Chevrolet Course Crews. They're having a look at the entry to turn 1 of the water. You can see the pit apron there as well. They've put down some protective stuff. They've brought up the cone. So, yeah, looking like we could be on for a winner here.
Here come all the dryers.
Yeah. Let's go down to Fox again. Oh no, they're just practicing a graphic, okay. Yeah, here they come out at the last corner. Now, they're not trying the track out, they're staying on one line, JT. That's a surprise.
I mean, yeah, that is how they dry the track out.
One line at a time?
If they're focusing on a little bit, then yes.
You can see that little bit as well on the start line. Just get in line, get in focus, and see if we can get this place readied up to go. I'm seeing more people down in the pit lane, though, starting to come onto the pit wall. That's a good sign.
And we are back to the
Back to Fox.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Still waiting for the weather to clear to allow us to head out on track. Guys, obviously we don't run here in the wet. It seems like an obvious question to ask, but why don't we run here in the wet?
That's a great question, actually, because we do attempt to run in the wet, and under certain amounts of rain, you can do it on road and street courses. The biggest thing is the visibility, right? When you run in the wet, it kicks up a tremendous amount of spray. At these speeds, it could be quite dangerous. And then also just the grip level at these speeds in a track like this with no runoff, no room for error. In fact, there's a lot of reasons why you don't do it.
And of course,
a rain tire would probably be hard to build to sustain the loads.
I would also say the rate of deceleration when you're crashing in the wet is another reason why not, if you think of all the grip that's available. But you spin at, you know, call it 210, you'd probably be going maybe more, 220 on the straightaways entering the corner. And even if the corner speeds were down at 160, if you lose it, you are going to go a long ways and potentially have some really unfortunate impact angles.
And of course, one of the things that we haven't, been able to discuss yet, because we haven't seen cars out on track, is just how different the cars will look for the next 2 weeks compared to what we've been used to over the opening 5 races of the season. Gone are the big wings, replaced by
little bitty wings,
as Townsend put it.
Little bitty wings. I mean, the rear wing on this thing these days is
minute,
shockingly small.
It's barely there.
Right, with that, we're going to disappear for a little while and give you some race action. The 2025 Soncio Grand Prix from here in Indianapolis just a few days ago. We'll be back. You will not miss any running, though, as soon as we're back out on track. We'll see you soon.
Okay, so they're going to go and play the Soncio Grand Prix as we're in a weather delay here for the Indianapolis 500. And JT, I think Sky... Say again, sorry?
Best I better load up the simulator then.
Well, that means that we are, so far, showing the circuit because they're going to stick with it here. I thought, oh, how many interviews we're going to get? It is brightening up a bit. There's not a lot of clouds around the circuit. I reckon we'll be go soon. Well, they're trying to dry out the pit lane now, so they've gone through the pit lane a couple of times. Make sure that's okay on the entry. Okay, well, while we prepare for the eventual start of this 500, let's have another interview. Scott McLaughlin sat down with Doug just before the start of the season, and let's see what he had to say.
Well, welcome back to Doug and Drivers. I'm pretty excited about this conversation because I really haven't had a lot of time to talk to Scott McLaughlin about last year, and so many epic things happened to this amazingly talented driver last year. Scott, I'm going to start right with the thing that's most important. You win the pole at the Indianapolis 500 in the fastest pole qualifying speed in history. Did you have any idea going into the month of May that that could be you?
Well, like my teammate Will was pretty confident, and I was a little nervous of that, but I for sure felt like, you know, we had a better chance, but you just don't know until you drop on the track. And the first practice day, I put up a pretty big time in the tow, mind you, and I was like, oh, it could be pretty good. And then, yeah, it so happened, you know, we got into the Fast 12, first time in the Fast 12 at the Speedway, and then to get in the Fast 6 was really cool as well. And it's just a full credit to the team. Like they did an unreal job over the off season to give us the tools that we needed, and then to lock out the front row was a dream come true for the captain, and something that was really special to be a part of. But I'll never forget that first lap. You know, the time came on the dash, and I'm like, oh, just don't drop it. So that was the biggest thing.
So you qualify on Saturday to get in the Fast 12, and then once you're in the Fast 12, you got to get in the Fast 6. Does the pressure mount each time you go back out?
That's a good question. I feel like it does mount for sure, but the process doesn't really change too much, and you just get so used to the process. From when you start on Fast Friday with the extra boost, you really do the same run as many times as you can within reason, and you know, you just have that same process. You might change a couple of little different things, but you know, thankfully the car felt pretty good, and I was able to nail a decent lap. But I thought our biggest run of that day or that weekend was our Fast 12 run. The ability for me to be last out in the Fast 6 and have the best probably track temps, run after my teammates and have an idea of what the track's like for balance, and ultimately that worked out.
So how precise are each of those laps in terms of your turn-in and your apex and your exit points?
It's like no other. Like honestly, the 4 laps of, it's a lot of fun, but it also feels completely insane. And the hard thing with the Fast 6 that I found out during the session was the way that the grandstand at turn 1 especially covers turn 1 or half of turn 1. So you turn in there and the track's a little bit cool in one area, and then the exit of the corner is hotter and looser. So the car, you had to really balance, you know, for each end of that corner specifically, and then you're thinking of the track the whole way around. I learned a lot from Rick Mears, Simon Pagenaud, the people that have taken me under their wing for many years, and that was all for them.
So do you remember the first interaction with Roger after getting that pole?
Yeah, it was. I just said to him, "Now we go to Sunday." He was pumped. I think he was pumped, just the top 3 in the front row. But yeah, I always say to everyone, I've said it to everyone, the whole content day. It's, you know, for me, it's I picked the wrong Sunday. I've got to peak at the right Sunday. So if I have to be third, look, pole's a great thing. I love being on pole, but I just want to be good on the next Sunday.
So you're on pole. It's race day. It rains.
Oh,
what'd you do during the delay?
I played cards. I played PlayStation. I was in my bus. The weather was terrible, so like I had about, you know, a bunch of people in there with me hanging out, but I had my own spot as well. But it was a fun way to get going. But I woke up in the morning. I looked at my wife. I said, I'm going to be waiting all day to start this race, and I couldn't imagine what you were going through. But what was really special to me was I thought, oh man, I'm going to get my first pole in Indy, and I'm going to roll out of turn 2, and I'm not going to see many people, and like it's just going to be different, right? I rolled out there, and it didn't look any different to what it would have looked at 12 o'clock,
right?
You know, and that's what special. Like people left the facility, like left.
They had to.
Yeah, they had to,
yeah.
and they come back.
Yep.
And that's what's magical about this place is the people, is the fans. And I'm not just saying that because I'm on camera. I genuinely. I said to my family after it, what was so cool was the warm-up lap, and seeing like the people come back and support us.
I've said this to a few other drivers. It's my favorite moment. I get a chance to drive one of those event cars at the start, right? So the first 2 laps, I'm out and I'm actually in the first one. And when I come around turn 2, every year, and you look to the left, because there's no grandstands on the right down the backstretch, but the spectator mound for the first time all month is just
Chockers.
packed.
Yep.
And I thought the same thing, right? You get in there, and it's going to be, this is going to be a bummer, and they're going to be big. And it was like, oh my gosh. Everybody came
I couldn't
back.
believe it. That was always for me is turn 2, is seeing like the people and the colour.
Yeah.
Because you got the grey bleachers all week or all month, and it was awesome and something I'll never forget.
So coming out of turn 4, coming to the green flag, what goes through your head? Do you think differently? Because you're in control, and it's you got to decide when we're going.
Yeah, and you don't really practice the start,
right?
Compared to any other racetrack. I'm going early, and if they penalise me or they call the start off, they will, but they won't because we've got to go. So I just went, but I thought about that start for a week. Yeah, I was very nervous, but ultimately worked out all right.
So, that's a super cool moment, but another cool moment happens later in the year. You officially, in your words, became an IndyCar driver.
Yeah.
Because you won on an oval.
Yeah.
How important was that for you to get that oval win?
Oh, huge. I've been close, but I was close in Texas when I didn't really know how to drive an oval, and I feel like I've worked really hard on my craft to be better and understand it. Restarts, starts, pit stops, all that stuff. And that was a really special moment, regardless, and then to back it up at Milwaukee and do it again, I really feel like, I got a really good understanding of the racetracks, the ovals, and what the car feels like and what I want from it. It takes time, and I know there's a lot of rookies in this field that are coming in, and you think you're on top of things, but then something will get thrown at you during the race, and it's just hard to combat that without experience. And that's why guys like Will Power, Joseph Newgarden, and Scott Dixon, all these guys are super good on ovals. And you see someone like an Alex Polo that's like, he's very good on an oval, but hasn't won because you're just trying to find that last little bit, and you need everything going 245 mile an hour.
So do those oval wins help you, give you more confidence? How does that set you up for May this year?
I think, just a lot more confident. I know I can do it, and that's a really special thing. And you knew you could do it beforehand, but I think just having the solidification that, all right, we've won on an oval, that monkey's off my back. Forever I thought maybe Indy might be my first oval win, and then I won on an oval, so I'm all right, that's out of the way. It's time to win Indy, and I'm super, super motivated, and that's the one I want to win out of everything.
Most important thing that happened to you in the off season? I know the answer.
Yeah, one. Had a baby girl. So my wife. October 10, never forget it. Yeah, beautiful baby girl, Lucy. So I've treasured being at home the last 3 months. My life's going to get pretty hectic here in the next little bit, especially the start of the season. But she'll be at St. Pete hopefully, but it's been awesome.
Yeah, I think I saw somewhere you talking about how that you couldn't have picked the timing any better just because you've been able to spend time.
Yeah, and look, it was. That wasn't planned. It was just how it happened. And I'm super just grateful of that time. And I think I will be forever, just to have those 3 months, first child with my wife just at home. And it was nice. And it actually I feel like refreshed because I'm coming into here. I'm excited for content day. I'm excited for photos. I'm excited to get back to the racetrack. And it's nice. You're not spent before it even starts.
There you have it, folks. Scott McLaughlin, one of the most competitive guys on the NTT IndyCar circuit, pole sitter in last year's Indianapolis 500. There's one other thing he wants, and that's to be in Victory Lane on May 25th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
It's possible. It is for Scott McLaughlin after victories last season. He's looking very strong. And but Penske, they've been up and down so far the start of this season, haven't they? And that was, of course, recorded pre the start of the season. Okay, let's turn our attention now to a driver who seems to start the month of May okay, and then it all goes dramatically wrong constantly. Colton Herta has no luck with this place, and, let's hope it can change around something for him coming soon. I mean, he's crashed out, he's wrecked, he's finished in low positions. Let's get on to Doug.
All right, Indianapolis Motor Speedway fans and NTT IndyCar Series fans, we just wrapped up the St. Petersburg race. Although we're taping this in January, so we don't know who won, but it could have been this guy, Colton Herta, one of our favorite IndyCar drivers who's got, we were just talking a minute ago, almost 10 wins in the IndyCar Series. He's becoming a veteran now, which is hard to believe, still as young as you are. Last year, let's just start with the high point of last year, Nashville. Going back to the Super Speedway, first time we've been back there in a long time, and you seem to like that place.
Yeah, I mean, first oval win for me. It's been a long time coming. I've had so much success in kind of road and street courses, and we've been so close so many times in ovals that it didn't really come as a shock, but it's so nice to finally get that weight off the shoulders and finally get a win there.
I think you said something like along the lines of this makes you a true IndyCar driver when you actually win on an oval, and just to see the excitement that you had to pick that up, and I know for the team to end the season that way, does that give you momentum rolling into 2025?
100%, as far as I'm concerned. You know, I think it gets all the guys excited going into the off season, which you need that because it's such a long off season for IndyCar that it can get a little bit dull, and especially in Indianapolis, the guys are arriving at work and it's dark, and they're leaving and it's dark, and so it's a tough job, and so to have that kind of confidence of seeing what we're working for, and they still have the Nashville trophy right there in the car bay, so they know what we're working for, and they know what the standard is. That's the standard now, so we have to go into 2025 with that.
Is there anything on an oval like Nashville that translates to an oval like the Speedway?
Minor things driving-wise. There are some things setup-wise that, yes, but minor things driving-wise, how you race in the pack and whatnot can be similar. When there's a two-lane track like Nashville early on in the stints, you kind of throw everything out of the bag. It's very different. But as you get runs going and later in the race when it's only one lane, it does race a lot like Indy, where you really have to time the exits and get on the throttle early, so that you have the opportunity to make the pass later down the straight.
So do you have a favorite of the three disciplines that we do in the IndyCar series?
Yes, I love the road and street courses. I think I mean, I love all of them. Road and street courses are kind of like my bread and butter. That's what I grew up doing. I grew up racing go-karts and on road courses. And so it's kind of what my background is. You know, a lot of guys, at least in the 90s and early 2000s, grew up racing quarter midgets or dirt stuff, and that's kind of the way to IndyCar, and it's changed now. So for me, that's kind of my bread and butter a little bit more.
So do you feel like when you are trained sort of on the road courses and even the street circuits, do you have more room to improve in your oval craft, or is it?
100%. Yes. Yeah. You start at such a low level in the junior series, and even in the junior series, right? It's only two at most, maybe. Yeah, two at most ovals that you're racing a year, versus 10 road and street courses, maybe more. And so it's not at that bad of a ratio in IndyCar. It's pretty close to even. But you know, when you're growing up, you're still, even in the IndyCar ladder system, you're not doing many ovals unless you come from a stock car background.
Right. I've heard drivers say in the past that even Indianapolis, while it's a rectangle with sort of softened off corners, and we call it an oval, that has a little bit of a feel of a road course or a street circuit, those corners, and the importance of just getting your entry exactly right in your apex. And it's interesting, it seems like people can adapt pretty quickly to the Speedway even with no real oval experience.
Yes, I think the thing that's different from that to a road course, though, is just the precision is times 1,000 that you need at IndyCar, or at Indy, sorry, in an IndyCar. But if you turn in just that little bit too late and whatnot, you're never going to make it down to the apex. On a road course, you can just slow down more and you'll make it down there. But at Indy, you're so light on downforce, the conditions are so hard to master, and the track's just plain hard to drive. Even though it can somewhat look easy from our perspective, you know, it's extremely hard, and we're always on our toes there.
Well, you're covering the football field in less than a second. I mean, it's the speed's there for sure. So speaking of just things happening in the off season and the momentum, you made a change personally, and you moved out of this cold weather, and you're down south. How's that been going?
It's nice. It's nice in the off season. It's nice, especially for training. Don't have to train indoors year round. I can go for a run, get on the bike, you know, do what I have to do, play golf. So it is nice. Obviously, this is really a second home for me, because during the season I'm basically here the whole time anyways. And so it's a second home for me for sure. And I always love Indianapolis. I love the summers here. The winters not so much, but I love the summers. I hope it never goes to Central Time again, because I love it being so light for so late. And yeah, it's just it's a great state.
So Las Vegas, I mean, when people think of Las Vegas, they think of the gambling and they think of all the strip and all of that. But one of the things I love about Vegas is the opportunity to do things outside. So are you a road bike or a mountain bike guy?
Road bike. Okay. Although the mountain biking is huge out there, but there's so much to do out there. And I think a lot of people only see a very small part of it, but the suburbs it's just like anywhere else. It's just like Los Angeles or Phoenix or anywhere around there in the Southern California or Southern region. I've loved it. I've only been out there for 2 months, but I love it so far.
Gaming in the off season. What's your game of choice lately?
Play a game called League of Legends. Yep. It's been the same forever. It is a pretty nerdy game, but I love it.
And you've always been a gamer?
Always, yeah.
Do you do much on the simulator?
No, I hate the simulator. I'm not a fan of the simulator. It kind of ruined me through COVID because we were on TV and it was so serious. And I mean, it was literally like 10 hours a day of iRacing just so we could do well. And I was already so bad. Like, I would put 10 hours in and I'd still finish like 18th out of the 20 guys that did it. And so I just basically threw my simulator away after COVID, and I haven't touched it since.
So now when you go to the actual sim, do you find that valuable, or is that still also
Yes.
a little bit difficult?
It's so different. You know, there is parts that are difficult, that are hard to understand and different to the real car, but there are also some parts that are huge for us, you know, that we can find on setup or driving wise and break points and whatnot. I especially like it when we went to like Nashville for the first time, back when we were at the street course, just understanding the lines and stuff, and it was so big for me. I mean, I did that sim day on the Wednesday before, and I was 7/10 faster than P2 in first practice, so that was like a huge thing for me. It was like, this works for me, and this is how I want to use it, and then the team shows me how they want to use it, and so we kind of figure out a good system in there.
Yeah, because I know that's super important with the limited testing, and getting in the actual sim is a big deal for folks. I'll ask you one more question. It's a little tougher. Indy last year.
Yes.
Did you think the car hit the wall? I know you got out.
No, I knew what happened. I think people don't understand the rule in IndyCar, which is it doesn't matter how hard you hit a wall, even if you brush a wall and you come to a stop, you have to go to the medical center on any oval. You don't have to in road courses, but you have to in any oval. So that was the reason. Even if I stayed in, they wouldn't have restarted the car for me. They would have told me you have to go to the medical center.
Frustrating moment for you when you're just inches away from being a Danny Sullivan sort of spin and win type moment, right?
So close. It was so close. I thought I had it for a second, and you know, if that rule wasn't in place, which it's in place for the right reason, it doesn't matter what the crash looks like. You can still get concussed or knocked out if you hit your head the wrong way. So, but you know, so close to being able to still pull away and keep going, because that car was so fast, man. It was so annoying to not be able to win that race.
Well, you've been fast at the Speedway sort of your whole career. You've had up and down times at the Speedway, hadn't always been the kindest to you. How important would it be to see your face on the Borg-Warner Trophy for your career?
So much. You know, that's why I got into the sport. I loved watching the Indy 500. Well, there are two things. I love watching Indy cars at Long Beach, and I loved watching Indy cars around the Speedway. And it doesn't owe me anything. I don't expect the track to do me any favors like that, but I would like a little bit of luck one year, maybe a little bit, and in a really good race car, which I've had a lot, and for me to be on point with my driving. But as you know, it takes everything. You need a perfect day there. There's so many things that can go wrong in 500 miles, even though it's a sprint race now and everything's competitive and you have to be passing guys all the time. It's still so hard to win.
Well, there you have it, folks. He's still one of the young guys, but believe it or not, I think this is number 7.
Seventh year, yeah.
7 Indianapolis 500s for this guy, so he is truly a veteran. And I know our fans will go pretty crazy if driving in that Andretti Autosport car, you see Colton Herta pick up a win in the 109th running of the Indy 500 presented by Gamebridge. See you soon.
We are around about 14 minutes away from the green flag going out and the session trying to start. That is the estimated start time. So while we prepare for that, let's head down again to Doug, who's talking with Graham Rahal, another man who's had mixed weather here.
Fans, back for another episode of Doug and Drivers, and today we get a chance to talk with one of our most popular drivers at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, second-generation driver who loves the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Indianapolis 500 just like we love it. Graham Rahal. Graham, thank you for joining us. I was thinking, I think this is like your 18th Indianapolis 500 this year. You're closing in on 20, and there are very few drivers that have been over 20, but that really says something about your passion.
How many right now?
I think we're less than 10. It's a really small number of drivers that have run 20+ Indianapolis 500s. It is an exclusive club. 18 is getting pretty exclusive, but it really tells us how much you love, in particular, that race.
Well, even after I'm done, I think, full time, I think Indy's an anomaly that you still try to come back and chase the dream. I don't know how many more full-time seasons are necessarily in me. So, even as you look at that and you look at Elio, right? I mean, he's still going to continue to carry on. I think Indy's kind of unique in that way. But no, I mean, it's eluded me. I've come close. We've talked about it numerous times. I hate the flashbacks that come back from a couple of years ago. But I've also been at the bottom of the sheets like the last couple of years where we seemingly couldn't get out of our own way. Now, actually, last year we had a really good race going. Had I not had I think finished 15th, but had I not had the pit speed limit penalty at the very, very last stop, I think we're on for a top 5. And when you start dead last, it's pretty darn good. But I love it. Our family loves it. The pageantry of the 500, the history, the traditions. There's not, there's flat out, there's nothing like it. Not just in racing, but in sport. And I feel like, it's exciting to be back. For yet another go-around, hopefully it'll be better than the most recent ones.
Well, certainly 2023 was a challenging year. 2024, I was going to ask you, was better, and you talked about moving up to 15th from last, and you did have a relatively competitive car. But you're still running the full season, and you are the leader of a team that's got 2 teammates, including a rookie. Does that, when you're in the moment at the NTT IndyCar Series, how much are you focused on Graham Rahal on the track, and then how much do you also have to help on kind of mentoring 2 other drivers?
Well, it depends on how close to me in speed they are. If they're close, not going to tell them anything. No, Dev, obviously I've known Dev for a long time, but he's such a great kid. Yep. I think often misunderstood too. People have this perception of Devlin that's really actually quite wrong about who he is and things. And I'm excited to help him take the next level in his career. He's shown in IndyCar when he was with Andretti that he has speed. On race days sometimes, the consistency, the tire wear, things like that were his challenge. What I've been most impressed about him already is he came to me with a list of things from the very beginning. He said, I want your help, and I want to learn from you, these 10 things. Now, Louis, Louis obviously come out of Indy Lights. You win the championship. You dominate, that category. Louis hasn't asked much. He hasn't said much yet. I'm sure that he will with time. But that's where your career kind of changes, right? There gets to a point that your main focus is you, but now you want to try to help the next generation of guys, and that's kind of where I'm at a little bit too.
Well, you think about that. You bring Louis Foster in. He is new, did dominate. Probably doesn't know what questions to ask, right? Because he hadn't really had the seat time to really understand the difference in those cars.
It's quite different, for sure.
So that's going to be a challenge, but certainly having you there. And I think your comments on Devlin are really spot on. I mean, having somebody that Devlin can ask questions and somebody can be honest with him, say, hey, you need to fix this. Here are the things to make you better, gives him an opportunity.
Try as best we can. I've been really impressed with his, not only his work ethic, but he's come in ready to clearly improve himself. He's come in with the mindset, at least, towards me. And I feel like everybody at our team, that he wants to prove that he belongs. He's a man of high character. His family is. And I believe Devlin's going to take the next step in his career. And a lot of that comes down, to a team that believes in him, and a team that's going to help push him and be faithful and so on and so forth. And I feel like we can do that well for him.
That's fantastic. One of the things I've loved about watching you over the last few years is your off-track investment in military, investment in the foundation you have. You've got Riding with Rahal this year. Talk a little bit about how important it is for you off-track to give back to some of the things that you've been able to get in your racing career.
Yeah, we work really hard, I think, at our foundation to try to do these things. And Brittany, who really runs all of my stuff, as well as Kim and Jeremy at United Rentals, and Tom and Kevin, everybody that was involved in this Riding with Rahal concept. We thought it would be a fun thing for people to be able to be on the car, to get their name. Donation is $50 and up, I believe. We've had some big donations, which has been amazing. But it gives you an opportunity to be present on the car and be kind of part of the mission that we're trying. And, really for us, what it's all about is that we've just had a lot of people that go, I want to support and I want to be a part of this, but you can't afford the golf tournament, or I can't afford Vino for Vets, which we get. We understand that. And so every single penny that is donated to Riding with Rahal goes on the, right to the military. Every single cent. And so we have been so blessed too to have United Rentals, who their mission statement through and through is to give back. They take it serious to a level that I've never seen before in a partner. And so, we're very fortunate to have them.
So you have an opportunity, because I think we're taping this in January. I think this is going to run sometime in March, really through the 1st of April, early April. You have a chance to be part of Riding with Rahal. Check it out. Help Graham do a great thing. That's one thing I love about the NTT IndyCar Series drivers, and nobody's better at it than Graham Rahal at giving back. Speaking of off track, Rivet is an amazing coffee joint at your place. Yeah. I've been there several times. It's a lot of fun. The whole campus there, from the race shop to all of your car shop to the club. Talk about how busy you've been getting that going, and how much coffee do you drink a day?
I drink a lot of coffee. That's why, when we built the building, it was like, okay, what's one thing that we need in here? We have got to have a coffee shop. And Allie and Chris and everybody at Rivet, obviously Westfield was their first store. I remember about 3 or 4 years ago, I said to her, I wanted it to be a local company. And I said to Allie, she had no clue I was at the time, I said, hey, what do you think? I'm going to do this in Zionsville. You think you want to open another location? She kind of looked at me funny. And then all of a sudden it clicked. And a couple times later, she came back and she was like, hey, hold on a second. I think I want to talk to you about something. So we're very proud to have them with us. They've been a big support of the foundation as well. They're going to continue to be a part of it. Great coffee shop, great place to get breakfast, lunch, chicken bacon Caesar. Got to try it. Addicting salad for lunch. But obviously with the Ducati dealership, Piaggio, which has got Vespa, Moto Guzzi, Aprilia Piaggio scooters and all that stuff, we tried to build a campus that whether you're there to just browse, whether you're there to buy, whether you're there to have fun, grab a coffee, get a steak here soon, come to the members lounge, the social club, all of those things. We just tried to build a campus that's focused on that. And we're going to have a museum in there too. Not like your museum or the one at the Speedway, but a small one just that can have a few cars. And I hope to work with you guys and others to be able to rotate some new attractions. So if you go to the steakhouse, you get to see some cool things. So it's a unique place. I think it's the best place in the country, not because I own it, it's because we tried to make a culmination of all the different places we've been. But now it's time to lock back in on racing and make sure we have a successful year.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Graham Rahal, we love him as the race car driver he is, but there's so many facets to this guy, and he gives back to the community. And if you haven't checked out Rivet and the whole campus up there, just off 106th Street in Michigan on the north side of Indianapolis, great place to go. Beth and I went there for our anniversary, and we did eat the food. The food is fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, our favorite, Graham Rahal. We'll see if he can put a Rahal face again on the Borg-Warner Trophy in 2025.
Thanks, Doug. Okay, JT, good news is we have got a start time, which is in 4 minutes' time. Do you actually think it's going to happen, or is this just a hopefulness that we're going to go green?
I hope it happens, but I've just found out that they've added a new viewing bank at Thruxton, and oh my god, it's a good one.
And guess where I'm going at Andover in a month's time?
Let me send you photos of it.
Well, this is going to be fun. So we are going to restart this session in a few moments' time for coming up. That is the estimated green flag time. Let's have a look at this. Oh my, okay. Well, that's going to be a lot of fun for the banking and viewing images.
Yeah, but look where it's located.
Is that coming out of Goodwood?
I've sent you the photo of where it's located.
Oh, it's the last corners.
It's by the chicane, but it's running up the hill but there's
no
is that
church?
In there.
Okay, well, JT knows where I'm going to be most of the sessions next year coming in. Okay, so
look at this for a view. I'm sending it now.
You could just pop it onto the screen so that everybody else could see as well.
There you go. Look at that for a view of the final chicane.
Yeah, that's going to be nice actually. We can also see the start line. New thumbnails as well, I suppose, coming for Thruxton that we need. So we are a few moments away. There's no rain on the radar. The only thing that we've got problems is these pop-up showers, JT, that's coming in.
Yeah, pop-up drizzle is around there, is the Speedway. And, well, let's play through... Yeah, they're just there, you can tell that they're there.
If it hits, are we in trouble?
Depends how heavy it is and how a long day happen. Okay, so formal schedule update. We'll run from 2:20 until 6 p.m. or storms, whichever comes first.
Right.
Tomorrow starts at 10 a.m. with TK's refresher program until noon or when he finishes. Noon to 6 p.m. full field practice, weather permitting. 6 to 6:15 p.m. out and in pit stop practice.
Excellent. So that is your update that we have at the moment coming through. Here we are about 90 seconds away from the hopeful start of the session. However, JT, none of our systems have booted up yet, have they?
Let me refresh. No, they haven't.
No, so nothing there, despite the hopeful start time that we were given.
Think Fox would be back on by now, but then again, Sky Sports have gone away from Fox's coverage, so we don't know if.
Yeah, we don't know who's coming first. I mean, come on, Sky. So yeah, 10 a.m. So we'll be on air tomorrow. That's at 3 p.m. British Summer Time, 10 a.m. Eastern. We'll be on air, bringing you Tony Kanaan's refresher session as well. Might hand that down to the world feed, that one, and we'll be back as well for 5 to 11 for the all-car session as well. 15 minutes dedicated pit stop, which we will also cover. Well, it is a minute to go, JT, and no sign of anything launching on the systems for the start of the session, and usually there is by now, so I doubt that we're ready to go just yet. It's probably going to be a further delay of some kind.
Yeah, we'll see.
This is where we have to fill, because we don't know. We've got to have to wait to see exactly when this start time is. I don't think it started raining again. I'm looking at all the social media posts and updates that we have. We should be green soon. Yeah, we'll find out, shall we, in about 5 seconds' time. 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Are we green? I don't know, but I think we're about to find out because Sky have gone taking an ad break at the perfect time. So let's find out if we are restarted or not. We are not. We are not go yet, JT. And it's raining again. It's getting some drops on the backstretch, nothing on the radar. So we are still in a rain delay. This is going to happen all the day, isn't it? Apparently it's missed. That means two things. Okay, so still in a delay and no sign of the track action starting. Well, while we wait and we'll get the information updated to you, let's have a word with Will Power, who is coming in as well, trying to claim his second Indy 500 victory. He's talking down with Doug Bowles.
Well, Indianapolis Motor Speedway fans, the NTT IndyCar Series is underway, but we are getting ready to have the 100.
I'm going to interrupt that and go down to Fox.
Back to Indianapolis 500 practice with me, Will Bugs, and Townsend Bell, and James Hinchcliffe. Guys, we may actually see some action.
It certainly looks like a window has magically popped up here at IMS for opening day. And sunny skies right now on pit lane as seemingly the entire field of 34 cars has rolled out finally to try to take advantage of these conditions. And James, for a lot of these drivers like this guy, Elio Castroneves, this could be an important couple of hours of running. He's trying to play catch up, not racing full time, and certainly got a chance at the open test. And so many old friends for this guy at Team Penske as he makes his way to his car on pit lane.
Yeah, great to see that camaraderie still there. I mean, he drove for Roger for so long, had so much success together. 3 of the 4 Indy 500 wins came in a Team Penske machine. Never managed a championship, but was close. I think he was second 4 separate occasions. So a tremendous career that he had with the captain, now driving, of course, for Meyershank Racing, of which he's also a minority owner in the team. But yeah, I mean, you're right, T-Bell. Catch up in a certain extent, but he's had as many laps around here this year because that open test as everyone else. So he's on a level playing field from a time on an oval and time at the speedway standpoint.
But think about how much information Elio Castroneves would have had after the open test, not only with his two teammates, with Rosenquist and Armstrong, but this guy specifically, Alex Polo, Scott Dixon, Kiffin Simpson at Chip Ganassi Racing. That is a lot of information to mine through and study and look to optimize, because one thing Elio Castroneves has never done at Indianapolis for the 500 is race a hybrid. As you look at the sensation.
JT says it's an update. Did you want to talk a bit now while we got it?
Can do. Race Control have said, once again, everybody, it's in the air. It's not so much on the racetrack, but it's in the air at this point. We're just going to wait until we're completely comfortable here, and we'll let you go.
Okay, so we're still in a delay. Let's just wait until we go.
Close to being the first driver in history to win that fabled 5th 500. And, I mean, he's not giving up. 50 years young. He's back at it again. Won it as recently as 2021. No reason to think he can't be a contender this year.
He will keep coming here and trying until nobody asks him to do it anymore. I just can't imagine a day where Elio Castroneves and, frankly, Tony Kanaan aren't jumping at the chance to get in an IndyCar and chase the biggest prize in racing.
And fitting that they're both now in team leadership positions where they can maybe elect who gets to go in that extra car. Funny how that works.
Did you say 50 years young? The oldest winner in history was Alonso back in 1987. At the age of 47 years, 360 days. Elio turned 50 just a few days ago. Georgia is down on pit lane.
I am down on pit lane, and the good news, it's sunny. The best news, cars are on pit lane. You see two-time Indianapolis 500 champion Joseph Newgarden. He's about to hop in the Team Penske #2. It is a beautiful day now, and I can say that with confidence because the sun is shining, and it looks how it should on a practice day for Indianapolis 500. So drivers getting ready, teams making final adjustments to start the day. They have lots of boxes to check throughout practice today, and it's all going to start here in just a few minutes. We had a little bobble with the weather earlier today, but the sun is shining, the track is drying, and practice up soon.
Is it a little bobble? It felt like we had a little bobble walking back from our very hastily devoured lunch. Sun was shining, but rain was falling out of the sky on our head. It felt like a day of test match cricket for me. You know, whenever the game is about, so this is probably a terrible example to use here in America, but whenever the play was about to resume, it starts raining again. We do have weather systems coming in, guys, though, which may curtail running even further today. So every lap right now really does count.
And that's why you see everybody sitting in the cockpit, including this guy, Kyle Larson. Like Elio Castroneves, he would love nothing more than an opportunity to catch up and refresh here in practice. And this guy just won IndyCar race under his belt. Comes from Elk Grove outside Sacramento in California, 32 years old now, but loved what he said earlier. This isn't that hard. I mean, IndyCars are pretty straightforward. This guy races, you know, 3 or 4 times every week seemingly, but the information that he needs to catch up on is how to use the hybrid system, how to use all of the controls at your disposal in harmony at once over every single lap on this track.
The fascinating thing, and we'll talk to this a little bit later, is how much in the front of their minds the drivers are having to be with this hybrid. Nobody has raced a hybrid at the Indianapolis 500. It is uncharted territory for them all. Practice awaits.
So we are gearing up to this one, and it's going to happen sooner rather than later. Just to explain what we've got here, we've got face cameras, live timings, driver tracker, and we also have some onboard cameras as well that we can play with. So basically it's everything bar the actual TV feed that we're not allowed to show. So there you are. That's what we have for you. We are gearing up very shortly, though, for the start. Finally, 2.5 hours later than planned for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 and this practice session. This is going to be fun, JT, when we actually get out there, because, as you know, and we've been saying, you can see on the weather radar, thunder, what's that? What have you put there? Thunder cells. Is that what you've put down?
Well done for reading my absolute mess of trying to write on a computer with a mouse.
It just literally looks like
what
you've...
I have just noticed is... What's this just randomly popped up?
Oh, that's more rain coming into Indianapolis. That's a big cell as well, isn't it?
It's not moving at the moment.
So it's not moving, but...
And then this all up here, this is what we're keeping an eye on.
Is that coming into us, or could that change direction and blow down towards us?
Don't know at the moment, keeping an eye on it.
Oh, still all around, aren't we, as well, for this one, the 500? But we should be go in the next 2 minutes. They've just delayed it by 10, just to make sure we're A-okay, and then we can get going again. Myself and... Well, I'm Joshua Birch, he's Joshua Turner, and down in the pit booth on Fox, we've got Georgia Hennebury alongside Kevin Lee. Up in the Fox booth, it's Will Buxton, Townsend Bell, and James Hinchcliffe, and we'll be bringing you all the action throughout this opening day of practice for the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500. We are going to hopefully see the green flag in a few moments' time. And Warphammer, hello, my friend. Nice to see you again. Says not really worried about that stuff to the north and south. It's just that's blowing up as well. There's a few more little dotted red storms I can see on that radar, JT, that I'm worried about myself. Weather radar's changing in and out as I have a quick sip of vanilla Coca-Cola. And I'm going to head back down to Will Buxton with hopefully a green flag time. And the timings have launched in. We are ready to go. Finally, we can get this one sorted with some green flag times. However, let's go down and have a listen.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where we do have blue skies, we do have a dry track, and in next to no time, we hope, we will have running on the circuit. Joseph Newgarden, of course, going for the three-peat. Elio going for 5. We're going for a break, and when we come back, we will have cars on track.
You've only just gone for a break. I mean, they've only just gone for an ad break. Why do they constantly need to go for more ad breaks? My goodness me, as they come through. But sunshine here at the Brickyard. We are ready to go. And JT, finally, that's the beauty of this place. It just changes completely.
Yeah, officially under caution now, as the flag is up on the flag stand and everyone getting ready down in pit road.
I am not yet seeing any timing data, bar that we have access to up here in the booth from timing 71. So I have nothing. 3 minutes. Okay, 3 to 4 minutes to go. We're being told. I just heard from the track announcer, so we will be going very shortly. But so far, no driver tracker is available, JT. So we'll hold on to that with the time remaining.
Green is at 2:34.
2:34. And the timings have just now this second become available to us for the 34 cars as well for this running of the 500. So we will get that sorted for you right now. And you can see how much work we have to do in order to get them all sorted. So we are all set then to go. Thank goodness for that. Let's go. Come on, we've been waiting for this for so long now. I feel like it's almost cruel, isn't it, to keep us waiting at this point. We want to get going. You want to get going at home. Yay, it's May. Yay, it is May. And yes, it is time for some action out here for this wonderful month to begin. And just a quick look down there on the circuit, shall we, for you all back at home to prove that we do have the camera ready. There you have it. The cars, JT, and the drivers buckled in, ready to go, and we're ready for action. There you are, JT, big screen. Here it is then. Enjoy the month of May. Okay, well, that's not it. Fingers crossed then. I'm here. So when did you say the start time was again?
1 minute and 45 seconds.
I hope you lot are ready for this. It's going to be an all-timer. Nobody knows what's going to happen in this wonderful month of May that we have lined up for you here. You can follow every single second of it on JB Motorsports. If there is more rain popping up on the radar, we'll inform you. This is your best seat in the house. Let's go down to Georgia.
Been delivered to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Thank you very much, Georgia. It's been one of those days where that is the top headline so far from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. But we are, folks, now less than 90 seconds away from a green flag and the start of this all-important first practice session of the fortnight.
I think just a few days ago as we pleaded for that yellow flag, and now we
plead for a green.
It should be green. It must be green.
It's still
Surely
yellow.
Not to be green. Surely not in 2020.
Get that yellow flag out
45
of
seconds.
here. Let's light this place up.
So that's usually the indication that we're within a minute of getting the green flag. You see that single digit going up in the air from flagman Aaron Likens.
Always got my heart going just a wee bit faster
30
when
seconds.
the mechanic would show me
Come
that
on, come on,
1
come
minute
on.
to go, and you just
sure
really
they're
start to
showing you-
lock in, focus in, and think about what's on your punch list and what is likely to be a pretty condensed window to get some running in here.
We talk of a condensed window. There is a weather system coming in a little bit later this afternoon, so we may not get the remainder
10,
of the day
9,
every minute.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
We are underway for this one. Let's go green for the month of May. Ladies and gentlemen, we've waited for it. And now we are officially go for the Indianapolis 500. Aaron Likens will deploy the green. The cars will fire onto the circuit. And the month of May is underway. So it's going to be a 3-hour, 25-minute session. That's the latest from Race Control. And JT, let's see what we get first. Action lap times must be out there. And yes, we're actually doing something in the month of May.
Yeah, absolutely. As all cars out on track. Is that new graphics from Fox?
It is new onboard graphics, and it's actually Fox. Yeah, look at that. We've actually taken their international. We're not taking the Infinity feed, we're taking international. So, we have 500 stuff. Well done, everybody. Chin chin. You see the cars venturing out there on the circuit with our driver tracker. It's still a bit damp out there, JT. We're looking on board with Joseph Newgarden's tyres, and it's still wet. Is that going to cause a problem with some sprinkling in the air still, or are these going to be able to get some decent lap times in?
Well, hopefully we'll be able to actually get some laps under the belt. We've been green for a minute and a half now. But they'll be closely monitoring it. I'll have my eye on the flag status that we have from Race Control, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on everything. I'm also going to be keeping an eye on our Delta systems up here in the commentary box so that we get the correct timings to you as quickly as possible. We've yet to actually see the sector times get properly run in, so as soon as that happens, we will adjust the timing tower, so it's all ready. I think, yeah, we've still got 2 left on that run, so give us a few moments and we'll get everything sorted. One more with Scott McLaughlin, the New Zealander, who is officially credited as New Zealand. Now, they're going to do some test runs in and out, but finally we're running, and everybody in the circuit and in and out. And yeah, it looks okay, but they don't want to waste a single second on board with Marcus Ericsson now.
Yeah, as
Yeah, go on. Dog again. I assume that's a dog JT's looking
what's
at.
he barking at? Anyway, Race Control has told everyone and reminded everyone to pit off of turn 3 for green and turn 4 for yellow. And I quote Race Control, if you think you may be off pace, you likely are, so let's be careful with one another out there.
So I think we have got all of it bar the NTR. Yeah, I think we have. So I'm going to adjust those graphics for you back at home. And you'll take a look at our permanent graphics that we have up here in the comments box for our timing monitors. And while we do that, let's head down to Fox and get their latest.
Something feels off and you need that small adjustment, whether it's in the angle of the steering wheel, which is usually offset here on the oval if it's not dead straight, something in the pedals, the way your feet are going to rest when they're not being used over that 200-lap race, especially the left foot. Where does it sit? Do you have a dead pedal? Do you just let it rest on the brake? If it's resting on the brake, you need the brake far enough away that you're not dragging it at any point. Or your head pads where you want them to be. All these little nuanced things for driver comfort.
And those are the things that sometimes the team can control, but then you add vibrations, right? Like, wow, engine didn't quite feel like this the last time. Or maybe it's something in the tires. Maybe it's something in the brake rotors that's a little bit different. You're spinning these tires at, you know, 220, 230 miles an hour. It's a tremendous amount of rotating mass, both that touches the racetrack with the tires, of course, the wheels, brake rotors, etc. Then everything internal, half shafts go to the gearbox. Gearbox is spinning. You've got a hybrid system in there now. And then ultimately the engine with a bunch of parts racing either up and down or round and round in circles. And there's just so many variables to try to chase down if you don't get that perfect feeling on the install.
Good look inside the back of the McLaren.
Man, that thing is clean. That looks like a freshly built race car.
See, all right, a bit of a lull. So we will take.
Oh, they've only just started out there. Come on. Again, JT, I think this is going to be what we're waiting for all day. Just the standing around and expecting things to be just a little bit different. But yeah, we've got the best lap speed and the best lap time that'll come up on the monitor. It looks like Sky are also going to go to an ad break every 5 seconds they get as well. But we have at least our first lap time on the board, which was 143.115 mile an hour, and that's by Alexander Rossi. Not yet the 200 mile an hour time, but I suppose we know where that's going to go to soon.
Yeah, I've just I'm messing around with the F1 multi-viewer INDYCAR. And it's pretty good.
Have they got the onboard cameras or something?
No, timings.
Oh, I see. I'm struggling to understand how this is working, actually, because for some reason I don't have the speeds on my timing monitor here up in the booth, which is confusing me. Oh, there they are. Because I've got tyres, first of all, which really is confusing me. So I'm trying to work out several things at once. Everyone, of course, on the black Firestone primaries for these ones on the 500. So that's how we'll be working that one. There's no differential of alternative tyres here. It's literally a standard for everybody. And I think, JT, it's designed like that so that everybody doesn't risk massive punctures like we've seen in years gone by here.
Yeah, and, well, a puncture at 220, 230 miles per hour, not ideal.
No, it is not. Let me tell you, we've had some serious accidents over the last couple of years. They did attempt it a couple of years ago, however. They did want to have a run, but that changed pretty quickly, let me tell you, when they found out that it would be disastrous. So I think I've got our battle screens working. We're going to add a few more lines to it as well for you watching back at home, so you're getting even more treatment and special access. Of course, we would have done this a couple of hours ago, but for some reason, I can't think why for the life of me, they decided not to put the actual systems on. So we've sort of been hanging around waiting for the data to come back available to us. And now we are in that procedure and just waiting to go. I will have an answer for you, though, JT, about what I'm thinking this year is going to be like for the 500. Chaotic. Absolutely chaotic. I'm not expecting...
Probably will be, to be fair.
Are we actually going to get any decent running in, or is it all going to be rain delayed?
Well, we have got running, even if all cars are in pit road.
Yeah, that's a down to Fox again.
And it spotlights dirt track racing's biggest superstars as they compete in the 2024 High Limit Series, including NASCAR Cup Series champion, dirt track superstar, and Indy 500 driver Kyle Larson.
Close to 1,000 horsepower in those bad boys. You ever had time in a sprint car, Will?
I don't think anyone would trust me at the wheel of one, to be honest with you, mate.
That sounds like a good...
I would love to give it a go.
Maybe Monday, Tuesday next week, we got a little downtime.
Done.
Have you done it, T-Bell?
I did a wingless 360, so only 650, 700 horsepower. But somewhere here in Indiana, I think it was called Putnamville.
Yeah.
No outside wall, just kind of a dirt berm. Yeah, it was a blast. Loved every second of it. As Kyle Larson, that's just another thing in his quiver, is phenomenal short track racer. Dirt, asphalt, doesn't matter. And what's amazing about Larson is this guy is at the top of his game in NASCAR. He could be, you know, wake surfing during the week, chilling, golfing like so many do. And what he wants to do is just go race, much in the vein of, you know, Tony Stewart and so many. AJ Foyt, frankly. He can do it every day and be happy as, you know, we look at those 32 Cup Series wins and, of course, making his second attempt to do the double.
And as you say, Tony Stewart did do the double. Kyle will be making his second attempt to complete that this year.
Tony so far been the most successful at the double attempt.
So we do have cars out on track.
We do indeed, JT, and it's Marcus Armstrong that's out there first and setting some real lap times, and boy, doesn't it sound good.
Yeah, Marcus Armstrong, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Marcus Ericsson all out on track at the moment. The only 3 cars who have got speeds on their speed charts. Everyone else 0 mile per hour, as that is backing off Marcus Ericsson, and I can already tell that's Marcus Ericsson without even looking at the TV screen, because I can see the speed dropping down to only 90 miles per hour.
Sport. Seeing it all come through. Okay, well, you'll be delighted to know that we've now sorted our timing and scoring pages so that they are now all set up and ready to go. It took a little while to get it all set up, but we have now done so. You'll then have to really forgive us for what we're going to have to sort out later with our timing tower. But JT, so far, weather radar looking good and looking strong, as we're now, ourselves, back on camera with our screens. Hey, there you go, everyone, enjoy. Now we are. Hello. Go for that. Right, let's get some running in then.
I do apologise that you have to see JB's face.
We'll try and keep it as low as possible, but what we had to do here, ladies and gentlemen, is sort out our graphics, because they were not set up for the 500. They were set up for the road course, yeah. So we had to make sure that you could see all 34 names and they look good. And they fit inside the white box with our drop-down menu. So there you go. So you've got the name, you've got position, number, name, status, manufacturer, tyre, best lap, best time, and the lap they set it on as well. And then we've got another screen showing you all sorts of data. So hope you enjoy it. Welcome to the month of May, and we're up and running. Nick Piper says, yeah, can't believe we can't watch this in the Fox Sports app. I don't have Fox Sports 2, but usually I can watch anything on that channel in the app. But not practice, I do it. Oh, that's awful. That is truly awful. Well, Fox are just being Fox. They've got a new one coming called Fox One, apparently, but I don't know when that actually launches. So, best seat in the house, and we'll have telemetry data as well soon. So, do not worry, fans. We have you covered here on JB Motorsports. One more with Marcus Ericsson doing 219 mile an hour on the backstretch towards turn 3. He's in 5th gear, not 6th gear, because in 6th gear, if you change it, you lose speed. If you hold it in 5th gear at maximum revs, you hold the speed, you hold the throttle, and he's probably going for it, JT, already, despite the track not being A, up to temperature, B, up to grip, and C, still damp in places.
Yeah, as here we go across the artifacts down in towards turn 1, 220 mile per hour through turn 1 we go for Marcus Ericsson.
Now we cut on board to Scott McLaughlin, the Pennzoil liveried Penske, down in towards the first corner again. We cut off board and launch it into the first corner. Takes that low line and brushes up against the barrier. Track temperature is dropping, by the way, and there are a few storms approaching, but we need to get laps on the board. We've had 5 so far for Ryan Hunter-Ray for Dryer and Reinbold Racing, who's top at the moment, 217.712 mile an hour. And it's Marcus Ericsson who's jumped up into second place as well. Let's go down to Kevin Lee.
The time the most and take advantage of all the time, it's probably this team. Any team that hasn't been here for a long time or a lot of time, and it's brand new. Racing in America and racing on ovals for Prema, but they're not out, and they're not going to be out in the next few minutes. This is not unprecedented. We see this at least every 2-3 years. Someone's not ready for opening day, and there's nothing specific. It's just they're a little bit behind on the preparation, and these cars will be on this track for the first time. They ran the road course car for the test in April, so these are super speedway cars that are still being prepared. They're just not quite ready yet. The number 90 of Callum Ilott should be out first, probably about an hour from now. And then Robert Schwartzman, who seems to miss a lot of practice time virtually every weekend, is maybe 90 minutes away. So they're praying. So the rain helped, kept them on even ground with everyone. But now they're praying that it stays dry until 6 so they can get on track sometime today.
Well, it's stereotypical, isn't it, JT? They've had all that time under the yellow, well, and the rain delay, but they are still not ready to head on the circuit and get some testing time in, as Jack Harvey's come back into the pit lane as well. Scott McLaughlin's gone top, 218.224 mile an hour. Prem in their first 500. Well, I don't want to say the word McLaren or Carling, but it's having echoes of where they were when they started coming in from a European's perspective. It was not that great start as well when Carling came in. Or even McLaren. Do you remember the year they didn't even have the right steering wheel?
Wasn't great, was it?
It was a bit of an embarrassment. I'm just delighted to see that Sky have actually taken Fox's feed and not the international for this one. So, yeah, we can actually see their pop-up graphics as well, and Fox's graphics. Like, for instance, the pop-up throttle and brake data as well. We will have telemetry available for certain on qualifying days, so every time the driver's out on the circuit, we'll have the telemetry. We're going to get that set up for shortly. Joseph Newgarden now the top, 221.466 mile an hour. What have you prepped?
Telemetry on my screen.
Where? I can't see it.
Brake, steering, gear, speed.
Oh, well, yeah, obviously you get it.
It's got it.
Fine, do you want me to prove it? Give me a minute.
Oh, the app one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? What are you? Oh, you've got the throttle. Hang on a minute. God, he's always making me prove things when I'm trying to do data. Right. Okay.
Well, here's Newgarden. His last speed was his fastest, a 224.319 mile per hour. And here is a replay of them coming across the yard of bricks, and that is Joseph Newgarden getting a toe already off of Kiffin Simpson.
Yeah, so that's down to the first corner. It's going to be quite the adventure when that happens, let me tell you. As, oh, that's coming in. Is that me, or does that Penske of McLaughlin, sorry, Newgarden, look a little bit odd at the rear left? It didn't look completely on, did it?
Looks right to me.
Well, I set this up a week ago, so I'm hoping it works. I'm going to try again. It says unable to connect. Apparently we're using continuity camera. What's that? Okay, I don't know what's going on now. Give me a minute. Well, what's really bizarre is that it tells me I can't do it. JT's throwing problems my way, people. I've got it. There we go. Nope. Are you gonna Help me out here. You've thrown me under the bus and now you're just not talking.
I don't know what you're doing.
I'm trying to open up the telemetry data because you asked me to. And for some reason it won't open. Seagulls into the pits, so is Rossi. Unable to connect to iPhone mirroring. Apparently I'm using something called continuity camera. I don't even know what that is. I have literally got no idea. So while I work this out, Dixon's had a moment coming out of turn 2, JT. Okay, I've never seen that problem come up. So we will have telemetry, but I can't show you it yet because it's not working. All right. On board now, here is Scott Dixon. Running at the top, 225.059 mile per hour out of turn 2, down the back stretch. Polo's just set a new time. And that's put him with a 41, so where's he on the board? Polo's goes 16th, 217.442 mile an hour. Dixon still fastest at the moment. For the PNC Bank, really boring since 1865, they say. What a slogan, the PNC Bank as well in that livery. As they fly down to turn 1. Dixon already taking that low line, clipping the inside. Through 2, nearly on the grass. Straightens out the wheel. And now comes to a slight curve. As it comes to unique here though, isn't it, JT, really, for steering wheel angles, because it's almost opposite. Yes, we turn left in this place, but INDYCAR right drivers, some of them, they turn right to straighten up the wheel. So when they're turning left, the wheel goes straight, and when they exit the corner, they turn it right to a certain lean angle, so that when they're through the corners, they're just holding the steering wheel straight. It's a weird setup. Some like it, some don't.
Yeah, with all the counter steering stuff that some drivers use and everything else. As Alex Polo heads out of 4 and down the front stretch across the yard of bricks and down in towards turn 1.
Is he going to have the milk this year? He won the Sononso Grand Prix of Indianapolis a few days ago. He's won 4 of the opening 5 races, only being beaten once at Long Beach. And that really wasn't his day, but he's had pole here before. He wants the victory, and arguably, JT, he's in the best place to do so. Fastest as well in the test.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, he will want to do it, just like every other 33 drivers that want to win it. But it's also luck that has to go his way as well here at Indy.
Ray Hall has just gone through. Sato's done a new best, but that's him just starting his Delta times, is Takuma. So there's a few differences that need to be coming through there as well. Let's just quickly head down to Fox. They're going to have an interview shortly.
End of the tool, stay ahead of the balance, especially in qualifying. And again, that's what favors these experienced drivers so much. A guy here like Christian Lundgaard, 3 Indy 500s under his belt, a brand new team this year with McLaren, is off to a stellar start on the road and street tracks, but this is really a big step up for him. RLL, his previous team, kind of famously had struggled here specifically at the Speedway, getting the pure pace out of those cars, so hopefully he'll be more comfortable in this machine.
How relieved will this guy be in qualifying if Aero McLaren and Mission Foods here delivers a car that is as fast as what McLaren showed in previous years, because Christian Lundgaard has qualified 31st his rookie year, 30th and 28th. Those are stressful times on qualifying weekend, floating and dancing right at the back of the grid. It'll be amazing if he's a top 12, maybe even a Firestone Fast 6 contender on Sunday this week.
Well, the McLarens, they've notoriously not exactly lacked pace around here in recent years. We look at Carl Larson's brilliant qualifying run last year. We look at the fact that Pato almost won the entire thing, and we often don't give him the credit, but Rossi was flying towards the end of the 500 last year as well. McLaren were on an absolute charge in 2024, only to be denied at the last by Joseph Newgarden, winning his second on the bounce. But what a start to the season it's been for Christian Lundgaard as well, moving to a new team.
And I'm excited. Speaking of Alexander Rossi, last 3 years, 5th, 5th, and 4th, always in the hunt at the closing phases. Of course, he won his rookie year back in 2016. But what can Alexander Rossi and Ed Carpenter Racing, a team that always brings fast cars to the Speedway, that combination, I'm super excited to see how things play out here.
And on top of that, on top of those last 3 finishes, you know, in his first 4, he had 3 other top 5s. One was a 4th, one was a 2nd, and of course his very first Indy 500 back in 2016, where he took the unlikely win on a brilliant fuel-save drive, strategized by the great Brian Herta, who's running strategy on the 27 car, teammates to this man, Herta, driving the Gamebridge Honda. And we have...
Yeah, and that's a good thing as well, that we were literally just talking earlier on, JT, about Colton Herta and how much, not bad luck he's had here, but the luck, the fact, well, he has had a lot of bad luck, but the luck's never been on his side. You touched it a few moments ago. Last year, that spin, he could have had a spin and win, but he touched the wall. But the regulation meant that he had to go in and get checked by the medical centre. He got lucky with the red flag that came out, but he's looking more and more determined, and they haven't done much to change his car, but with hybrid power for the first time, could that give him the boost? Because he has been one of the drivers to overtake best with the new hybrid power since it came in mid last year.
Yeah, yes, but one of the other drivers who has been good with hybrid, he hasn't need to use it that much, but Alex Polo is good with using the hybrid to overtake as well.
So we've got 3 hours to go then. We're 25 minutes in. The rain could come at any moment, but this is opening day practice for the Indianapolis 500 here at the Brickyard. Action still running here as they come through 3 and 4. That is Colton Herta being chased down as well over the straight line. We're going to have a little bit of an overtake, and cloud covering the distance, JT, is looking okay. What's the weather forecast pointing us to at the moment?
It looks okay for now.
I look forward to it. We have your radar. Let us know when it's available, and we will pop it open and have a conversation with it as well, and see if there's anything we need to be checking out on. And of course, on the Firestone Blacks, no one that's going to be on the alternative tyres coming through. I agree with you, JT, with that comment that's just popped through up, and hopefully that they'll cope with the feel, with how the track conditions are right now. Green flag for 25 minutes, you can see on the below the driver tracker. Car still circulating. Is the circuit okay? And are we coming back to TV pictures? Okay, so basically, Fox have gone to an ad break. Instead of showing us the pictures, they're just staying at the last corner. So that's a unique angle, I suppose, of how we're going to view things here today. I suppose with that, we can actually show you it for once, if I can get it open on the monitor quickly enough. There you go. That's the view that we have, ladies and gentlemen, down at the start line. So that's the current view we have on the circuit. Track's dry, laps coming in. A few cloud covers in the distance. Not too bad. Could be worse, could be better. It's sort of a mixed up procedure. Keep that open, actually. Southern flying past. Who's that coming into pit lane? Rosenquist, Daly and Abel diving in. It's a wonderful 500. It's a wonderful view as well out here on the circuit, and we'll pop back up to JT's camera. Still closing down. Joseph Newgarden's looking quick.
That someone was 2019 Indianapolis 500 winner Simon Pagenaud.
Okay, well, while they've lost pictures, let's go down to Fox.
Going to be helping Scott McLaughlin once again in 2025, and McLaughlin was effusive of his praise for how much Pagenaud had done, helping him understand the finer points of what it takes to qualify at the max. And by the way, it wasn't just here that McLaughlin was quick. He was successful on almost every oval, got his first oval win, which he was, I think, maybe overstated. He's not an IndyCar driver until you win an oval. I think already McLaughlin was an IndyCar driver. A big step, and now he's got a little more access to Simon Pagenaud for some input throughout his run this year.
Just had a question from Jay Luke saying, was that 242 mile an hour speed going to turn 1 legit? I have not seen turn 1 speed at the moment. 212, 224, 229. The fastest currently through there is a 229.308 set by Felix Rosenquist, his 5th fastest. That's your best speed going through turn 1 at the moment. I'll have a look and see if there's different here on the best speeds that you have access to at home through turn 1. 231, 226.
I don't think we'll see 242 until Fast Friday.
No, so there's nothing like that on our monitors as things currently stand. I don't know what Sky's picture's going on about here, but we've got nothing. It's frozen. Oh, there we go. Isn't that nice that we have to wait to find out action? If you saw it on the Fox 2 broadcast, it was definitely wrong. There's not been a 242 through turn 1 just yet. We've seen that before though, haven't we, JT? 241 through the first corner on the build-up laps. And we've all gone, wow, what speed! But we're shocked if we see a combined run of 234, 235. There is AJ Foyt, the owner of the 4 and the 14. There's David Malukas in the 4, Santino Ferrucci, of course, in the 14. We heard from him with Georgia earlier on during the rain delay. 4-time winner himself at this circuit. Boy, oh boy, is he a legend among racing here at the Brickyard. Sitting down in the pit box, watching on. 203 hours to go. And the only car circulating right now is Nolan Siegel. I think Pato O'Ward's out there too. He is. Yeah, no.
Ryan Hunter is on pit limiter. Pato O'Ward is out on track. But yeah, and Ryan Hunter is just come off pit limiter and heading out on track.
Yep, there he is. On the orange box, which is coming out. No sign of the two Pramas as of yet. Yet to 10 a lap time. Carl Kirkwood, Graham Rahal, and Takuma Saro. So 1 for Andretti, 2 for Rahal, Lennon, Lanigan Racing. Yet to go out, and that includes Graham Rahal, as I said. So, yeah. Takuma Sato back in, who crashed on the open test as he goes for his 3rd Indy 500 victory. And now we take a look coming out of the final corner. Kyle Larson's out there too, JT. There's some smoke on pit road. And he starts a lap time as we now see Pato O'Ward in the McLaren livery, similar to that of last year when they ran the Marlboro throwback. This year it's a white livery for O'Ward with some black nose cone and side pods, a slight orange. And it's nice to see him, and you can easily identify him with the black nose cone and the red and the orange 5. But Larson's out there too in the McLaren. Already done his refresher program in the open test. And that's Alex Palou going back behind the wall.
Yeah, Alex Palou going back to the pit garages, so they need to change something as we are on board with Kyle Larson heading out of turn 4 down the front stretch.
He's in the Hendricks car, and he's been running in the NASCAR series. It's his 2nd year trying to do the double back-to-back here. He'll be doing the Indianapolis 500, and then a few hours later, he'll be running in the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. He tried it last year, but we had a 5-hour delay to the 500. He stayed. He finished the 500 inside the top 10, hopped on a plane. He had his teammates start the race for him. He got to the circuit, JT. He got his helmet on. He got into the pit box. He was ready to change. And out
then it
came.
got called for rain.
Yeah, the red flag came out for rain at Charlotte. And he never got to run. So he did not do the double. Caused quite a lot of problems, didn't it, actually? Because NASCAR gave him the waiver, but there was actually a discussion whether or not he would be allowed to keep his playoff place because he missed the race.
Yeah.
Took a while, actually, for that to finally get resolved. It was about a month and a half of lawyers, and keeping it all going. But yeah, they did finally get it sorted. He kept his playoff place. But yeah, now he's doing the double again. NASCAR have said there will be no waiver this time, and he's won already this season twice as Kyle Larson. He won literally a few days ago. 2 days ago, he won a very boring race at Atlanta Motor Speedway, which almost finished off the JB Motorsports crew in the commentary box. But he won that one, and so far he's undefeated in the month of May because he won the week before in the Cup Series at Texas as well. So far, he is going to be... So far, JT, he is undefeated, which means could he be the outside shot to win? He's a Brickyard 400 winner. He wants to be the Indy 500 winner.
I think a lot will have to go his way if he pulls it off, but it's Indianapolis. Anything can happen.
Down through 1 and 2. Keeping an eye on that flag stand and the radar coming in as well. He's got 3 wins this year, Sunday at Kansas, last month at Bristol, and 2 months ago at Homestead, Miami. Did not win at Texas. I swore he won at Texas. The US Red boys have lied to me. I didn't cover Texas, you see. I didn't cover Miami. I covered Bristol, and I covered this week's. Yeah. Logano was Texas. Right, with you now. JT, you were on that broadcast. You could have corrected me. I didn't do Texas. He's cursing now.
Larson won the Xfinity Series at
Texas, there you go.
Texas, which is probably why you're getting confused.
Thank you. And I was covering now, so there you go. Technically, I'll still say he's undefeated. Let's go down pit road with Graham Rahal, Kevin Lee.
Now, 18th time here. First of all, I noticed your car is not here. You did an install lap. Any kind of concern as they took it back to the garage?
No, she's all good. Just had to check a couple things over, but no, we've got time. You know, hopefully Mother Nature will hold off for us here a little bit today. Obviously, the weather, we know there's a lot of pop-ups around us, so hopefully it'll stay clear, but no, we'll be all right. You know, we're excited to be back, and hopefully we'll have a fast number 15 United Rentals car.
And it's about being, first, one of the fastest 33 out of 34 cars, so you start there. Where do you feel you're at after the open test? That's obviously been a concern for the team the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think we'll have a better... Ask me in like 2 days. You know, I think we'll be okay. The guys have put in relentless amount of work to get these cars faster, and you know, everything from the open test pointed to really good, positive signs. And I also think Honda, I think, has done a heck of a job. So proof's in the pudding. We're going to find out on Friday, really. But I think Honda's brought their A game here, and we should have a pretty fast HRC bullet in the back of this thing as well. So that makes our life easier, you know, naturally. So we'll see what happens.
Can you do anything before Friday to help you with the pace in qualifying?
Yeah, I mean, look, you know, we'll do a couple. Everybody's going to. I mean, even right now, guys, even in high downforce, right? They go out, they run, and you can see, okay, no toe, you know, where they at versus us with a similar wing condition. You know, I mean, that's natural car speed, and that's, you know, that's the A game around here. That's what you've got to have, and if you've got fast cars, it makes all the rest of this process that much easier. So, you know, already we'll see little signs, but over the next couple of days, we'll start to dabble, try to understand a little bit of where we're at. But, you know, Friday's when guys pull out different gearboxes, guys have different uprights. You know, Honda's going to, you know, start to unleash these engines a little bit. So that's when we're going to know more.
Thanks, Graham.
And big thanks to Kevin Lee and to Graham Rahal. We ride on board with Santino Ferrucci. Always so thrilling to watch him around a circuit that he loves and on which he always proves to be competitive.
Well, we're not surprised they're going to yet another ad break, JT, and leaving us to fill the void as it comes in. And they've got that same camera angle, the back stretch.
Back to Kevin Wilds. Back to Kevin. Back to you, Kevin.
What?
The best.
What was that? I have never... Okay, that was Will Buxton joking around with Kevin Lee, and we heard it on the international broadcast. They could at least, you know, keep it in and not go for continuous ad breaks. But then again, we get what we're given, I suppose, here as well. That's why I always say I'll just download these sessions for when we come to archive and using the stuff. But JT, so far, good session and no sign of any yellows just yet. Now, you were worried that that INDYCAR might throw the yellow for a track inspection. Are they too scared about doing that? Because while they've got this circuit, they've got the ability to sort of run and run and run, and they don't want to lose the time out here.
I mean, maybe 25 minutes after the green is like too close, probably, for a track inspection. So we might go for a track inspection soon. We normally have track inspections in IndyCar for these practice sessions. It's always the way. It's just when that track inspection will come.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything being announced about it.
We've moved our camera down so that we can sit down after being stood up for 45 minutes as well. Graham says, I wonder if they will get up to 229, 230 before practice is over. The track temperature, I'm unsure about it, but never say never at this place. Stranger things have happened, and we know what it's like to give us the unusual run around, the unusual situations, but go on.
I've got the best trap speed so far if you want them.
Oh, go on. Yeah, give us.
Start finish daily 233.665 mile per hour. Turn 1, Dixon 231.648 mile per hour. Turn 2, New Garden 225.892 mile per hour. Armstrong turn 3 230.409 mile per hour. And Dixon again turn 4 228.224 mile per hour.
There's a current look live at the circuit. There's still some clouds coming in, JT. It's not too bad at the moment, but fingers crossed we can get this session continued running. We've got 2 hours, 46 minutes to go. Scott Dixon is the fastest, as JT has said. And yeah, speed trap's not looking too bad as well, with time delta remaining. Down across the line then, we see more and more practice lap times, including some slipstream running on the inside line. Swooping in, I can't tell you that is on the number, which means it's going to be really easy come the race day to work out. There it is, Marcus Ericsson, who's just got ahead as well. And that's ahead of the 51. With the delivery of Jacob Abel. And who was it earlier on who wanted Jacob Abel to go well? I'll have to look back up on the chat here to see if you're still here. Where are you? I'm trying to look. It was ages ago, blimey. Danny Umbarge. Danny Umbara as well. When it's time, gassing up Jacob Abel. There goes to Danny. He is doing that just so. He's putting pedal down to the metal right now. Is Jacob Abel? Where is he on our timing board? 29th with a 2:12.550. He's the last runner at the moment. The 24-year-old from as well. Wish TV8 interactive radar with investment can do wind speed direction on many layers. Just FYI for 500 radar per month. I'm local, but there you go. JT, get that radar up. Wish TV8 interactive radar will be best, but can do wind speed direction on many layers as well. JT has radars as well, and as you see, what radars do you have for us anyway? There is the radar. What have you got for us, JT? We're on radar watch. So there's the speedway. Zooming out with some other showers starting to come in over the circuit.
So 3 mile per hour wind speed there, 5 mile per hour wind speed there. And we can work out what direction it is. It is a...
What have we got? Well, we see where the speedway is.
There it is. There's, yeah, there it is. So it is... It's flowing this way, apparently.
Right over the circuit. Great. Cheers, JT. So that rain is coming to play at some point in the next few hours. As we look at Jacob Abel. Oh, twitching slightly as he, I think, has lifted. No, he's going to go straight over. See what I mean about the bent suspension, how it steers weird. It always looks like they're going down the straight as if they're curved ever so slightly. And they're going like half rear stepped out. It's a really bizarre look that we get at the 500. Watching now, we've got a bit of sunshine out of turn 2 on the backstretch. The toe link is so strange at the 500s. Seems he's checked radar, but he didn't know the local station had years from now Vagrant interactive radar, be able to go to any race Indy-wise. Go to stations and needs to know how long storms on all. Hunting evil true crime. I tell you what, hunting evil true crime, you'd love our commentator in the booth, Megan, when she gets here. George is down there praying with Callum Ilott.
Still not, but Callum Ilott is. Do you have any sort of update on what's going on back in the garage?
It's here, it's just invisible. Yeah, I don't know, we had a couple of delays. We were running with the road course cars when we were doing the open test, and this is the first time we put together the speedway car, so I think we encountered a couple of issues. Yeah, try not to get too focused on it. It will be here at some point. Yeah, just need to see with the weather and how it goes. But I've qualified for this race with only 9 laps of practice in a new car, so we'll see.
Hoping you get more practice than that. They geek out.
I need more than 9, but I'll take what I can get.
We'll take what we can get at this point. We'll update you on the Prama cars when they make it out to pit lane.
Getting out for practice.
Thanks very much, Georgia. What a surprise! Fox are going to yet another ad break, ladies and gentlemen. In this never-ending story of the first day of testing. And of course, Sky go to an ad break as well because there's nothing else going on at the moment. Tell you what, there's some horrible interference going from somewhere. It sounds like a 1990s dial-up tone, that. You'd get... Not that JT would remember dial-up because I'm old. And actually, we had dial-up for a time as well coming through back in the day. Just taking a look at... If anybody remembers dial-up, yeah, you're one of a kind. In fact, I think I've got a dial-up tone as a sound effect. Do you want to hear that sound effect, JT? I'll pop it up on the screen. I've just got to get into the studio where it is. And I can play, because we've got sound effects to play with here. Dial-up tone. So it's a sound effect. It'll be the work. Oh, come on, where is it? Foley. Bell tower, alarm bell. We used to have it was dial-up. Where's it gone? Okay, so we don't have it at the moment. Booms. No. It'll be in effects, won't it? So I need special effects. Machines. There we go. This will do it. Morse code. I'm not that old, by the way. Coming in. It's gone. The dial-up tone's gone. I don't believe it. Oh. Wait a minute. That's the record player static. No. No, it's gone. I am astounded. I thought that would be there. It seems to have all disappeared. Does anyone know where that sound effect has gone? Do you want a chicken? Literally. I don't even know. Where is it? I'm literally running through to see where the dial-up is because we had it before and I'm really annoyed that it's disappeared. I used to love that dial-up. Where is it? Nope, it's gone. Wow. Anyway, Google it. It just sounded like that. The interference, the dial-up tone. Okay, NASCAR All-Star Race. That's coming up as well Sunday here on JB Motorsports after the qualifying for the Indianapolis 500. We'll be showing you that as well. We're teaming up with USRN as always for that event. We're watching Colton Herta, who's having a little bit of work done as he's done some runs. He is currently in 9th position. He's run 7 laps at Georgia.
His 20th Indy 500 on the radio. Just a little frustrated. Can't get up to speed too well. Not comfortable in the race car. He said at this point, guys, we might be in jeopardy of making the race. So they on pit road now, sitting, keeping their driver comfortable and calm as they make some adjustments.
That'll be Mark Andretti.
That's a stressful situation to be in when you have that feeling from inside the race car. And look, you know, I spoke to Marco after the open test, felt pretty confident in the car that he had. He looks decent, you know, throughout the 2 days that Kevin and I, or that Alan and I were calling up here. And it was, you know, quiet confidence, I think, coming out of there.
So what changed?
What changed indeed? We've seen that time and time again, right?
Yeah, you talked about this a couple hours ago. You leave the open test, you come back here, and all of a sudden, either something doesn't feel right, or even worse, speed's not there that you thought you had. So hopefully the team can get to work with Marco and try to identify where that pure car speed might be hiding. Graham Rahal mentioned that, you know, earlier. And one thing's for sure, the big dogs at the top of the chart, Dixon, Castroneves, Newgarden, they all look pretty happy in early running in terms of just outright pace, especially Newgarden. Man, the way that he fired out of the pits to start this session gave me good reason to think that Joe New is in a good spot to pull off the three-peat.
And we talk about how, like, tow times don't matter that much, but at the same time, you need confidence in your race car to keep your foot in the throttle when you're in that dirty air, getting that tow. Something we saw immediately from Joseph Newgarden, could follow through 4 flat out. Marco, one of the best in the business at getting a tow and pulling a lap off. If he's sitting down there with these kind of lap times, it might be he's just not that confident in that dirty, disturbed air behind other cars, and that signifies an inherent issue with the grip level of that race car.
What's going on, though, with Alex Polo, our championship leader, our reigning champion, currently down 19th fastest. Kevin?
Just to get my steps in, I decided to walk back to the garage and just do a quick check. After only 10 laps, they brought the DHL number 10 Honda, Chip Ganassi and Alex Polo back here. No concerns, though. This is all part of the plan. He looked really, really good in the open test, as has been documented. So, Hinch and Townsend, you can speak to this. Even though you're already good, you're trying to get better. And we're going to see a lot of trips back and forth from the pit lane back through Gasoline Alley to the garage.
Yeah, you get the feeling, Kevin, that Alex is just built mentally to never settle, to always keep reaching. It was funny to hear his reaction to our graphic about comparing his start this season to AJ Foyt's, and he thought, well, AJ's was one better there. We could be better. We could have won at Long Beach. That's how Polo is wired, and certainly from the standpoint of practice here at Indy, I don't think he will ever cease to turn over stones in the search of even better handling.
Yeah, I don't think so either, JT. Handling here is super... Another ad break, seriously. It's super important here, JT, to get the handling correct. And one wrong turn, one front wing issue, bang, straight into the wall.
Remember last year when we had no ad breaks at all?
I'm getting fed up with Sky going every 5 minutes as well. I might actually just say, can we just stay on the international feed? I'm going to Twitter. Should we see what Twitter is saying about this? Use the hashtag SkyIndyCar as well.
Remember when it was NBC and we had no ad breaks even when they went to ad breaks?
Apparently,
what is this
no one's
new
even...
thing with Fox and...
Well, it's ad breaks every 5 minutes. Ad break, all ad breaks.
Yeah,
Yay!
but Sky don't go to ad breaks when the US go to ad breaks, so there must be something between Sky and Fox that Sky have to follow now.
I'd be really annoyed if that's the case. Having a look, no one's actually said anything about it.
There's
about
not.
the ad breaks.
There's not really any other answer to it, is
No.
there?
Means we have to do more filler time, and we can't just let it run and have a break, which is what we usually do. So that's thumbs up. Hopefully they'll realise and they'll put the sessions on it as well. Jackson says, finally home from Laguna. Good to see practice coverage, boys. Yeah, hi Jackson. Nice to see you. Yeah. We turn up for the races. Little Mr. Let's have IMSA and goes to the actual race instead of covering it. Hope you had a good time. I saw some of the coverage actually as well, Jackson. You did a phenomenal job. I hope you're not too sunburned from that one. As we continue on. Jackson's going to be with us for the Indy 500 coverage as well. He's going to be with us. I can't wait. He's giving us a winky smiley face. Yeah, I see you. Jackson Ambrose did some amazing work at Laguna Seca for the IMSA race. You can follow that on Outlap Media as well with some novelty. Do you want a microphone, mate? Because I know you've got the time-eye, but you've been clipping it. I thought this was wonderful. To a bit of Hot Wheels track. That was fantastic. Uniqueness as always. So yeah, content of that.
Not as good as Tom Gray's Wooden Spoon.
No, the the wooden spoon wins, but I'll tell you one thing, it's great though for the content. Jackson's with us for the 500. He wasn't with us last year because he was doing something stupid. He was graduating from university. So yeah, or as he calls it, college. But yes.
Don't we call it college?
No, we have secondary school, college, university. He has high school, college. And college is technically his university. They skip the middle part because they stay longer. Yeah, confusing, eh? Fastest speed is Dixon's 225.059. It is confusing. Yeah, so Jackson's with us at least for the 500. I don't know if he's with us for qualifying day because usually we sync up with USON at that point with Matthew Owens.
I mean, Jackson, the commentary chart is available to fill out. Cough, cough.
Yeah.
But here it comes across the line. The group of cars with Malukas involved in that one as well. And we've got a little bit of a train forming.
Finally, some running going on here that there can actually be useful data for as well. And for Jack Harvey, his practice speed at the moment, his last lap was a 2:18, but his best is a 2:20.947. The Brit out there who's been on the Fox team this year, he desperately needs some runs in order to keep in and get himself back up to speed. Did a lot of data analysis though in the open test in April, so he's not coming into this completely blind. And yeah, it's nice to see him back out there running and not behind the microphone because Harvey's a great racer. We know from F2 and in the British formulas as well. Yeah, Tom Cant's coming here as well. High school in the US goes up to when they are 18 or something like that, depending on how many times you fail your grades before you can leave. Jackson only left a few years ago. I can say it's not here to defend himself. This is, oh no, this is the pit stop practice, I hope. Or is this qualifying from last year? Yeah, this is qualifying. From RLL. Oh, this is when Graham actually qualified one year. He doesn't qualify that often, as Graham Rahal. Several times he's lost out. Failed to qualify here in 2023. Had to enter after Stefan Wilson was injured in an accident caused by, actually, a rail Lanigan driver of Pippa Mann. Or was it Catherine Legg? It was Catherine, was it?
I think it was Catherine Legg.
It was Catherine Legg, yeah. That was always ironic. It was Catherine Legg driving the 31 car? It was so long ago. At least we can go through high school without having to dress like we're straight out of Hogwarts.
I mean, I was going to say something, but I'm not going to.
I'll say it. At least we don't have to wear a bulletproof vest. If Jackson comes back with stab vest, I'll give him that one. Oh, I love the rivalry. Bring on the 500 and rain delays, honestly.
Life of a post-year 11 where you get to actually wear your own clothes.
Do you know, I've not worn a school uniform now for 10 years. In fact, nearly 10 years exactly. Blimey, I feel old. Oh my God. There's Carl Kirkwood, the only other race winner this year. On round 3 at Long Beach. And the 26-year-old looking through. Still, it's fun looking like you're from Hogwarts. Expelliarmus. Coming through. I've been playing too much Hogwarts Legacy. I was really going to say like Reparo and Arresto Momentum. Anyone know if they're going to post CT500 practice for today live on YouTube? They're not going to post the whole live stream, but I do know that they are going to do a analysis of the highlights at the end of the day. So yes, they are going to do a highlights at the end of the day of the 500. That's what we got told with our content as well. Oh, look, they're going to another ad break. Does that mean that Sky going to an ad break? They've only been on for 5 minutes. I really hope you don't. Oh, for God's sake. If this gets, we've had 11 ad breaks in the last hour. It's ridiculous. We pay for Sky Sports F1 here in the UK to not have ad breaks, and they still give us ad breaks as well. So yeah, I might fire off a little message here as well. I wonder when high schools in the UK will eventually no longer mandate uniform. They're always going to have it, because that's just, because that way, whether you're rich or poor, you always look the same. That's the main reason why they've got it here in the UK. And yeah, it's always a bit of a...
Even if they do cost the
bomb
to buy.
Yeah, which is stupid. And to be honest, I really hated it. I hated that. I know. I much prefer. I remember when we went from jumpers and t-shirts to actual suits and ties, and I loved it to begin with. But then I thought to myself, it takes the specialness away from wearing a suit. I thought so.
It's in the middle of summer.
Yeah, that was annoying. I fell out once with.
Sir, can I take my blades off? No.
I actually fell out and had a row. And for those of you who know me, or maybe don't know me, basically I had way too much power at my school. Way too much power. Megan will attest to that when she's in the box. But I actually fell out with our head of year, who we used to call Tuffers, because his name was Phil Tufnell. So how could you not call him Tuffers? I fell out with him because we went to the Poppy Museum. Wonderful exhibit, wonderful day out as well. Learned so much about the armed forces and how the poppies are made and where the money goes to as well. And we did this wonderful thing where we put a poppy together, and then they asked us, right, now do it with one hand behind your back and try and do it single-handed, and now try and do it with no hands as well, and then cover your eye and do it. And it's fantastic to learn how they do it and how the veterans put them all together. Absolutely fantastic. The inside part was amazing. It was the hottest day of the year. The hottest day of the year. And we then went outside, and no joke, 5 students fainted from the heat exhaustion. And no one was allowed to take the blazer and ties off. And I had a go. I really was not liking that, because people were fainting and looking ill. And I was like, this is now a medical condition, and you're making them go around in what is basically a winter coat. So yeah, we fell out about that, and we both felt really bad about it the next day, that we actually sought each other out at the same time and had a conversation. And so yeah, that was our schools year round in the UK. No, in the UK they're September until July, with August off, and you get Christmas off and Easter off and that sort. In Scotland, it is. What was it? It's September. It's August till May, isn't it? And then you get June, July. Yeah.
I don't know what Scottish.
Yeah, then you get June, July off, and then for colleges and universities, you basically end in May and don't go back until September.
Just give an idea. I think the school year this year for me is 180 days.
There you go, 180 days out of 365.
It's like 180 or 190 or like 193 or something like that.
Yeah, it's not bad at all, really. People moan, but not that bad. At least I don't have to do it anymore, and I'm self-employed, and I get to do this, sitting in front of the chair talking to you lovely people. So, 2 hours and 24 minutes to go so far. Dixon's 2:25.059 with Castroneves, Newgard and Armstrong and Malukas coming in as well. They're taking through. Can we talk INDYCAR, not school? Well, we're only talking about that because the chat brought it up. We're reacting to what you were talking about. And if we want to talk about cars on track, let's talk about cars on track, because so far we've got a train going on down the start-finish straight between Marco Andretti in the 98 is just behind, and then we've got Will Power leading that. Can't quite tell who's behind Will Power on the screen because the number's just interrupting it. So when we get a trackside angle, I'll inform you. But not much is going on in this session as well. They've done their shakedown laps. Only Daly, Power, Di Francesco, Rasmussen, Andretti are out on the circuit. And judging by that, I can say it's Will Power, followed by Christian Rasmussen and Marco Andretti. That's you running on in that little train now, just coming into turn 4 at the last one. Cash Evans was second fastest time on day 1, bodes well for Myashak Racing. He's done a 2:24.523. Dixon's a 2:25.059. So that's how it stands at the moment, with them now just doing some trains. I think Ed Carpenter's just come out on the circuit as well, so now we're starting to get some running. But everyone's now done the first hour, and they're just changing up to come through. Don't worry, Ramo. We'll answer any question that gets put into the chat. Everybody's welcome here. Georgia.
And I'm down here, and good news, the 75 is on its way. And I just asked the team what was going on back in the garage, and they just said they were taking their time and making sure everything was perfect on this car, because it's never hit the track. Takuma Sato, as we remember, had a huge incident at the open test. This is a brand new car. As they described it, it still has new car smell. So as he gets ready, they're just taking their time, making sure everything is perfect. It's on its way out to pit lane and nothing to worry about. But when he hits the track, this is going to be the first time he will be sitting in this race car. So we might see him taking it a little slower at first, but I'm sure Takuma Sato will get up to speed quick.
And that's because, JT, Takuma Sato was one of our victims of the open day. Here's the accident for you. Slamming into the wall on the open test and it just effectively, JT, wrote off the whole car.
It was a mega wreck, wasn't it? Especially for a test.
Yeah, it shouldn't have gone that fast.
That's what happens when you go 237 miles per hour in towards turn 1 and get it all wrong.
AJ Foyt are fielding David Malukas, Santino Ferrucci. I think that's it. There's only 2 cars in there from AJ. Yeah, the 4 and the 14. That's it. Takuma Sato is with Ray Hall Lellerman Lanigan Racing this year as well, running the 75 car, and it's coming back out on the circuit as he has had 15 starts here, 2 wins, both 2017 and 2020, and 3 top 5s. He says he wants to win for a 3rd time here at the Brickyard and have the fans back, because when he was on that new podium in 2020, nobody else was around. It was the lockdown year, where no one appeared, and it was the month of August instead of the month of May. I might shoot Fox's production officer at this point if they keep going dry breaks. Another one, 5 minutes from the last one. Is this what it's like in America? Oh my God.
Yes, this is what it's like in America.
Can we just stay? Look, there goes Sky. I'm going to screen. I'm going to actually message saying, look, we're not. I'm going to message Tom Gamel. It's just literally the worst thing saying. Can we just have the static camera and not ad breaks, please? I'm tweeting. Are you ready? I'm tweeting. Could you take the commentary for a second while I tweet?
There's not really anything to talk about other than stuff's happening and we can't see it, and well, people are hitting golf balls into holes.
Can we stay with the world feed coverage even during breaks? I'd rather watch static cam than the same Sky ad every 5 minutes. Laughy face emoji. Laughy face emoji. There we go. Tweet sent out. And the good thing is that Tom Gamel's a friend, so he might actually be able to get that sorted quite quickly. Joseph Newgarden has just jumped to the top of the timesheets.
It's the same rotation of ads.
It's the same one. It's driving at the wall. Joseph Newgarden is now at 226.971. He is the fastest driver so far on this opening day of the test. And he's now found a little bit more pace out there. So please, fingers crossed, that we could see some 228s maybe in the next hour or so. Go on.
I'm concerned. Scott Dixon, last lap speed, 7.197 miles per hour.
Where's that? Oh, yeah. Has he crawled into the pit lane then? He's out on the circuit though. I can see him. Number 9. He's coming across the control line now. There he goes. Straight across.
220.058 last lap. That's a bit better.
Jack Harvey's improved and his delta time as well. He's now done a 222.822 miles an hour. So it's actually the Dryer and Reinbold Racing 6 and 7 with Ryan Hunter-Reid just below. Dryer and Reinbold, the team that is very much the just entering the 500 squad this year, with Ryan Hunter-Ray and Jack Harvey on board with that one. Scott McLaughlin's out there on a run. So we've got Newgarden, Dixon, Harvey, Hunter-Ray, McLaughlin, they're out there on the circuit. Reminder that Schwartzman and Lila are not, as things currently stand. We have our pictures back up. Kanaan or Larson, 17 for Hendrick Motorsports. It is Kyle Larson. Tony Kanaan will be out in the McLaren tomorrow.
Let's add that to the words of wisdom.
What? What? I don't know. There's Jack Harvey anyway. Yeah, Tony Kanaan will be out tomorrow in the McLaren at 10 a.m. Eastern. That's 3 o'clock British Summer Time. We'll be live for coverage of that as well as he does his refresher laps. Might not need all of those 2 hours though. As side by side, the two Penske's now with Joseph Newgarden on the high line and Scotty Mack on the low line. Just practicing some drafts as they come through turns 3 and 4 before the start-finish straight. And now we've got McLaughlin just ahead, and watch Newgarden. He'll pull down to the low line, sweep through into turn 1, and McLaughlin will now get the toe for a lap. So Penske practicing out there, the slipstreams, but without willpower. And this is a very critical 500 for willpower as well. As JT, we got told, he might not be in the car next year. He might leave the team and no longer be required, his services. And it's a crucial year for him to try and prove that he's still got it. And there's no better place than the 500 where he's had pole positions, and at the road course he nearly did, but finished third.
Yeah, absolutely. As across the line we go for the train of cars, and well, it's a good train, 6 cars, maybe a 7th. Forming at the rear with 2 hours 16 and a half minutes left on the clock.
Newgarden, Dixon, Castroneves, Armstrong, Malukas, that's your top 5 right now. That sound, it's addictive. As Newgarden leads them down the back stretch. Rasmussen has left the pit lane as well. Dixon's come into the pits. Colton Herta now just behind Newgarden with Scotty Mack as well. So we've got a nice little slipstream forming here. Mark says AJ Foytfield in 2 cars, and Malukas and Ferrucci. And Ramos says Ferrucci, very strong past few years. He goes well here. Average finish, of course, inside that top 10. Best of 4th. And nearly had a 3rd here last year, but got beaten at the line. Over the line we come again. We're on board with Scott McLaughlin in the Pennzoil livery. Gets ahead of Herta, who's backed out of it in the Andretti Global. I do love it though. It's got such a special feeling, this place. It just, yeah, you get all tingly and goosebumps. It's fun. 226.971 for Newgarden, actually time to beat right now. Scotty Mack, 6th fastest, just below that top 5, 223.1. 5.3, just set his new fastest time in the session. Don't forget, come up as time, but we'll read out the speeds for you and the conversions. Down to Georgia.
So this has to be special for you.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's special for me to even be out here at this track driving a race car. You know, I've been a fan of this race my whole entire life, really, and I've been here, I think, probably for the past 12 years as a fan, or you know, an IndyNext driver or anything like that. So to be here in the first place is very special, and it's a really cool experience. And then, you know, topping it all off with the car we have, the livery, the sponsor, it's all pretty awesome.
Do you have to pinch yourself sometimes and tell yourself that you're about to qualify for the Indianapolis 500?
Yeah, I do. I definitely do. You know, it's a cool experience. You know, we have a lot of time until qualifying, so you know, we're just working up to things slowly. When you're on track, it's you know, it's straight back to business. So it's you know, focusing on what I've always known how to do, just working through the car and the setup and everything like that. Right now, we're just kind of taking it easy. We're going back for some plan changes, things we wanted to try. So yeah, excited to keep moving along. And it seems like a long week, but I imagine it's going to go by very quickly.
Yeah, we just missed the car. It went back to the garages. What more do you want out of it right now?
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it was basically just re-baselining it there. We ended in a pretty happy spot after the test, so wanted to make sure we had the same thing, and we did. You know, I didn't run in traffic or anything. It was pretty much just in a no-tow, you know, the whole entire time. So now it's going to some of the planned test items that we have and just kind of methodically working through everything.
Jacob Abel attempted to qualify for his first Indianapolis 500, paying respects to Danny Sullivan. I mean, that's a good-looking car, good-looking suit, guys.
It's great looking.
Cheers very much, Georgia, down there on the field. As this racing goes on, there's Jacob Abel, who will be heading out shortly on the circuit. Still got Newgarden leading on the little train we've got going through here down the back. He's got Jack Harvey just behind, so I presume that's Christian Rasmussen still in that segment. And it is the 20, we're being told. So that's Alexander Rossi directly behind him now.
Is to 21. Getting involved there with Rasmussen.
Yeah, so there's Rossi, there's Rasmussen.
Yeah.
Ed Carpenter Racing Squad. Just doing some practicing as Newgarden's backed off and will come down pit road. Now, Danchin says, I'd say Newgarden is great in Indy 500 since last win of 24. Larson did try to get into top 10 on that race, but got somewhere near the top 20. I think, did Larson finish inside that top 10 here? I can't actually remember. Mark says, I don't know if any record, but we had 18 different drivers lead the race last year. Well, the Oracle will be joining us on Fast Friday, Matthew Owens, as JT also calls him, the mayor of Indianapolis, lead commentator of USRN.
That wasn't, I didn't start that.
Oh, who did start that?
It was Matt or Seth.
Oh, one of the others. Still, the Ed Carpenter Racing, or the ECR squad, as they've rebranded to this year. Rossi with the JavaHouse.com sponsored livery. His teammate Rasmussen directly behind him. Rossi's won here. Rossi's won here, of course, back in 2016, but he wants a second win so badly. $18 last year, I wonder how many this year, says Danchin as well. God knows how many we're going to have. With the hybrid as well, it makes it ecstatic, the amount we could progress. One ball with Pato O'Ward now in the McLaughlin. The Arrow livery. 228 mile an hour, 229, 230 as he enters turn 3, and it shoves off around about 12 to 13 mile an hour. Using a little bit of hybrid power to get that back up with the rear steering wheel on the right-hand side second clutch. Newgarden having a little bit of a wipe on the aero screen. And over the line. Right, let's check in with Fox quickly.
You're really doing the proper traffic running. It's too late.
Easy for us to say until there's a mistake by doing too much too soon. And then all of a sudden you can second guess that more aggressive mindset. But Will, it's really the difference between competing and participating and whether or not you really are in it to win it. And sometimes that only comes with experience.
How do you prepare for this? How do you train for this then? Because if you've got, obviously if you're preparing for an entire season of IndyCar, you can't just train your body for one 500-mile race on an oval, as you say, with the stresses on your neck, and then you have to train for the entire season. Then you have the guys who are the specialists who are coming here just for that one race, who can theoretically train just for this one race. Is there anything specifically that you can do to better prepare yourself?
Well, number one, this is the longest race of the season, so endurance training important, right? You need to put your body in a position where it's struggling for several hours, not just an hour and 40 minutes. But you talk about next. Look at the padding that all the drivers will run right here at different thicknesses, because in the end, there's no amount of training you can do that's going to allow you to hold your head up naturally with your neck for 3.5 hours of Indy 500 racing. Everybody is going to use the head pad there to use the car to hold your head up. And there's another thing, just the benefit of running lots of laps is I would always have left side neck strain because you think you're holding your head up the whole time and the muscles clench. It's the difference of seeing Kyle Larson so relaxed behind the wheel versus the tension of being a rookie and the anxiety of doing this for the first or second time.
Yeah, I mean, learning to trust your head falling into the pad, learning to relax, and really using the car to your benefit. I think that's one of the things that experience gets you, not just here at the Speedway, but at other racetracks as well. You get to, you find all the little hacks on when to let your grip relax on the steering wheel, when to be able to let your head take a break and give your neck that moment to relax. It's a really key part of maintaining your endurance in a race.
Will, you kind of want to melt into the seat and melt into the headrest and just sort of, as James said, just trust the car to hold your body. And you can burn so much energy in the first 30 laps of this race because you're so jacked up. It's the Indy 500. And then you get to like the third or fourth stint and you think to yourself, God, why was I holding the steering wheel so hard? Why did, I burned so much of my energy in the first 10%, and you need all 500 laps.
Yeah, we were talking about that before, weren't we? About the physical strain you get on the neck throughout this broadcast as well. It is absolutely awful, and it is relentless. People say, why do you need so much practice with Indy 500? You need it to, A, build up strength, B, build up your knowledge in this place, and C, it's just, if you just do the race, it's the equivalent of not only being punched, it's being sliced in half. You come out all just looking like a whale. Fabrice says, JT is the mayor of Stacktown. Great coverage from the JBMotorsports team, especially with so many Fox breaks. Charge on. Thank you, Fabrice. That's nice. And you've got a lot of stats, JT, that you can line up actually as well. It's quite fun.
Do I though?
You got more than me, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces of paper.
I have tons of weather stuff, but I don't know about stats.
There you look. I've got, these are all my papers in front of me on the desk that I'm changing and adjusting as we go. Should have had desk view, really. That would have been fun. I mean, I can, if we wanted to, if we got really bored. Oh, actually, it's showing you for me. Hang on a minute. Let me go over here and do it. There we go. If we get really bored, I can always add some reactions on.
Don't activate the thing.
We've got cars on the track, JT. No, you don't like that. You don't like that one. Oh, fair dues.
You cut out.
So, do you like this one? No. Red to green.
It's not working.
Well, no, it's working on the stream. Right, let's go down pit road. Jordan. No, Jamie Little.
Comfortable, just speed, which, as we know, is about 60% of the battle or more around this place. So it makes the rest of your job easier when you roll off fast. So the car's not as quick as the test, so we need to figure out why that is.
What's it like for you to jump back in like this, Marco? You don't race all year, but you come here to the month of May and just have to figure all this out. A lot of new things and a lot of unknowns at this point.
Just the buttons. These kids, they have too many buttons on these cars. No, I mean, other than that, I mean, it was flat first lap. Feel good.
All right, he's going to jump back in, turn some more laps here, guys.
And there you go. That's it. The buttons that the kids have to deploy. How much is it going to affect these guys coming in for the one race, for the Marcos, the Elios, the Takus?
If they're the best racing drivers in the world, arguably, JT, this should be easy for them, because it's not really that hard, is it, the amount of buttons they have to press? It's only clutch paddles at the back for hybrid power and recharge, and it's certainly been a lot more difficult in the past.
It's them having to manage it, which is what gets them, and like having to keep on top of literally everything while going 230 miles per hour. It's not easy at all.
One thing that's worrying me is that how the energy is regenerated is through braking. There's no braking on ovals, so we saw this last year when we went oval racing with the hybrid. Everyone was really unsure how it worked. We got relieved by it in Milwaukee, and then again at the last race of the season.
Okay, so
go on.
When they let off the throttle, the hybrid regenerates.
Yeah.
That's how they're doing it.
You do lean off ever so slightly around here. There are times you can do it, but it's the one thing we don't want is a 500 where it's lift and coast, just to get a bit more battery deployment. We want it flat out.
Yeah.
And so far, everyone's been a bit worried about this one because it hasn't been the most exciting season. And I know colleagues of ours across the networks have said, how much they're not looking forward to the 500.
We had a caution after 408 racing laps, though.
Yeah. Here's your top times then so far. Joseph Newgarden at 226.971 mile an hour. Scott Dixon then goes up into second place with Elio Castroneves third and Alexander Rossi fourth. Followed by Armstrong, Malukas, McLaughlin, Rasmussen, Harvey, and Hunter Ray in top 10. Ericsson, Herta, Rosenquist, Power, Daly, Andretti, Siegel, Larson, Ferrucci, and Stingray Rob down in 20th place as things stand with a few onboard cameras there as well. That's because they're transitioning over coverage over on Fox Sports. If you're watching us in America, you're going to change to Fox Sports 1 now. And we're staying here for all the action from the opening day of Indy 500 practice, the 109th running. Riding with Colton.
I bet we're going to lose TV picks, or are we staying on this static cam?
Well, I hope so, because I did say, can we just stay on the static camera, please? I'd rather have this than that. No. Oh, come on, why do we keep having this? Just let's leave the static camera on, please. So annoying. This is going to be a long month of May. So, Newgarden comes in. Dixon, Castroneves as well as the running order so far. They didn't go for an ad break for over 2 hours. And then as soon as the cars are on track, it's like, ad break, ad break, ad break, ad break, ad break. Typical money-grabbing organisations. And again, isn't Fox and Sky owned by the same person, Rupert Murdoch? So it should be quite easy, really, for Sky to go, yeah, we'll have that programme, we'll have that programme, we'll have that programme. Big year for Fox, however. First year in ever, I would assume, that they've had the 3 biggest sporting events in America. Super Bowl, Daytona 500, and Indianapolis 500. And they've been doing relatively okay with the coverage. I think it's been getting better and better as it's gone on. What have you rated of Buxton? I know we've been on the call mainly, but we've listened to him back. What have you made of him?
Buxton's been really good. You can tell that he's done his research because he didn't really know that much coming into as a play-by-play, but he's apparently he spent over $1,000 on history books.
Yeah, £1,000 on every book ever written around the INDYCAR series and all the history and everything. So he is thoroughly prepared for it as well. And
he brought out a fact about 1937 earlier.
I was shocked about that when we were listening in, actually. I did not expect him to bring out that amazing stat about how the first ever winner as well in 1911 didn't actually have a co-driver mechanic. He won it on his own. So that was an ironic one. So let's have a look. Harvey's improving too, says Warphammer as well. Oh, Varukta put a lovely comment in. If you're watching, hello. Nice to see you again as well. I saw a comment yesterday on Sunday evening, actually, after our NASCAR coverage as well. So, where is Jack Harvey on our board? I can't actually... There he is. He's into 10th position at the moment. So he's coming to the pit lane to change over. Will Power's improved up into 6th place now. With a 223.405 mile an hour lap time, which is a better improvement as Fox are coming back on.
Right.
What?
That explains why the Sky Sports F1 TV guide was split up from like 5 till 9 and 9 to 11 because they had to do this switch around. That now makes sense.
In that case, let's do it ourselves. Is it this one? I want to say it is. Hang on a minute. I want to make sure it's right now. No, it's this one. Hang on a minute. Give me a second. It's opening day for practice for the Indianapolis 500 here. And so far, Joseph Newgarden is top 226.971 miles an hour. For those of you just joining us in watch-along coverage over on Fox Sports 1 and the rest of the world. Josh Turner with you in the comment box for 2 hours to go of this day of testing, and we had a rain delay, so we've got 3.5 hours on the circuit here. But Joseph Newgarden top, and Well, so far, we've run a maximum of 40 laps. That honour goes to Newgarden, who's run the most, and he's been really out there, JT, testing like crazy. Ray Haroon, yeah, won the first one.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are getting ready, apparently Callum Eilot's car is being warmed up in the garages, so hopefully we may see a Prama out on track soon. As I'm just having a quick look at
we've got some...
But Jack Harvey copies, yeah.
Jack Harvey talking with the Fox team.
Hey, man, just having some fun up here. You guys are running well. Looks like they're making a change there on the front end to your race car. You happy with the balance so far?
Yeah, generally. In 30, yeah, I felt like we were losing a bit more grip than I like kind of when I was right up in the bubble. When I dropped out of it, balance was pretty good, so just trying a different sprint combination, see if I can just stay a bit closer in the 30, yeah.
How big is it, you know, working with us on pit lane, microphone in hand, and then all of a sudden jumping back into the tornado? You're going 230 miles an hour down the straightaways here. Does it feel comfortable yet, or do you still feel like you're inching your way up to really mixing it up with the guys?
Probably still building up a little bit. Obviously, it's a long week, so just trying to make sure that we step through this methodically. Obviously, quite a big swing. 3 days ago, I was in pit lane with the microphone, as you said, and now we're, you know, circulating with friends at 220 miles an hour plus. But it's pretty awesome, man. I gotta say, just having a great time.
If you can wrap things up in a little bit, we got a production meeting back in the compound in 15 minutes, but try not to be late.
Yeah, tell the guys I might just need a few minutes of time to get there, but I'll do my best.
All right, bud. Looks great out there. Your Invest Chevy looking sparkling in the Indiana sun. Have a great rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Ah, that was nice. They're lovable rogues, aren't they, JT, these fields? So, just a reminder that you can also listen to us on USRN here as well, as we're just checking with those. Hello, guys. Let's head down to JBL.
Back here, and I'm here because Jack is in the car. So thank you, Jack. And you mentioned the weather. It is beautiful right now. We even have some blue sky. We had rain earlier, so everybody's trying to get out here, learn more. Joseph Newgarden, I'm in his pit right now. Just talked to the team. He's up at the top of the charts, 42 laps and counting. I just talked to Tim Cindric, his strategist, and he said right now the plan is just to run around other cars, run in traffic as much as we can, make sure the car is as dialed as we think it is. Great speed. Joseph very happy. Of course, he's going for his third straight Indy 500. And guys, he's already been all over the place in New York City promoting the Indy 500 last night, but he's right where he left off, top of the charts, Kevin Lee.
So we have seen 32 cars on track so far, still missing 2. One of them is right here, the number 83 of Robert Schwartzman. And when you want to talk about drivers and teams that need the time the most, and already we're 4 hours into the day, luckily for them it rained some, so they're not quite as far behind. No specific issue, just simply the Prama team, brand new racing in America, many championships in junior formula racing in Europe. They weren't quite ready yet. No specific issue, just a little bit behind on the prep of the car. These are brand new race cars. They were not used in the open test. They used their road course car with some aero adjustments. So it's been a build, just a bit behind. Schwartzman going through tech, so he hopefully be back out on the pit lane in about a half hour. Callum Eilot's number 90 car is just about ready and has gone through tech. Should be rolling out to the grid here very shortly. A little bit of catch up to do in the early going. Now to Georgia Henneberry.
Jamie mentioned Joseph Newgarden going for his third straight Indianapolis 500, but someone who is also going for their third Indianapolis 500 championship, that's Takuma Sato. He sits in the Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan, number 75. He's only turned 2 laps today, but no worries out of the 75 crew and team. They told me this is a brand new car. If we remember, Takuma Sato had a major incident at the open test. So this is a brand new car, and they just want to make sure everything is perfect and running how it should, going over all of it and making last checks and last adjustments before sending him out. He's turned those 2 laps. He sits in the car and he awaits the rest of this practice session. Guys?
Thanks very much, Georgia. And the team down there as well that we'll be hearing throughout the session so far. So Joseph Newgarden's top at the moment. This was Will Power. JT going for a move on the inside line through 1 and lifting off as well. And already they're getting the full experience of what it's like to run on the 500 at proper racing speeds.
Yeah, this I believe is a slow-mo of the cars going through turn 1, and that is, I believe, the number 12 Will Power, who just got a little bit low. Yes, it was. He drifted high up from the low of the track to the middle of the track, and was able to save it, as we are on board Will Power now. Laps run: Newgarden 45, Dixon 25, Castroneves 17, Rossi 26, Armstrong 23, McLaughlin 34, Power 37, Malukas 27, Rasmussen 37, and Jack Harvey 35 laps.
Yeah, so that's great for them as Power lifting through 1 and 2. So he's already practicing harvesting that hybrid energy that we get information up here in the booth about how much energy they've got left and how much they can recharge and lose at the same time, so that's okay. Got news for you. Kalama's INDYCAR is ready to go, and it's been wheeled out into the field now, so we will have Prama, not Prema, as Will Buxton's having to say it, but Prama will be going out soon as well. So finally we're going to get some running in here on day 1 for the squad from Italy, who, if you've been paying attention, that was the team last year that, well, Mick Schumacher's driven for them and won championships, Ollie Behrman has driven for them as well, and including the current ace of Formula 1, Andrea Kimi Antonelli. Didn't Piastri drive for them as well? I think he did at one point. Our current championship leader over there. Polo's just jumped up to 3rd place, by the way, and there it is. That's Kalamana's car going in through Gasoline Alley, and that's Newgarden getting out of his Penske as well after topping the board of 45 laps he's run so far today. 226.971 mile an hour. Action going with 1 hour 51 to go here of the opening day of practice for the Indy 500.
Let's go to race. Watch us go to races with us.
They don't do this during the actual practice, do they?
There we are.
Oh, for God's sake.
At least it's different ads this time.
Yeah,
I think.
Someone's Atomic, apparently. Someone's listening to me, but not
Oh,
the
never
right
mind.
way. No, same ones. Why is it just that? Hang on, let me have a look. No, I can't see anything coming there. First of all, the BBC Traitors looks ridiculous this series. Just to let you know, because I'm trying to find the information from the TV audios as things currently stand. Use the hashtag Sky4IndyCar to get information. Yeah, everyone's as well thinking, why have we got ad breaks? Okay, so what's been your moment so far, JT, of this open day practice?
Nothing's happened.
Nothing's happened. It's a bit weird how
Okay.
it's happening.
If I had to pick one moment, the time that the green flag was dropped, because that's literally the only thing that actually happened.
Other than that, absolutely nothing. They've just been out there holding down the fort and getting some decent laps in. 45 laps of Newgarden, 29 for Dixon, 47 now for Nolan Siegel before he came into the pit lane. He's done the most out there today so far, as you can see on the drop-down menu alongside us here in the commentary box. What driver was first to drink the milk? Well, that was 1936, wasn't it, as well, where we got our first milk.
Oh, me.
Are you throwing him under the bus? Is he in the booth?
I'm not throwing him under the bus.
Oh, hello,
Oh,
Amy.
me.
Hello.
Hello. What do you say to Mr. Joshua Birch, who forgot and did not know that Oscar Piastri raced for Prema?
Oh my God.
Did he or didn't he? I can't remember.
He
did.
He did. I said he did.
Oh
I just couldn't remember if that was correct or not. So, it's not my fault. I said he did. The viewers will back me up. I said he did. Anyway, we've got all our pictures back. Right, here we go again then. Welcome back to Indianapolis practice. If you're watching along with us alongside with timing and scoring information. We've only got a few cars out there on the circuit now because everyone else has dived back into the pit lane. Antica Sato has just done another lap time at Callum Allen's in pit lane now, by the way, but Sato's done a 2:08.495. Harvey and Lundgaard just came into the pit lane, as did Devil and Di Francesco. So Sato in the 75 car now is the only driver circulating 220 mile an hour through turn 1 and 2, and this is where he binned it, JT, on open day.
Yeah, through turn 1, now down the back stretch as he exits turn 2. And he is going, I believe, let me quickly look down at my screen.
He's up at
123 miles per hour.
Yeah, so he's not fast yet. He's building himself up on his runs after, this is only lap 6 he's managed to compete after some problems. They did an install lap, they've changed it over. Over the line we go then. And it is a 2:17.915, very much building himself up to this one as well. And it's, I just realised the time here in the UK, it's 9:12. Blimey. Time flies, doesn't it? When you're having fun and the atmosphere is building. Tension rising. I'll just try and put my audio lead back through the table so that it doesn't interrupt on the desk, which is full of crisp packets and biscuit packet wrappers as well. And there's one here that hasn't been eaten yet. Through the rain delays that we've been having. What's the weather radar looking like, JT? We haven't asked that in an hour or so. We'll cross over now. What's it looking like?
Can you see it?
Yeah, we can see it.
There you go.
Are we just about missing it all then?
That's the clouds.
There's the track, yeah. It's like brief little pockets in these pop-up showers that could come. There's the circuit. When's that due?
This is now.
It looks okay on the TV pictures.
That's
but
now.
Yeah. So it's just hovering over the circuit with the radar. Okay. Yeah, well, we are on radar watch, of course, because at any moment it could pop up and throw down and bring out a yellow flag, and then it could end the day early, which is a worry we don't want to have. Here's the Cambridge car.
You said it now.
They're coming through. Well, how long have we actually had of the run? 1 hour, 15 minutes. Oh, 1 hour 40. Wow, okay, wow. 1 hour, 40 minutes and 34 seconds. Over the line then, Herta's Delta, not improving. Last lap time was a 2:15. His best is a 2:22.480. That is Callum Ilott getting ready to head into the car. Brand new Pramas, as you heard Kevin say down there in pit road at Gasoline Alley in tech inspection. They've never run a single lap here. So that very much is getting into that new car smell that we're on about. Omi, you still in the booth?
Yeah.
Love to get your thoughts on Prama coming over and running an INDYCAR, which has been very much a successful team in the junior formulas. Haven't gone up to Formula 1. This is Prama's only real top form of motorsport they've entered.
Yeah, they've been across so many things in Europe. They've been successful in all of them, but this is going to be their real big challenge, let's say, coming into this. And of course, combining themselves with drivers that used to drive for them as well. So it's really, really interesting to see how they've done, but they're going to look to continue to try and progress. But I think they'll be happy that they've been able to make the transition and also to come out here and do some racing. But yeah, they'll be looking for a bit of a long-term goal in terms of trying to be competitive.
There is Alok getting strapped in. Alex Polo just getting driven around on the circuit now as well, just waiting for his opportunity to run and get another attempt out on the circuit. Just coming to the pit lane, so has Takuma Sato. You can see he's active on the circuit with the green banner. That's Malukas, Siegel, Daly, Stingray Rob, Foster, and now, well, yeah, that's it really. Schwartzman is not active. He is not yet set. He's not even past technical yet. So that is an incorrect graphic on your timing towers, just to update you.
Shout out to Prama for putting their driver car numbers on the middle of their steering wheel.
Yeah, it's going to make it easy for us, isn't it, in the commentary?
Knowing you, you'll still probably miss the number and say, I wonder what.
Unfortunately, I can't do anything because the com cam is the same as the broadcast camera, and I can't mute because that goes to your SRN. So I can't do anything to you.
I just think that your eyes might be going because you've been watching races since the 1960s.
Here we go again.
I haven't been watching as they go to yet another ad break. I really hope this changes tomorrow because that's going to drive me up the wall coming into it. Yeah. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be on air earlier. So at 10 a.m.
You'll
Eastern.
be on air earlier.
Yes, well, maybe not even me. I might hand it down to INDYCAR Radio at this point and keep an eye on. Maybe considering there'll only be one driver out there, Tony Kanaan, it's useless to let me ramble for 2 hours when we've got the whole 6.
That'll be fun though.
Well, no, I'd rather just let that go because I've also got other things to do.
Hello, Charles Leclerc. Hello, George Russell. Hello, Lando Norris.
Hello,
Yuki.
Why am I seeing shirtless pics of Yuki Tsunoda on my screen? It's like reading George Russell's internet history. The amount of shirtless pics he's put on.
George Russell or Valtteri Bottas's?
If you Google Valtteri Bottas's, it comes up with an X-rated video. So I think you're gonna have to wait, don't you, with his calendar? I don't like what Toto Wolff said about that it had to stop. It was for charity. Lighten up, Toto. Also, Mohammed Ben Salah, I'm getting his viewpoint in again, the FIA president. There's an article that went round about him earlier on. I haven't had a chance to read it yet. I might grab it up next time I have that option as well. Oh, great. Megan's got her money back for the hot plates that we brought. Have we got audio back yet? Or this just freezing? Only Nolan Siegel now on the circuit because everyone else is diving down pit road. Come on, give me back TV pictures. Well, they're trying, aren't they, JT, to give us pictures? Maybe this is... Yeah, there we go. Maybe that's why we don't have pictures for the international break. Let's go picture in pictures, guy. Come on. As we come up. Prama at speed jet. They haven't even left the garage. Just to let you know. Paradox 680. They have yet to even leave the pit lane. So, Devlin Di Francesco is out there on the circuit. Let's check in with the 100 days to Indy.
485 brake horsepower. It doesn't weigh much. It's quick.
Oh, apologies for the language.
Well, all future episodes of 100 Days to Indy will be streaming exclusively on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com today.
Okay, interesting here. How many years have you been watching Formula One? It's been a vote that they've done on YouTube. 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 20, or 20 plus. Now, I've been watching.
Well, you're 20 plus because you've been watching since the 1960s.
Yeah, 99, thank you very much. So yeah, I'm 20 plus. That got 17% of the votes. 10 to 20 years, also 17. 5 to 10 years, 21. 0 to 5 years, 45% of the votes. How? Just, oh. Of course, that must not count because, yeah. Do you know what I'm waiting for?
Hello.
And on
Jimmy
kicked off
with her mic not working.
You guys have been out there third on the board right now. So what else do you need? I assume you are going to go back out for some more laps.
Yeah, we hope so. We hope so. Just making a couple of changes, see if we find more speed.
But yeah, hopefully the weather stays as beautiful as it is now. But yeah, I mean, happy so far. But yeah, as always, it's testing really early on. Just trying to find stuff to be more comfortable, more speed, and yeah, just get some more traffic run today.
All right, he's got the road and street courses figured out. We'll see if he can figure out the oval here at Indianapolis. Guys?
Thank you, Jamie.
Okay, so here's the latest news, by the way, in terms of the top 5 overall speeds. That's Newgarden, Dixon, Polo, Castroneves, and Rossi. So that's Newgarden 226.971, Dixon 225.059, Polo at 224.599, Castroneves 224.523, and Rossi 224.347. Here's the best bit though, the top 5 non-tow speeds. So this is more representative of where we get into qualifying, and that's Kyle Kirkwood, 219.497, Newgarden 219.149, Daly at 218.786, Rossi 218.736, and McLaughlin 218.613. So it looks like McLaren aren't up there in the paces, JT. When we get to the single speeds, they're right up there once again. So in the non-tow speeds that we have to look at for qualifying, they're there. But in pack racing, they're not.
It's still only early days though. We've not turned up to the max.
That's Friday for it. When we get there.
Yep. Well, we had first Wednesday?
Yeah.
The open test?
Yeah. They turned up to 11 quite quickly, didn't they, as well?
That's when all of the crashes happened.
2 of them last
was when they turned it up to 11 in the open test.
Why do that in the open test? The only reason they did it was because they knew that they wouldn't have it. All right, let's go down to pit lane again, Kevin Lee.
Well, and it's good to have you back after being away last year. How is it so far?
Yeah, it's been a long time for me. You know, last year I had to watch from the stands doing TikToks with the media guys, but it was a lot of fun over there. But man, it feels good to be back in the car. We had our speedway car now. You know, at the open test we were just having the road course car, so big difference immediately. We went out, did a few laps, and already hit a 223 in traffic, which we struggled to do out of the 2 days. So we're in a very happy place, just taking it easy, making sure everything is in the right place and the car's where it needs to be. So we're going to head back to the pad now, make a few more changes, and just slowly be comfortable.
Those that don't know, the reason that Dave didn't race last year, you still see the remnants of. He had a major hand and wrist injury. So I'm just curious about this. We think about road course racing as really physical. Is there some physicality, especially with extra weight on the cars now, of driving here on the oval?
100%. I mean, you're always turning left on those same 4 corners. Yeah, I mean, he gets in the shoulders, the lat. I mean, it definitely comes, but that's more when it comes to the race. I mean, 2.5, 3 hours a race could be sometimes, so that's more when we get there. But as of now, I mean, compared to ovals is definitely a little bit easier physically for sure.
Only 23 years old, but he's already a veteran of 2 Indianapolis 500s. David Malukas.
Thanks, Kevin.
So, we've got Dixon P2, Polo P3, Newgarden P1. It's 3 champions in the top 3 places.
500 champions in the top 5, thank you. Apparently they're just not talking anymore. Alright, fair dues. Coming into this one. So, we've got, what is it, 226.971 from Newgarden as the circus continues to fly on. Just a reminder, once we're done here, you can join the Grid Network for the first of our wrap-up shows in the special month of May. And myself and Kobe Lambeth will be talking you through the action. Just a reminder as well, our Grid Tonight show on Wednesday has also moved till after the practice time. So only a few cars out there at the moment. Go on.
Which I'm guessing would have been moved later because we're now ending at 11:15, not 11.
Are we ending this at 11:15?
No, tomorrow.
Yes. It's all been moved. McLaren sucks, says SCGA001. Well, we're riding with Christian Lundgaard now in the McLaren. He's got Rinus VK directly behind him. Lundgaard's backed up a bit. VK's going to sail through with that toe. And Lundgaard doing his own strategy. He wants said toe now in order to get a little bit of a slipstream run on. As he comes out of turn 3 into 4, trips below the white line, and drifts up towards the barrier. I love this track. I love this event. There's just something else extra about this that you don't get at any other venue. I think Omi, you might want to step in for JT tomorrow to give him a break. He might get tired at this point. Is he just disappeared?
Huh?
No, I thought he disappeared. He vanished off the bottom of my monitor.
Right.
Yeah, we've got another team coming in, hopefully. Lambros. Tom, if you're around, feel free to hop in. You've done a race this year. Any team possible. Who have we got on the schedule, actually? Has anyone done that schedule yet?
No, no one's done it. The story of our lives.
I can't actually view it. There we go. There we go.
Not even Omi's done it.
Yeah, I'm just turning up when I want into this call. At least I'm turning up, guys. Okay.
This weekend, you can join us for Formula 3, Formula 2, Formula 1, World Superbikes, and the Indy 500. And we've also got Formula E! The No Sleep Club returns as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars on the start stretch. We've got a race on our hands. And Fox go to a break.
Also got on our hands is the dreaded word that starts with an L.
Just stay here, Sky. We like this monitor. Okay, cool.
No, goodbye.
Oh, no, they don't like it. Why? I don't get it.
JB, you just completely ignored what I just said.
There's something else beginning with an L. That's what we heard. We could barely hear you.
Right. There's what else is there something that we all hate?
Lag?
Beginning with L.
Lag?
And it's a rule only in the US.
Law? I don't know. Legal precedents? Or what? I mean, where are we going with this?
What do I normally deal with?
Lag. Listening
Weather.
in. Weather. Weather doesn't begin with an L. Weather begins with a W.
Who's going to tell him that it's lightning?
Oh, right. Lightning, yeah. What? Have we got lightning in the area?
20 miles out.
Is that on your map?
No, that is on my map.
We're on the radar now. What have you got for us?
The big red blob to the top right, there's lightning in that, but it's 18 miles out. So we're fine for now.
Is that? But it's within 8 miles as well. What's the wind speed?
You tell me.
Sorry, I just looked at SCG's comment in the chat. 247 alerts. Oh my goodness me. It's actually weather radar for Indianapolis and the speedways with the red dot is.
1/5 thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, we
That
see it.
is for
Jefferson.
Actually, that is for Indiana. Iron.
Whoa.
There you go. But that is
Away
there.
from the
There you go.
speedway. That's coming into the circuit, yeah.
No, very slowly.
Would that likely hit overnight then?
Yeah. 13 special weather statements. But yeah, if we go national radar.
This is the content you signed up for at JB Motorsports, by the way, as we go back to TV pictures. It's the weather radar. Go on.
That's the national radar.
Yeah.
And
Jamie
then we
Little?
zoom into Indianapolis.
No, Jamie, we're fine. Go on.
Back to single site. There we go. But yeah, look, you can see the lightning bolts.
Yeah, I see them. The little tiny bolts. So if that comes within 8 miles, it's an instant red flag. Is it due to hit in the next 90 minutes?
No, I'm just going to bypass us, I think.
We'll keep an eye on it though, that wind changes. Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on that. Cheers. Weather radar watch. And here's Scotty Mac. 225.005 at the moment. Third fastest on the run. As he comes through. We've got a train forming though, with tows coming in as we're 2 hours in. Indy 500, May 25th. You join us, we'll have a big build-up. As soon as we're done with the Monaco Grand Prix, it's straight to Indy for our coverage. And it's going to be a good one.
Yes, the road to Indy for us is Monaco.
Yeah. It's going to be a long day. Oh, look at the wind and McLaughlin and the aero bouncing on that Penske's front wing. The same can almost be said for a top here. Sato's top of the no-toe speed runs. So Sato now finding his pace out there. Stingray Rob now setting new personal bests on his run. One. Love that. Look at McLaughlin on the front wing no aero device. It's just rotating and flexing like crazy.
So you were looking at the front wing and I was looking at the rear wing.
What did you spot on the rear wing?
Doing the exact same thing. I didn't realise the front wing was doing it because I was looking at the rear wing when you were talking about the front wing.
Both do it, yeah. That's a nightmare and a half. The load on that is going to be that's actually going to be making you feel unsteady in the car as well. You feel like you're balancing on a tightrope on a unicycle. And at any moment, you just flip around with a flick of the switch.
Well, here's a big group of cars.
Marcus Ericsson involved in that one as well, but Clifford Simpson just ahead. Yeah, so the 28, no, 2, and the 27 follows the 8 car. That's Carl Kirkwood now.
Not for long,
No,
as Kirkwood goes down the inside.
Kirkwood gone and straight through. He was not going to stop, was he?
No. You can tell that there is the windsock. You can tell that Sky are taking Fox's feed because the TV delay is double the length. Because my timing screen is 1:25:40 when the TV is 1:26:00. So you can tell that
Blimey.
you've got the Fox TV delay and then you've got the Sky TV delay added on that. Yeah, look at the rear wing here.
Oh, goodness me, yeah. So it's flexing like absolutely mad. If we get another shot of that, I'll pop it up on the monitor. As McLaughlin's going to go for a run. I wonder if we can spot this in live action if we look at it now. Yeah, a little bit of flexing. It's hard to see on the naked eye, isn't it, JT? But now Scotty Max in the front there.
Yeah.
Just so you can see it moving. It's too fast, but he's super slow-mo. And he's not doing it when he's in clean air, so it's only the dirty air that's causing that car to shake around like a loose 50p bit of change in your pocket. We're on board with McLaughlin now, and just take a look at how much steering angle he's having to put in as well. And he's at over 220 miles an hour, and it's really fighting and juddering. And look at the tyre vibration as well. He's up to lift off actually when at full speed. So that car definitely not a good speed, JT.
Yeah, absolutely. As we are getting ready and counting down to the final hour, that's in 24 minutes' time. And hopefully more cars will start to come back out on track as Lightning's 20 miles away. Hopefully should bypass to the north of the circuit and Speedway, which is what it's currently scheduled to be doing.
Yeah, looks like we might be all right for that. We are, yeah. It's the one that's blowing in from below that's worrying me. Is that might hit us?
Seems like it's staying where it is for now.
Yeah, wind speed's a bit lower down there near Greenwood. Always look at Beech Grove, JT. That's something we learned in the Open test. If it's coming in from Beech Grove, it's going to hit us. And there's just a little bit bubbling around Beech Grove.
Well, yeah, because if we go, if we use this, we'll look at how straight up.
Yeah. And there's just a little, that's what we learned in the Open test. There's just a little bit there coming in. So if Beech Grove has rain, Speedway's going to get it too. Here's JT. McLaughlin's backed out of his run now. As we take a look on board at McLaren's stand. There's some thumbs up going on as well with his strategies and runners around. Don't forget Tony Kanaan's going to lose out all this days of practice. And that is J.R. Hildebrand at McLaren. 3 podiums and 68 starts here at the Brickyard. Hopefully the R-word stays away on race day. I'll be there in person. Enjoy! And we're covering that day as well. Daniel's back. Hello, Daniel. Nice to see you again, my friend.
It went down from 65% chance of rain to currently a long distance forecast of 25% of rain.
Is that race day or today?
Race day.
And go for that. Nolan Siegel is enjoying himself down there. Many people
But
said...
that's the long rains forecast, so it could change again.
Oh, we could easily change. VK's the only driver out there now at the moment. Everyone else is diving into the pit lane. Carpenter and now Schwartzman's in too. Schwartzman's on pit road, everybody. As we send it back in time to the time that J.I. Hildebrand crashed into the wall in 2011. Just overtaking a lap car on the marbles into the wall. And it was the Lion himself who took another victory at the 500, Dan Weldon. But J.I. Hildebrand, everybody felt for you that day, and there he is on the McLaren pit wall now, watching on. Hopefully not looking at those World League pictures, but yeah. Here we go again then! A little bit of cloud coming in for opening day practice at the Brickyard.
Okay, INDYCAR weatherman has just picked up on the same cell that I've picked up on. Could get close near the end of the session, and there have been a couple lightning strikes within that area, which is 15 to 20 miles out. Exactly what we said.
Let's have a look at that radar then, yeah. It's inching closer, isn't it? You can just see it on the monitor. It's lightning inside the 8-mile radius, no matter which direction it's coming from. If it's in that 8-mile circle...
Can I draw the 8-mile circle for you?
Yeah, go on, draw that 8-mile circle. Because that is, if there's lightning in that side area, then you have to be out of it. So now JT will draw that 8-mile circle. Can you change the thickness or anything? Where are we up to? 7. Ooh, do you see how close it is as well? Yeah, it's at Beech Grove. It's always at Beech Grove. That's what we keep saying. If there's anything there, then we're in trouble. We learnt that on the Open test in last year. So it's 8 miles exactly.
There's the 8-mile circle.
Yeah, and it's coming in, isn't it? That lightning strike. Oh dear, okay.
At the moment, it's okay.
It's like it's rotating around on its axis, isn't it, as well? It's like it's just following the circle. Just keep an eye on that little cell at Beech Grove. That's all we've got to know. Knowing the area, it will change. Funny how rain played a part in the last 2 years, but the last 20 years, there's hardly any rain here. Thanks, Mother Nature. Daniel says, I understand that this is a special race, but with the speeds as they are already, and given the fact that we have this generation of chassis for an eternity, do we need 5 days of practice before qualifying? They have reduced the time this year, haven't they?
McLaughlin's going backwards.
Is he? Why? Oh, well, they're doing the footage. They have reduced the time this year, though, JT, haven't they? It used to be 10 till 6, now it's 12 till 6, so each day it's 2 hours less, which does account to around about 12 hours they lose, so they only get around about 27, 28 hours of testing now.
Yeah, but we'll be back today 10 till 6 tomorrow because of TK's session.
Which is great for us. And we all know what the best day of the year is as well, qualifying day 1. Kiss the bricks!
Might have seen a couple of clips from your intro in there.
Coverage begins, 10 a.m. Eastern. for the greatest spectacle in racing and the racing capital of the world. And this is your champion so far. Castroneves, Newgarden, Sato, Ericsson, Power, Rossi, Hunteray and Dixon. Most of all time, of course, goes in for Castroneves, tied with 4. He's going in to try and make it 5 here this season, and JT, it's a possibility he could do it. But 50 years old now.
Yeah, and, well, he is currently, Takuma Sato.
I was all about
Castroneves.
Yeah.
Yeah. As we're on board with Ericsson, it's in the Andretti. Castroneves,
5th.
He's currently 5th, currently in the pits. Not bad.
Decent.
224.523.
Of course, not everyone's run a full-on, proper, high-speed lap yet. They're not going to turn these engines up, or even gearboxes, as we know, until Friday. This is just very much build up the test times at the moment and see where things go.
Here we go down the front stretch, and this is Ericsson getting a tow. Oh, is he giving the tow? No, he's giving the tow to someone.
I love that noise. So just replying to that, they are monitoring that radar, JT. That's coming out there on the circuit. So watch out for it. INDYCAR is keeping an eye on. Over the line we come.
I've got track clear green on my timing screen at the moment, and that will flash yellow when it's a caution. I don't know what the yellow flag graphic on multi-viewer looks like for INDYCAR, because it's not, I don't know if it's just like the yellow flag or if it says caution or whatever it says, because for F1 it just says yellow flag, doesn't it?
I have no idea how you're even doing this.
I'm just using multi-viewer.
Hang on, are these onboard cameras working now? Have we got cameras activated now?
I don't know about cameras, but I've got timers.
I've got camera. I have cameras. Mine's gone off. Give me 1 minute. There we go. Hello. I've got Newgarden on board. Oh, there he is. I've got his camera working right now. Hello.
That's nice.
We have new toys, ladies and gentlemen. There's Joseph Newgarden's on board. Georgia.
This is crazy, and
By them.
Yeah, this is not sponsored, okay? But check this out. Look at his heart rate and the way that his heart was going up and down when he was going up for his test, and I think that's just a really good testament to what is going on out there. What's the highest number? I don't know how to read this.
I think like a street circuit's normally a bit higher. It's like 180 or something like that. A lot of the drivers wear one. I know Polo does, Newgarden. It's a good way to just track things, and I have a little bit of game with it too. It's fun.
It's definitely fun. Speaking of games, were you on the golf course earlier today?
No, but
yes, let's have a game with a heartbeat.
Yeah, I was playing on my PlayStation.
And then you were doing something else in Pagoda Plaza. What was going on? And congratulations on becoming a U.S. citizen.
Thank you, Georgia. No, it was really special. You know, one of my first deeds, you could say, as an American citizen. I read the Pledge of Allegiance at the annual naturalization ceremony here at Pagoda Plaza. So it was awesome. 53 new Americans get dual citizenship, and I'm very lucky. I'm dual citizen now of New Zealand and USA. And I heard the boys talking about if I won this race, like, well, I would be, and let's get there first. But I would love to. I'm a New Zealander, so New Zealand would be winning the race. But I love America. I love this place. It's a privilege to be here, and I really enjoy it.
Yellow's
Simon
out.
Pagenaud on your box. You said in a few
Black
interviews that he was a
Artesian
big
flag.
help last year, but now he's actually on your box here. What advice has he been able to bring you today?
Look, I leaned on Simon last year. We've always been very good friends since we're teammates here, and you know, I asked him to come help us last year. He did it remotely. We just wanted to keep it low key. And we didn't really know how his symptoms would be like here with the noise and whatnot, but it was thankfully very nice. And this year he's gone all in and here with me all month. So we're meeting in the morning, night, talking on the stand. He knows what's, you know, what for me it's just purely driving techniques and understanding like where I need to put the car or what I need to be looking out of the car. You know, you can't ask for much more. There's not many current winners here at the track right now, so it's if I can have one in my corner, it's a very cool thing.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, cheers.
Full course yellow is out, JT.
Inspection.
Track inspection, JT, track inspection.
Yep, they normally have a track inspection before the final hour.
Sounds good to me then. We have
And Callum Ilott did turn a lap before that caution came out.
onboard cameras, which means JB's gonna play to get some cameras on.
Don't say that.
I'm very excited about this as well because I need another monitor. That's what I need up here in the commentary box.
God.
I have a giant screen here in the comms box that I'm now considering could play a little factor for the 500. If I can find somewhere to pop it, then that's going to come in handy. So yes, and yes again. We're gonna. Oh, actually, yeah, all right. Boys, I've got a new thing that we can play with for the 500.
That's nice.
For now, though, we can actually show. Give me a driver to go on board with. I've got Newgarden, McLaughlin, O'Ward, Siegel, Lundgaard, Dixon, Power, Ferrucci, Rahal, Larson, Rossi, Herta, Kirkwood, Ericsson, Rosenquist, and Stingray Rob. Who do you want? Who do you want?
Yes.
All 16. I don't think my laptop would take that.
Yes.
Let's have a look. Who? Well, no one's out there on the circuit.
Well,
okay, that's my fault.
All right, no, fair point. Let's have a look at on board with Pato. There you go. Look.
Of course, no one's out on the circuit. Can't you see the yellow?
Yeah, but look, there you go. Look.
Hold on.
Pato O'Ward,
Hold on.
GT.
JB, do I need to flash the yellow just
right.
so you can
I've just realised
know it's the yellow?
The stream can't see me for the first time today, so there you go. Just get them all out in one. So there's Pato O'Ward's on board, everybody.
Let me just go onto YouTube and see JB on stream.
We're not on stream. I can physically see. I've got the preview open. So there's Pato O'Ward's camera.
So I'm
Only
I'm
you are
on stream, but okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Now I'm back. Hello. Oh, wow. This is going to be fun now. See the things we can find to play with, people. This is brilliant.
Wow. It's so good.
I really am. I really, really am now trying to think of how I can get this fixed quickly for it. I'm going to try and get like a little screen with them all on. So I'm going to have a go. It might break my laptop, but I'm going to have a go. Let's head under the yellow. Let's head over to Bob.
It's under a full course caution.
Oh wow,
for
they're
a-
talking.
a track check. Kevin is down with Noble Siegel.
Yeah, we're going to check in with the 20-year-old in his first full IndyCar season. It's going really well on the road and street courses. How's it going here back on the oval?
It's going really well so far. We had a good open test, got ourselves to a comfortable spot, and that's kind of where we rolled off again today. So happy with where we are balance-wise with the car, starting to work into traffic, and no, we're just taking our time, but I'm really happy with where we started the month.
You were thrown in the deep end last year. You had done a couple of IndyCar weekends, and you're here with Dale Coyne Racing. I know you haven't done an oval this year with Arrow McLaren, but what's the difference in comfort level when you're doing all the races and you know everybody on the team and so forth?
Yeah, it makes a huge difference. You know, I've worked with these people every weekend, and I've worked with them for months now, all through the off season. And you know, instead of coming and learning a new track, learning a new car, meeting all new people, and you know, it was just a lot last year, a lot other than just driving. And now I feel like all I have to focus on is driving the car because I know how this whole team works. I've worked with all the same people, and it feels like home now. So very fortunate to be in this situation, and yeah, we're all in a happy place.
You've got a lot of resources. You've got 3 teammates, 2 that have done this race a few times. You've got Tony Kanaan, and now J.R. Hildebrand is here on your pit box. What can he do to help you? What are you looking to him for?
I've got great teammates, as you said. Obviously, Tony as well in the rest of the season, but Tony's helping everyone. Tony's helping Kyle a lot, I think, this month, and it's great to have JR on my stand and as a resource that I can go to kind of anytime. I feel like, you know, obviously Pato and Christian are great resources as well, given that they've done the race a lot, but they're racing as well, and they're focused on their own programs. So having JR here with the 6 group and focused on this car is really helpful for me. And especially given that I haven't done the race before, there's still a ton for me to learn running in traffic, and just having that experience is going to be huge for me this month.
Thanks, Nolan. Nolan Siegel looking forward to qualifying for his first Indianapolis 500. Jamie.
And Will Power just getting ready to go back out, talking to Elio Castroneves. There are a time or 2 around here, Will, but what exactly are you guys looking at right now to do here in the closing hour or so?
Just a couple of mechanical changes, yeah, not nothing big. I think we got a pretty good baseline. The track's like a bit low grip, I think. It's kind of hard to follow, pass. I think my teammates are pretty good, so could sort of learn a thing or 2 off them.
Last weekend, Saturday, great race for you, a podium. How does that help you in kicking off things here in the month of May?
I mean, it's good for everyone on the team. It's a very different discipline, obviously, very different style of driving and racing. It's its own thing, it really is. So it's almost its own championship in itself. So you just got to really look for your weaknesses and improve.
Well, have fun the rest of the practice here and tomorrow.
Thank you, thank you.
Will Power, 2018 Indy 500 winner after our own Jack Harvey had.
Great, JT's got news for us.
Do I?
Lightning hold.
No,
The positioning of it.
that's not what I said.
Well, you said you were 0.5. What was it?
0.5 miles away from a lightning hold. We're not in a lightning hold, but we were close to a lightning hold.
Chances of it happening? Yeah, chance of it happening.
I don't know. I can't tell you, but there is now stuff south of the Indianapolis airport, so...
Fingers crossed then we continue to stay in a position where all can be good. I need one more camera in order for this to work, so I'm really hoping that Pato's has started working. Oh, I think it has. Oh, no, I've already got Pato, I think, yeah. So I need Scotty Max, who wasn't working earlier on, to see if his is going to work, and then we can show you all something very cool.
Stop trying to do something cool.
Well, yeah, it is cool. I can tell you that right now. What we're getting hold of. No, because not all of them are working. Because some of them are behind the scenes as well, so they don't actually.
Where's the garage cam from RLL?
Not active this year, which I find bizarre. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it.
Or have they not done it yet?
I got not working yet. Like, it still says back to 2023 stuff.
Did they not do it last year?
I don't think they did, no. I know, it's confused me as well. Nearly. Just going to get power sorted. There we go. And move him here. And there. And then there. And then to get these 3 sorted. So, stand by, people. Sorry for the wait, but you're going to love this when it's done.
Will we?
Well, let's see. We now have onboards of 6 drivers that are working out of the 16 available. What do you think?
Wow.
And
how exciting.
There we go. So they're all now active. Fingers crossed. Which means that we can have them on. Down to Fox.
20 seconds here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Not for one of the McLarens, which is being... Is it being turned around to be pushed back, or are they bringing it into position and then turning it around once it's in position? I can't quite tell.
Facing the wrong direction.
It is facing the wrong way.
It looks like they're going to the box, but it's like they think they're still in GP practice mode.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Just kick it into reverse.
Hooking it up to the tugger. That one's going back to the garage.
Okay. There we go.
And we're green. We're running again here. And the cars will head out onto pit road. So then, JT, fingers crossed it's going to be a good session. What do you think?
Only a 10-minute caution for a track inspection, not bad.
Could have been worse, to be fair.
It could have been worse, so now I need to do the spreadsheets because I do spreadsheets.
Yeah, JT does spreadsheets now.
I did spreadsheets for years, what are you on about?
I have no idea anymore. Give me a minute. I'm having to live edit stuff in order to get this working.
Bad idea. Well, here's the car that is out on track for the first time today. Robert Schwartzman.
In the Prama. Oh my word. Ladies and gentlemen.
It's time to show on board and get absolutely slaughtered by INDYCAR.
There you go. Onboard cameras. Yellow flags back out, guys. We went green, we've gone yellow again, apparently. According to my latest monitor up here in the booth. Or is this not restarted itself? Might not restart itself. There you go, look. Live onboard cameras. We are still green. Excellent. So we've got all the big runners so far. And we can swap to those at any moment. So at least now we know what's going out there on the circuit. We could have 4, 8, 12 cameras. We've only got the 6 so far.
If your computer allows you to.
If it does, yeah. And I have to manually resize them as well. I don't think I can save the onboard setting as things stand, which is annoying.
I think when you close it, it reopens the last place you had it.
Excellent. That's going to come in handy.
Don't quote me on that though, please. Thank you.
You heard it here. Oh, hello. Car's going down pit road, JT. Who's that coming out down the bottom there? Either way, track action! Yay! We like the
Anyway, rain, thunder, lightning, yay!
Oh, didn't need that. What's the weather radar telling us, JT?
Look, I'm keeping an eye on stuff.
Well, it doesn't look that bad, as we've got Pato O'Ward out there on the track as well, as I believe Christian Lunga. So it's not too bad out there. But yes, we now have onboard cameras, everybody, to keep an eye on things when Sky go to ad breaks. So we hope you enjoy it. We do too. Can't show them all the time though, but we'll show them during the breaks. Anyway, what are we making then with an hour to go, JT? Has it been a successful day or a weird day?
I'm going to say it. It's been a quiet day. Quiet, 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 quiet.
He's trying to make someone plough into the wall.
No.
Really?
Yes.
I'll believe it. That was one. Alex Polo's just set a new personal best. He's gone second fastest, 225.783 miles an hour. Polo has just shot right up there. Newgarden's coming out on the track as well. Wow. Okay, so they're about a lap behind JT's onboard cameras.
That's enough.
Not exactly live, but better than nothing.
Nice. Oh, the cat's just turned up.
Your cat?
Hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1 hour left.
Drivers are still running around. Here's the onboards.
Yes. Cat.
You really meant what you said about cats, didn't you?
Cat.
Just the sheer speed you get. Got a wonderful side-by-side here between O'Ward and Newgarden on their respective runs. See the differences between the two. That's a stunning lap time. Again, Newgarden's just taking the low lines, as Polo just goes flat out and hopes for the best. Really is holding that tight line.
Egg, you're not helping yourself.
Okay, not bad lap times for the two there. Kanaan and Polo. Bricks. Can't show it for long, but we will show as much as we can, because that's a cool toy that we found with the onboard cameras, because they're not available on the app, but we're allowed to show the onboard cameras anyway. Check out Sato, personal best. Sato's jumped up the order as well now. 219.998 mile an hour. Better and better. Speed is critical here. I'm enjoying this. This new guy, that's Polo about to get past. Down low, it's turn 1 by Marcus Ericsson. Announcement's over. You really meant it, by the way, didn't you? When you said your cat had invaded the booth.
Del Boy clears.
Okay, bye then. I mean, I can get Nightmare Dog up here if you want me to get Nightmare Dog up here, Amy.
Not right now. I think I'm okay. I can wait.
Looking at something.
Me? Yeah, I'm looking at data on the circuit.
Yes, you, JB. There's no other JB because Jessica Ball isn't in this call right now. So it's you.
It's you and you only. This is great analysis by JB right now.
I can't remember the password.
I apologise to everyone on USN who does not know what's going on because JB is staring at a computer screen.
Sorry, I'm trying to do several things at once. Let's head over to Fox, actually, while I do.
Get to really test it in a kind of mock race situation. So this is the point of everything that you've done up to this point in the day, and you'll go and do it again tomorrow. You'll spend the first few hours trying new things, new setup combinations, find the best of everything, throw it onto the car, find some traffic, find some friends, and go and play. The hard thing right now, though, Will, is it can really mess with your head a little bit because cars are joining this queue at different phases, like we've been seeing. And what that means is they've got different fuel levels, a different tire life, and sometimes you can go out, you'll be on maybe a bit fresher tires than the cars around you, so you don't really realize how many laps they have on their tires, so you're driving through them, you feel like Superman. Conversely, you could be out there on 25-lap tires, someone's on 5-lap tires, cuts through you and drives away, and you think you're out to lunch, you start to panic about what kind of setup changes you have to make to dig yourself out of this hole. But it's so important to just focus on your race car in these group runs at the end of the session.
Is that good prep for the race? Because you're going to find yourself in those positions where you're on old tyres, someone's on new, and they're blasting past you and you're wondering, why am I dropping? Or completely, your immediate reaction of no suggests not.
It's usually the opposite, because normally everyone in the race is on a fairly similar program. The green flies at the same time for everyone, you're on the same tires. Most people pit within a certain window of a couple of laps, so the disparity in what's being run is fairly small. If we get some weird yellow that splits the field, then yes, you can have a little bit of that. But primarily, it's not the case. And, you know, it's really not until car day, maybe the Monday practice as well, that you kind of get everyone a little bit more on the same page, and you really get a good sense of what the cadence of the race itself is going to be like. Not only do you have cars on different levels of downforce, different tire life, fuel levels, you also have guys trying to fall back in line from the front, which never happens in the race, obviously. Yeah. That can create checkups in situations that you never actually see on race day. So it can be a bit misleading, and that's something these rookies really have to pay attention to.
So, happy hour day one. Are you loose? Yeah, I don't mean is the car loose. Are you?
Wow, that's a bit on the nose, isn't it?
Are you?
Depends how your car's.
But like, is it coming at you at 1,000,000 miles an hour? Because they're averaging, where are we at the moment? 215, 218 on these laps. You're not at 1 year. Are you still in the conscious part of your brain, or are you in the unconscious yet?
Yeah, I mean, for me, day one was always really building up to it, because you spend most of the day running at a healthy downforce level and relatively clean air. You really have to start feeling all those changes that you made throughout the day. How do they respond in traffic? How do they respond behind 1 car, behind 3 cars, behind 6 cars? Those are different answers sometimes, so you kind of have to build up to it a little bit slowly. Once you get to day 2, day 3, that confidence starts to come. The familiarity with what your car is doing, how it's talking to you throughout the runs and throughout the days is there, and you can be a little bit more kind of driving subconsciously and just focusing on the race prep, the timing of the passes. We talk about that an awful lot. You're going to hear a lot of that over practice week if you're watching here on FS1 and FS2, is working on timing those passes by backing off the right amount into 3, into 1 to get the good runs through 1 or through 4, through 2 to try to make those passes happen.
It looked like Pato was listening to what you were saying and was kind of doing his little race driver.
He's doing the race driver sign language.
Race driver sign language along with you.
As we tend to do.
Now Jamie Little's standing by with a guy who knows this place all too well, Simon Pagenaud.
Yes, Simon won here in 2019, and he's been on the 2 box for Scotty McLaughlin. You guys did this together last year. What exactly are you doing? How can you help him here?
Well, obviously I've been here much longer than he has, so and I'm fortunate that I had the chance to run the race at the front quite a few times and win it. So Scott came up to me, which is very rare, you know, for another driver to go to another driver and ask for tools to get stronger and stronger. Scott is extremely talented, but he's always looking for something else, and we have this common trait. And he said, would you mind coming with me to the 500 this year? I said, of course I would. Last year was so exciting with the pole, and we both felt like he can do it. It just needs a little bit more experience, and I'm just trying to transfer all my knowledge to him and for him to speed up his learning process of this incredible place.
What's it like for you to be back at this place, but on this side of things?
It's different. You know, it's been 2 very different years for me. It's very confusing. On the emotion side of things, very confusing. Obviously, I would want to be driving, but I can't. So I've just been very fortunate to have opportunities like this where I can transfer my knowledge and give back to someone that has the same value as me, and also to my old team. So I'm happy that I can help in some ways and be part of the community and you know, contribute to someone's great talent.
Always good to see you, Simon. We'll see him on the 3 box all over the next couple of weeks, guys.
Wants to be back behind the seat, and of course we remember 2019, and with his seat seemingly under pressure, Pagenaud dominated the month of May. He won the Indy GP, the Indy 500 pole, and the Indy 500. What a month for Simon Pagenaud back in 2019. Santino Ferrucci, Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, and already having some interesting runs there. Quite a lot of drivers back in pit lane at the moment, just building up to their overall runs, as you can see now as well. When I say pit road, I literally mean that quite a lot of them are down pit road. JT's back with me. During this next stage of commercial break as well. 50 minutes to go.
Out of the speaker, I can hear when you start talking again, so I can come back in.
Good. 50 minutes to go. What have you been making of all this situation so far?
Nothing has happened.
That really is struggling, isn't it?
I want to go to bed 50 minutes early, but I can't.
Well, what's the weather radar showing?
You tell me.
Well, you've got the weather radar. Hang on a minute. Here we go. Here's the radar.
Wait, here.
Lightning
isn't the radar.
Don't do that. Fine. Hang on a minute. Here's the onboard cameras. If you want to do that, I can just do that. Right, there's the circle where Beech Grove is. We're a fraction out from where that could come in.
There has just been a lightning strike there as well at Beech Grove.
If it's inside that 8-mile radius, they'll red flag it.
It isn't inside the 8 miles.
But when we do have it, it will be.
Not.
How close, though, is it? You said it was 0.5. You're getting picky with me today. Foster's out there on the circuit. Is anyone who is?
It's just out, so it's
just away.
the 8-mile circle ends here.
There is a little bit of
And
rain
can you-
inside that 8 miles, though.
Can you see my cursor?
We can see where that marker is. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the 8-mile circle, and then follow my cursor.
Yep.
And the lightning strike was. Hold on. Just trying to get my bearings of the map. Okay, so here is there.
Yep.
It's like here.
Right on the cusp. Right
Here.
on the cusp. Yeah, it's too close to call, isn't it, really? If this keeps on happening. Alright, cheers, JT. Welcome back. With.
Okay, bye then.
No, we're here. It's... Hello, you're on camera. So, only driver out on the track right now. Well, I've got the... Actually, there's two.
I'm on camera. Bye.
I'll just give them a look, and they'll know to stop it with so many people watching. We can't afford to muck around. This could be down to the wire between Polo and Newgarden as well. So that's what Dan Tron has said. Nice to see you again, by the way. Why does Rainway Hill fly into road course and then just struggles in the 500? That's what we were saying during the Santino coverage. We don't actually know. They do well at one area and then just really struggle at the rest. Continue on, JT.
Okay, I found my bearings.
Right, go on.
And the lightning strike that was outside of the 8 miles was... That's East Troy Avenue. That's still here.
So it's just outside.
You can see where the blue line is, and it was here, where my cursor is. Oh, I've moved the circle.
That's a fraction away. Pit road.
On the board right now, you just got out of your race car. What exactly are you guys looking at? Are you happy right now? Or are you still digging a little bit here?
No, we're pretty happy so far. We had a strong test here a couple of weeks ago, and we sort of just started off where we left off that test. And it's been a productive day. I think the car, the new Allegra car not only looks good, but it also feels really good out on track, good in traffic. I feel like we've improved that a bit compared to a couple of weeks ago. So I'm really happy behind cars, which is obviously big. That's the main focus these days before we focus on qualifying. So positive day so far. See if we get a couple more runs in, but if not, we've had a good productive day.
Marcus, how do you guys here for this 2 weeks just pace yourselves with everything happening and all of the on-track time?
Yeah, I mean, it's patience is the name of the game, and that's how I've been successful here in the past, and I think that's what we or specifically I did wrong last year. I tried to go a bit too fast, a bit too early, and that bites you on this place, and then, it's extremely tough to recover from that. So there's been a lot of focus leading up to this race, just having patience, doing it step by step, and like I said, the open test was strong, and today's been a really, really good first day. So we need to be at our best on Sunday on race day, and that's the focus, and yeah, that's what we're going to work towards.
All right, that's Marcus Ericsson, the winner here in 2022. Kevin?
Pato O'Ward is a 2-time runner-up. I look at the speed chart and I see you're 27th. I also know that you don't necessarily judge anything by the speed chart. Ask the driver. So, is there any concern where they're at so far?
We've been running by ourselves mostly. We haven't really done any traffic running. When the car comes back out, I'm pretty keen on getting out there, with maybe playing around with a couple guys. But yeah, hopefully a big enough group kind of works up so we can, get in there and see what the car is like. We've tried a couple different things, but yeah, I was happy at the test, but obviously there's still things that we can make much better, in my opinion, especially seeing what other cars are able to do. So yeah, we're just working through our program. So right now we're just going back because I didn't really like what we did.
Running by yourself, do you learn any more about pure pace that can help you for qualifying?
I mean, you don't really trim out, but you can see like how the car's rolling, you know, like if the car's strong enough in clean air or not, which that's always been a weakness of ours. We've always been really slow by ourselves. We've had good race cars, but yeah, we've never really had good pace out front, and you need that when you're leading the last lap. So we're just trying to see where we're at there, and then we'll see what we can. We'll see what we can kind of learn when we get out there traffic running.
When we last visited with you on FS2 during the rain delay, you were on hold and had been for 45 minutes trying to get your helmet. We need an update. Has the helmet and your payment made it through customs?
So there's a wonderful lady that works in the team who's her husband is a guy who's pretty high up in UPS, and he sorted it out. They both did. So it's made it to my house. So I'm excited to see it tonight, and you guys can see it on Fast Friday. That's when I'm going to debut it. I don't know when I'm going to post it on social media, maybe Thursday or Friday morning, but I hope you guys like it. I'm excited to see it, and now it's home.
Okay, now he can concentrate on going fast because he's got a lid to protect his head with a cool paint scheme that we'll see later in the week.
Cheers, Kevin. And JC's got news.
Do I?
I double check then. You've got news. Go on. Will Power has jumped to the top. 227.026 miles per hour. He's currently our new fastest. Go on.
If it's about what I whiteboarded to you, it's not confirmed, so I don't want to say it.
Right. So we're awaiting that decision then, as things stand.
There's a reason why I put it on the whiteboard, not over voice.
Right. Well, NewGarden is still attacking some lap times, but Will Power is now the fastest we've got here. And several of them come back into towards pit lane. Herta left the pit lane. Rahul's coming out too.
Right, time for me to go to sleep now.
Alright, bye-bye, Emmy.
Bye-bye.
All right,
Have
for
fun.
some.
It's 10:18. Dear me.
Does only have an exam at 9 AM in the morning. Didn't think so. Stay up.
Have you got one, JT?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Why are you here?
I don't know why I'm here.
Go.
I'm not a dog.
Oh, well, there you go. Are you at least ready for it?
No.
I wish I hadn't told me that now.
Yeah.
Education comes first. Racing comes second.
It's geography. It's fine.
Oh, geography. Oh, we're fine. You're doing it now. You're working with maps. We're fine.
Exactly.
I had some radio then as well from NewGarden. Let's take a quick look at that, shall we, actually? Said onboard cameras.
Oh, bye then, Naomi.
Has Omi just disappeared again?
Bye.
Have you got these? Have you got the cameras open on your from your multi-view then, JT? Have you got them open as well?
No, because I've got maps and lightning maps and radars.
Ah. I really want another screen now for the 500. This is great.
Another screen.
I have so many screens, it's ridiculous.
Your commentary setup is already a mess. So much of a mess that it fails every single time you want to do a broadcast.
No, it doesn't. It's not that bad.
Okay, what happened 8 minutes before we were scheduled to go on air for INDYCAR practice?
I realised that we had the wrong intro name on. It still said so-and-so INDYCAR Grand Prix, not the 109th one. So I had to resave the intro and make a new intro. And we still went on time. That was 5 hours and 30 minutes ago. 5.5 hours ago. Yeah. Oh, such a good noise. Polo leading. And we've got everyone else faltering in. 40 minutes to go then here. In the first
Wait.
practice day. Go on.
It took you 4 years to change the touring car intro, but it took you 8 minutes to change the IndyCar intro.
Yeah. Well, the stupid autocorrect didn't change this one up, so that kind of helps. Love that noise. Here we go. I can't wait for that one. It's always a special one. By the way, we're in happy hour. So we're going to see some high-speed runs going out there now. Really? Yeah, we're going to bring it up to speed. Down the straight we come then. So now what we're seeing is lapped cars just out there running in some steam, getting some data, and just seeing what the car early days runs in with this angle of the track. Adam says, hello gentlemen, just got home from work and great to hear practice 500. Hello again, my friend. Adam, if you've just joined, take a look at what we've got. We've got cameras. And there's more than that, it's just that we haven't got them all open yet. We need to get some sorted. But that's going to be a lot of fun when we come in for race day. Can't wait now. I'll set them up.
So yeah.
Go on.
That lightning strike that I mentioned to you has been invalidated. Yeah, that's...
So we're fine.
We're fine.
Good. They're not going to stop this one then. I was slightly worried they might consider red flagging it because it is inside 8 miles, but there isn't that many fans to evacuate.
It was only a single strike though.
Yeah, so that could just be the freak one. It doesn't need to be the whole stop it, red flag it, go again. So yeah, we're fine for time. Hopefully it stays that way.
Omi, did you send that to JB? I don't know if he's listening.
I have no idea what he's up to. Oh, moves going on further back though, into the braking zone. New Garden's just left the pit lane and he went down low and almost got forced into contact there, and that is why he backed out of it to Joseph New Garden.
You will never know what we're on about because he didn't send it to you.
So Power still on top then. Yeah, New Garden was just sliding around ever so slightly. Power. 220.
I want to just throw out...
I thought I heard some team radio come through there. Polo storming, he's third at the moment, Adam hybrid boost. 8% gets to use there as well in the running order. 36 minutes to go. And this will be now, as we see, Will Power in the run. It's pulling to the outside ever so slightly. As Carl Kirkwood dives into the pit lane away from him. JT, there is some rain clouds coming out of 2 and 3. Is that going to be a problem? Yeah. Just seeing them come up on the radar.
2 and 3 or 3 and 4?
3 and 4. So it's at that area.
It's more out exit of turn 2 we're concerned about, and that's where the lightning's coming from.
That is where, look, here we go, look. It's fine, 3 and 4, but look further back. You can see the dark clouds starting to come over the circuit. So there is still a little bit of ground. 35 minutes to go. I just start to worry that we might not have enough time left before that red flag comes out. Look at turn 1 and 2. Wow! Look at turn 2, Jesse. Look at the black cloud. Is that the one you're following?
That's the storm I'm following. Ah, Nightmare Dog. Hello.
You guys getting out of the car.
Finally turn up. Did you turn up because Omi disappeared?
So, we've got a big cloud coming through 1 and 2. Let's see if we can see not just on the radar, but on timing scoring 2. Look, there it is. Look at turn 1 and 2 on Power's car. Look at the dark cloud that's coming over. And there goes the caution. Yeah. And this will be for that cloud, JT, I presume, and that weather radar coming in, because that is a huge, huge cloud coming over the circuit.
We've just had a lightning strike within 8 miles.
There we go. So it's a lightning strike within 8 miles, and it'll be a red flag for that reason.
Or is that the track inspection flag?
In the area.
No, JT, you've got it. Lightning in the area. Well done, my friend. You've hit it bang on the head.
That's the end of that then. We won't get going again.
No, we definitely won't. Just revving up some stream here as they come through.
Well, we got more running than I thought we would have.
Yep.
Will you come around at 2 car? Keep it running, please. Keep it running. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And Power comes in.
Short and the back is out. Need to keep it running.
He needed to keep it running.
I can bring the screen up, which I can show you the lightning strike, which triggered the sensors.
Give us a minute, because I want to give the viewers at home as much of the cars on track as I can before we get the inevitable. We're not going to restart today.
Ron, we're going down. Yeah, 12 car spotters, we're done for the day.
They're done for the day.
Copy that, thank you.
Yeah, Power's done for the day.
10-4, thank you.
Yeah, because it's a
I think that that was to all teams, I believe.
Yeah, because it's the light.
Everybody, rain is not far out. Just a heads up.
Yeah, because this is the lightning clock, JT, isn't it? Where it has.
That sounded like race control saying we're done for the day.
Well, let's try. What I'll do is I will open up all of the radios and try and see what we can get hold of to see if there's anybody on the radar. But I think that we might be done. A half hour early. And JT, tell us the reason why.
Can you see what I see?
We can now, yeah. Can
okay,
you
so
see what
this
I
yellow
see?
dot here.
Yeah.
This yellow dot where my cursor is here. This one.
Yes, we see it.
That caused the 8 miles, and I think this one is just outside the 8 miles, but that one was too close for comfort. We had one down here which was on the border of 8 miles, which they weren't bothered about. We had one up here which was again on the border of 8 miles, which they weren't bothered
Flags
about.
Out.
It got to 5 to 6, but yeah. So yeah, that was race control saying
Let's
they're
go
done
to
for the day.
Let's head to Will Buxton.
Now you see the checker go up on the pylon. That's because you have to have a 30-minute standstill once we have lightning in the area, and with only 31 minutes left on the clock, there really is no point in going any further than this.
So that's it. End of the day.
A shame to have ended the day as it started, with a bit of weather out there on track, but we did at least get some running, and what's more, we got meaningful running out on track. Fastest driver, Will Power, 220.
So the session's ended early due to weather here at the Brickyard and power topping the session as well. JT, what did you make of today?
We were very lucky indeed to get as much running as we did today with all of the weather. Because if we zoom out on the radar, look at the mess of Indiana.
Hang on a minute. Go on, we can see it now.
Look at the absolute mess. We were so lucky with how much running we got.
Is that going to be something to look out for tomorrow?
Not these, but possibly other cells that will develop once again.
Yeah.
Similar to what we had today.
Not been the greatest day as well. Who surprised you once we actually got running, and who's got the
Jack Harvey.
Really? You're going immediately Jack Harvey surprised you? Alright, who go on.
Jumped straight in a car, straight from broadcasting, and got what he needed to do done.
Who's got the most work to do, though? I'm immediately going to say Prema. Or Prema. I've got American there, but it's Prema, isn't it? It's 6 laps for Schwartzman, 16 laps for Ilott. They've got a lot of work to do tomorrow.
That was just a calm first day of practice for them, which they were just easing their way in to Indianapolis 500 life, I do believe. But it seems like it's the same people every single time. They're just used to having a slower start. So I'm not going to say people like Ed Carpenter, because that's them every year. There's no point saying them, because that's just the way they do Indy.
Sadly, that is the case. Well, my thanks to you, JT, and my thanks to everybody at home for joining us here at the Brickyard. We will be back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern and 3 o'clock British Summer Time for all of the action, as Tony Kanaan will get to do his refreshers course, weather permitting. And then from 12 till 6 Eastern, and that is 5 till 11 British Summer Time, it'll be the All Cars Practice 2 from the test day. Bit of a weird one to start the month of May, but then again, that's just how it works. My thanks to JT and Omi, my thanks to all of you at home. It's Willpower who ends the day 227.026 mile per hour. We'll see you tomorrow for all of day 2. Bye-bye.